Chapter 1 of There Is a Tide. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matt First. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. Chapter 1. So, this was England. A slight pretty girl in a corner seat of the boat express was looking out the window. To her, everything was new and odd, and a face curiously expressive was quick to register its emotions. All was on a scale so much less than the land from which she had come. The neatly parceled acres somehow reminded her of Noah's Ark, farmsteads trim and tiny, amusing hedgerows, the cattle and horses in the fields, the comic little villages, each with its moss-grown church tower peering through the damp mist, were so expected yet so unnatural to the eye of a stranger that it was rather like a scene in a play. The girl was in the compartment alone. By her side was a grip, cheap-looking, battered, with an air of travel. In the rack above her head was its fellow with a mackintosh and an umbrella. Like their owner, these articles had a subtle air of the second rate. Yet the girl herself, had she known how to wear her clothes, which were not bad of their kind, had certain points that seemed to promise a way out. For one thing, she was alive. Gray eyes, shrewd, keen, and clear, looking out from under the brim of a hat that had a touch of smartness, seemed to absorb every detail of this film reeled off at the rate of 60 miles an hour. It was like the movies, but less exciting. Not that the traveler craved excitement. This trip to an unknown land was far from being a pleasure jaunt. So intent were the gray eyes in absorbing a scene which was a good deal below expectation, that they were not content with the window against which her elbow pressed. Now and then they roved left across the narrow corridor for a glimpse of the more distant view. Broadly speaking, this, too, was a washout. The mist, clammy and all-pervading, might have a lot to do with the general effect, but England, so far, was nothing to write home about. Disappointment already loomed in a receptive mind when a man appeared in the corridor. He gazed through the glass at the compartment's sole occupant, then he came in and closed the door carefully. With a quiet air, he took a corner seat immediately facing the girl. She had a feeling that she'd seen him before, but where or in what circumstances she could not say. Indeed, so vague was her memory that she soon decided it was a mere reaction to the man's striking personality. He was not a man to forget. Big, handsome, muscular, clean and trim, he had all the snap of a smart New Yorker. Evidently he went to good tailors, and he paid for dressing. He raised his $10 Stetson with an air of class. "Miss Durrance." The girl gave a start and colored hotly. "Don't remember me, eh, Miss Durrance?" It was clear that she didn't, but he remembered her, and the calm enforcement of his knowledge in a tone near the familiar flecked the girl's cheek with a picturesque confusion. "Can't say I do." At the awkward answer, his eyes twinkled into a slow, bright smile. "Myself, I never forget a face or a name." The voice sounded oddly familiar, but she could not recall it. Not able to place this man, the effort to do so teased her forehead into a frown. "My job, you see, to remember folks." She half resented the cool laugh. "Not sure I want to remember everybody." "I'll say not. Pikers good and plenty don't want to remember me." His tone was jocular, but there was something in it beyond mere banter. Mame Durrance realized suddenly that she'd taken a strong dislike to the man opposite. He realized it, too. The breadth of his smile became aggressive. As her eyes met it, they received a challenge which they were too proud to accept. She withdrew them quickly and looked ostentatiously away through the carriage window. Even the English scene, as much as was visible, could not divert her mind from a gentle snigger that stole upon her ear. Whoever this man was, she hoped he would go, but he showed not a sign. Settling into the opposite corner, he sprawled his long legs, brushing her knees as he did so, and finally crossed them. Then, past master of the art of making himself offensive, he began to hum softly, but in a way to keep in the middle of her consciousness. "Miss Durrance." The voice was mild, but half a sneer was in it. Somehow it got her goat to have his conversation thrust upon her after she'd taken pains to let him know she had no use for it. Anger made her eyes sparkle. "You quit," she said. "Beat it." Rude, certainly, but she meant it to be. But in that art, too, he had nothing to learn. "Now then, Miss Durrance, come off it." His laugh was hateful. One outstanding detail of the compartment there was, which the sharp-eyed traveler had already noted. A metal disc, fixed below the luggage rack, was within reach. It was adorned by the words, "To communicate with the attendant, pull the handle." On the spur of the moment, she half turned and raised her hand, but the voice of the man opposite grew instantly so full of menace that she felt a little frightened. "Can that, Miss Durrance, or I'll have to make it hot for you." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of There Is a Tide. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matt First. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. Chapter 2. The force of the threat made the girl withdraw her hand. She met the laugh which followed with a look of defiance, but she had not art nor cleverness enough to conceal the fact that she was rattled. Her cheeks grew scarlet. Some very white and even teeth bit savagely into her lower lip. The man, watching narrowly, was obviously pleased with the effect. "Got me now, eh, Miss Durrance?" "I don't know who you are," was the answer of Miss Durrance. A brave and steady answer it was. "And I don't want to know anyway." The look in the girl's eyes, the note in her voice, appeared sharply to recall the man opposite to a sense of his position. After all, it would not do to carry the thing too far. It was as if he suddenly remembered that in an especial degree he was a guardian of the public interest. When he spoke again, his voice had consideration, even a certain kindness. "I'm one of Tillotson's men." Already her startled mind had flown to that conclusion, but neither the man's change of tone nor her own insight softened the steely hostility of her eyes. She lifted a fighting chin to rake him with a glance of gray fire. "I'm a very respectable girl." The note was deeper than she had touched yet. "I don't know you, and I don't want to know you. Cops are no class anyway." Detective Addlesey, an eminent member of a highly specialized calling, was a long way from being a fool. He was growing a bit annoyed with himself for his lack of diplomacy. In spite of the girl's insolence, there was something about her that he respected, and what was just as important, he respected human nature. He decided to remove the bad impression he'd made. "Got in wrong in New York, eh? Over here, ain't you, to try and change the luck?" His voice was honey now. Its only reward was grim silence. "No folks this side?" The girl looked at Detective Addlesey as if he were dirt. She curled her lip and shook a scornful head. "Then you better watch your step. London crawls with slick ducks, all sorts, all nations, up to every game. Bad place, London." "If it's worse than New York, it must be," conceded Miss Durrance. "Capital of a free country. Every kind of cag-handed dago lies around loose in London. No place for a lone girl. What's the stuff you're going to pull?" "That's my affair." Detective Addlesey smiled. He had caught a tartar, but he secretly liked the way she gave it him back. Sand always appealed to him. "Well, I wish you the best, Miss Durrance." The voice was official, yet kindness came uppermost. "We've nothing against you in New York, but we might have had. You got in with a crooked push. Sorry to have to run you in, but finding you on the premises and calling yourself the old haunt secretary, she done 2 goes of time already. How was we to know that you were on the level?" Detective Addlesey meant well, but this display of tact hardly met the case. The gray eyes looked straight through him. He laughed. Served him right for being clumsy. A regular little hellcat, but he admired her. Most girls of her kind would have been scared to death. He half suspected Miss Durrance was, but she would have died sooner than let him know it. He liked the cut of her so much that he felt he must try to improve the acquaintance, or at least to soften a bad impression. It was a shame to rag her, because to the expert eye she had a look of being up against it. But her pride, her grit, lured him on. "What are you going into, Miss Durrance, in this bum island? The movies?" "No, I ain't, Fatty Arbuckle." The answer was as pat as your hat. Detective Addlesey chuckled. "Make good on the film. A girl of your looks and style." She eyed him with cool scorn from under the brim of her hat. "What's a cheap guy like you know about looks and style?" Her drawl could only have come from one place on earth, yet each little word had a kick in it, quick and vicious, as if from the hind leg of a mule. Detective Addlesey felt this live child of the Middle West had had Old Ned for a sire. He decided now that only one course would be safe, and that course was silence. But he had not been so amused in years. The trained professional memory at once recalled the circumstance of their previous meeting. During a raid on the apartment of an old harpy in the neighborhood of Madison Avenue, who mingled crystal-gazing and fortune-telling with other illegal practices, this girl had been found seated at a typewriter. Investigation proved, however, that she had only held her job for a fortnight, and that in the first place her association with such a dangerous person was due to an advertisement she had incautiously answered. Mame Durrance had no difficulty in satisfying the police that she was in total ignorance of the character and history of the notorious Cassandra, alias Zeno, alias Madame Bretsky. All the same, the law took pains to impress on the unlucky stenographer that her escape had been narrow. In the future she must be more discreet. Innocence, as great as hers, was apt to incur heavy penalties in a city such as New York. This episode, as Detective Addlesey was shrewd enough to suspect, had shaken Miss Durrance to her foundations. She was undoubtedly a very respectable girl, the daughter of a simple Iowa farmer, and she had come east to try her luck. Having made a bad break at the start of her career, she decided to seek fortune elsewhere. As William R. Addlesey sat gazing at that fighting profile out of the corner of his left eye, all that he knew about the girl passed in review order through a well-regulated mind. His had been the job of running her in, and of setting her free with a caution. He had caught sight of her again as she left the second-class deck of the Sidonia. He'd seen her board the London train. She had the sort of personality not easy to forget. He was interested in this girl for her own sake, but the effort to get into conversation was having no success. The plain truth was that as far as Miss Durrance was concerned, William R. Addlesey was in the discard. Man of the world, he was amused by her attitude, and he admired her grit. Moreover, he wished her well. That, however, was not easy to convey. He tried the dulcet and disarming. "You see, Miss Durrance, there's a bunch of jewel thieves I'm looking for. Scotland Yard has rounded up several. I expect we'll soon fix the whole circus." Miss Durrance, with glacial eye, continued to glaze upon the English scene. The frozen met with a vengeance. Jewel thieves, Scotland Yard, even the brightest of Tillotson's agency, haloed with romance for a normal girl, were cutting no ice for the moment. Her pride had been wounded, and Detective Addlesey had now to foot the bill. "You can quit." A fierce eye pinned him like an arrow. "Cops don't interest me nothing." Silence again. The position was a little humiliating for a man of the world, but this charming spitfire intrigued him. Such a you-be-damnedness took quite the fancy of William R., and the simple independence touched his sense of chivalry. "If I can help you, I'll be glad," he said, humble as pie, yet adroitly raising a hand to hide the laugh in his eyes. Said Miss Spitfire, "You can beat it. That'll help me considerable." The entrance at this moment of a very small and very polite boy with a strangely bright and extremely tight suit of livery was most opportune. Miss Durrance, who had a fixed determination to see, mark, and learn as much as she could in the shortest time possible, was taken at once by this new kind of bellhop. "Coffee, miss?" The fair traveler ordered coffee. Under the cover of this diversion, William R. suddenly rose. It was the best chance he was likely to get of extricating himself with any sort of dignity from a position which every second grew worse. Nothing doing with this girl, and it was hardly fair to bait her. As Detective Addlesey, on the heels of the departing boy, moved toward the corridor, he was guilty of one more false step, for he looked back and said, "Goodbye, Miss Durrance, and good luck. Be careful this time to get in on the level. But I'll say, London is a tough burg. If any time I can help you, my name's Addlesey." He had the temerity to open a gold cigar case and produce his card. "Scotland Yard, Whitehall. Get me pro tem." As concrete evidence of goodwill, Detective Addlesey had the further temerity to write his address upon the card and then with a bland smile to hand it to Miss Durrance. It was asking for trouble. William R. Addlesey duly received a full ration. Miss Durrance tore the card across. Then she coolly lowered the window and flung out the pieces. "Beat it!" Her face was crimson, her eyes ruthless. "And thank you for nix. Cops are no class at all. Cops aren't." With a little sigh that was offset by a humorous eye, Detective Addlesey raised the $10 Stetson and followed the bellboy along the corridor. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. Chapter 3. "Say, Jackie Coogan, there's no sugar." The polite boy in the button suit gazed at Miss Durrance with mild surprise. New stars constantly swam into his skin. Few had better opportunities than he of testing the simple truth that all sorts of people are needed to make a world. It was this, no doubt, which gave depth to his character. Nothing could have exceeded the grace of his regret for the sugar's omission and of his promise to bring some. "That kid's fierce," was a mental comment of the traveller to the English scene as this byproduct gently closed the door upon her. She had a very keen and lively sense of things, and the air and manner of the button-suit's wearer gave it a jolt. Mame Durrance had certain preconceived ideas about the land she had come to, and the odd folks who peopled it, derived in the main from exquisitely humorous writers, usually with Irish names, in her favourite magazines. The British, if not given to mirth themselves, were yet the cause of mirth in others. An obvious back number, the land of George Washington's forebears, was a mass of fiery pomposities. It took it so seriously that it couldn't raise a smile to save its soul. Up till now she had not had much opportunity of judging it, but the funny little toy of a train in which she was puffing along to London, the tame scenery, what she could see of it, through which it passed, the little cubbyhole in which she sat alone, and the comic child with oiled hair and the manner of a senator who ministered to her wants, all seemed to fit neatly into the theory. Buttons came back with 2 small pieces of sugar on a large tray. "Say, son, does it hurt you any to look that way?" "Beg your pardon, madam." "All right, Mr. Asquith. Volley my ignorance. You can beat it." "Thank you, madam." Gently and gravely, without a ghost of a smile, the polite child went. It was well for Mame Durrance that she had these resources within herself, for at the moment she was not on good terms with life. The railway company's café au lait, for which it had the nerve to charge a quarter, allowing for the rate of exchange, was not very stimulating either, and Detective Addlesey had shaken her considerably. It surely looked as if the bad luck which had dogged her ever since she left Cowbarn, Iowa, 6 months ago was going to cling. It was just 6 months ago that Mame Durrance had heard the call of ambition in rather strange circumstances. At that time she was a stenographer, earning a few dollars a week in the office of Cowbarn Independent. But her Aunt Lou, a sister of a long-dead mother, having left her a legacy of $2,000, she at once turned her face east. These providential dollars must be invested in seeing life, and as native wit had carried her elderly from a farm kitchen to a stenographer's chair, she saw no reason why, with money in her purse, that priceless quality should not take her much further. Anyhow, it should not be for lack of trying. She would see life, and in moments of optimism, of which at the start she had many, she went on to describe what she saw. The seeing, alas, proved easier than the writing. Or rather, the seeing and the writing were easier than to persuade editors to fall for a copy. Too many were at the game in the bright city of New York, Weisenheimers of both sexes, who, instead of coming via Papa's pig farm, had been through college. There was a rub. At Cowbarn, the folks didn't set much store by college, but New York was different. She was a shrewd girl, and it did not take long for her to realize that she was some way behind the game. Human nature was always human nature, and when you come down to cases, but there was no denying that she lacked experience. Back of everything was faith in herself, but so wide was the gulf between Cowbarn, Iowa, and the banks of Hudson that no amount of faith could bridge it. Newark had laughed at her, scorned her, humiliated her deeply and cruelly in more ways than one. She had been advised by newspaper men and also by police officers professing a disinterested care for rustic ignorance, playing a lone hand, to go back to Dad and the pigs. These experts were confident that Miss Mame Durrance would get no good of Newark. However, they didn't quite know so much about Mame Durrance as she knew about herself. She might be down, but she was not out. Newark had no use for her, but there were other places on the map. For instance, there was London. No, not London, Ontario. As far as the big stuff was concerned, that burg was in the Cowbarn class. London, England was a spot. She heard that London, England offered scope for ambition. A few years in Europe might even stop the gaps in her education. It would be like putting herself through college. Hers was a forward-looking mind, and as with the set lips and 10 fingers on a purse, which in spite of Aunt Lou's legacy was not so heavy as her heart, she determinedly envisaged the future return of Mame Durrance to the land of her fathers with at least 3 trunks of real Paris frocks and an English accent. Newark would laugh then at the little mucker on the other side of its mouth. Conflicting opinions had been expressed to Miss Durrance about London, but in a small circle only one was able to speak from first-hand knowledge. Paula Weiss-Ling had been there. The others spoke from hearsay, and in 1 or 2 cases with a little help from the imagination. But Paula Ling had lived in London a year. This rising columnist, who in the view of Mame was the goods, had taken pains to impress the traveller with the stark truth that in the Strand 10 cents went no further than they did on Broadway. Miss Ling had provided the adventurous Mame with the address of a cheap but respectable boarding house in Bloomsbury, where she had stayed herself, where, all things considered, she had received value for her money and could conscientiously recommend. This enterprising girl had also given the traveller a letter of introduction to the editor of High Life, a weekly journal with an address in Fleet Street, whose ostensible business was to record the doings and sayings of society with a large S. As the train sped on, the practical Mame began to arrange certain things in her mind. First, she opened the small bag which was attached to her wrist to make sure that the sinews of war were really there. And then, in spite of having made all sorts of calculations already, she did one more sum in her head to find out just how far Aunt Lou's legacy would carry her. Then she searched for the address of Miss Ling's boarding house and found it written on an envelope. Beau Séjour, 56 Carvel Street, Bloomsbury, London, W.C. Sole proprietress, Miss Amy Valence. Terms and pension. Somehow the information in its fullness and dignity was quite reassuring. Next, the pilgrim reverently fingered the sealed envelope which bore the address Walter Watterson, Esquire, care of High Life, 9 Tun Court, Fleet Street, London, E.C. That was reassuring too. Finally, she took in her fingers her own private card, and they thrilled as she did so. Her own private card, which had been engraved just before she had sailed in the Sidonia, had a cosmopolitan air. The world was going to be impressed by it. Miss Amethyst Du Rance, New York City, USA, European correspondent, Cowbarn Independent. The good old Independent looked quite class, tucked away in the left-hand corner. But it would have raised a sure smile in New York. That city of 4 flushers had taken a lot of pains to impress upon her that Cowbarn, Iowa, was at best a one-horse burg. Perhaps London might not be quite so good at geography, and it might not be quite so set up with itself, although as far as Miss Durrance could learn, that was a subject upon which opinion varied. However, there it was, European correspondent, Cowbarn Independent. At the sight of the magic words, the thoughts of Mame Durrance went rather wistfully back to the hard and dull and uncomfortable place in which she had been born and reared. After all, it was home. And even if she was ready to die rather than go back to live there for keeps, it was nothing to be ashamed of, for there was no place like it. The card looked so well in the hand of Mame that she decided to mail one as soon as she reached London to Elmer P. Dobry, the young and aspiring editor of the Cowbarn Independent. Good old Elmer P. It would simply tickle him to pieces, but it would show him the stuff she was made of. He had tried to dissuade her from quitting the safe anchorage of a stool in the Independent office, and when unable to do so, like the sport he was, had told her to send along a weekly letter of New York news, and if able to print it, he would pay the top rate of $4 1,000 words. The Cowbarn Independent was an influential journal, but it had never paid President Harding more than $4 1,000 words. Mame took the editor at his word. Sometimes her stuff was printed, sometimes it wasn't. But Elmer P.'s kindly interest in her had continued. She had been encouraged to let him know that she was going to Europe, and that it would help her considerably if she could depend on his keeping a corner for her London impressions, which she would mail every Friday. Elmer P., before all things, the man of affairs and the cautious editor, would not be drawn into a rash promise, but he would do his best. To this end, he gave a bit of advice. Let us see to it that the doggone Britishers didn't take the pep out of her style. So far, Miss Durrance had not realized that she had a style. Anyhow, she had never aspired to one. She set down what she saw and heard and read in words that came just naturally, and she had a kind of hunch that the slick-a-lick New Yorkers always found something funny in the way those words came. The Northwestern Express steamed at last into Euston, and Mame found herself up against the raw reality of London. From Crewe on, the fog had been getting more and more businesslike. By the time the metropolis was reached, a very fair imitation of a London particular was on the platform to receive her. It was almost the famous pea soup variety, but not quite, which was just as well for Miss Durrance. All traffic would have been at a standstill had she been greeted by that luxury, and the troubles of a stranger in a land of strangers increased 100-fold. Even as it was, for one used to clear skies, the fog was pretty thick, yet the seasoned Cockney would have described it as not a bad day for the time of year. A Cockney of the genus, in the person of a luggage porter, opened the carriage door. He took charge of Miss Durrance's gear. Also, he took charge of Miss Durrance. Slow he was, very slow to her way of thinking. As yet the alert traveller had not caught the tempo of this nation of mossbacks, but the porter, if not exactly an aerial, was sure as a rock. An earthquake or a landslide would not have hurried him, and Mame had the wisdom not to try. He got a trunk out of the van and put it on a taxi. She gave the address, 56 Carvel Street, Bloomsbury, in a tone of crisp importance. The taximan, who vied with the porter in deference, touched his cap, and off they trundled into the fog. For London it was really nothing to speak of, but the acrid vapour caused the eyes of Mame to sting and her throat to tickle, and the combination of raw air, grimy buildings, and an endless mud-churning sea of vehicles, slow-moving and enormous in their bulk and mass, somehow filled her with an odd depression. In spite of all checks to progress, it was not long before they reached Carvel Street. The taxi stopped at 56. Mame sprang out and boldly attacked 6 bleak stone steps, at the top of which was a door in sore need of paint. Her ring was answered by a comic sort of hired girl with cap and apron complete. When Mame asked if she might see Miss Valence, she was very politely invited to come in. As Mame went in, she made a mental note that her first impression must record the civility of these Londoners. Somehow it had a quality riper and mellower than any brand she had met with on her native continent. Whether it came from the heart, or was merely a part of the day's work of a people addicted to frills, or just a candid admission of the superiority of the race to which Mame herself belonged, must be left to the future to determine. But so far the critic was pleased with the universal Cockney politeness, and she hoped it would pan out as good as it seemed. The observer had not time to do justice to the small gas-heated anteroom into which she was shown before she was joined by the lady of the house. Miss Valence was a replica of all the Cockney landladies that ever were. Thin, angular, severe, a false front, and an invincible red tip to a freely powdered nose masked immense reserves of grim respectability. In the view of Miss Durrance, she was as regular he one. All the same, the pilgrim declined to be impressed by Miss Valence. It was part of her creed to be impressed by nothing that wore skirts. But had an exception been allowed to this article of faith, Miss Valence would sure have put one over on her. A disappointment was in store. Beau Séjour was full. Miss Valence was awfully sorry, but she had no vacancy. This was a blow. Mame's experience, brief though it was, had been checkered, and she had duly impressed upon herself that if she adventured as far as London, England, she must keep her eyes skinned, for, like every cosmopolitan city, it was a natural home of the crook. Therefore, she informed Miss Valence that she was a very respectable girl and wasn't going to take a chance on any old boarding house. From the peak of her own respectability, the chatelaine of Beau Séjour applauded Mame's wisdom. She was helpful besides. Round the corner in Montacute Square was an establishment she could recommend. It was called Fotheringay House and was kept by a lady of the name of Toogood, and Miss Valence had heard her well spoken of. She might have a room to let. Anyhow, there would be no harm in trying Mrs. Toogood. Mame felt let down. It was clear from the manner of Miss Valence that she was not very hopeful that the worthy Mrs. Toogood would be able to take her in. However, Mame warmly thanked Miss Valence for her helpfulness, and then buttoning up her coat, she made a resolute drive through a passage dark and narrow towards the foggy street. In the very act of doing so, a pang keen as the blade of a knife drove through Mame. Her luggage! All she had in the world had been left outside in the taxi. The villainous-looking guy who had fawned on her with a wolf smile as she had taken her trunk, her grip, her mackintosh, her umbrella, and herself aboard his machine, had only to trundle away into the fog, and she would be left high and dry with the clothes she stood up in. So sharp was the thought that Mame nearly groaned aloud. A fool trick to take a chance of that kind in a foreign city. Coming over in the Sidonia, she had read in the New York Herald of a girl who had just arrived in Paris, having done what she had just done, and the girl had never seen her luggage again. And here Mame Durrance, fed to the teeth with wise resolutions, walking into a trap with open eyes. However, the taxi stood by the curb just as she had left it, with a box strapped on to the front. 2 pences were being registered by the meter at an alarming rate, while the driver was placidly dozing. But the relief of Miss Durrance was considerable as she jumped in, after ordering Jehu, who was much less of a bandit than he looked, to trek round the corner into Montacute Square as far as Fotheringay House. La Pension Toogood was curiously like Beau Séjour, except that it had 5 stone steps instead of 6, and that one of its area railings was missing. For the rest, it was able to muster a similar air of tired respectability. Painted over the fanlight of the front door in letters that once had been white was the historical name Fotheringay House, yet even this did not cause the mansion to look inspiring. But Mame, obsessed by the knowledge that she was literally burning money, did not pause to study details. As she sprang out of the taxi and ran up the steps of Fotheringay House, she hoped that this time she would meet better luck. A hired girl, the twin in every detail of the slave of Beau Séjour, opened the door. Miss Durrance was in a hurry, but she could not help being amused and interested. It was her attitude to life to be amused and interested. But then, who would not have been, with such an apron and such a cap, with such prim politeness, with such a way of speaking? Evidently, the Britishers had standardized the hired girl. She might have been a flivver or a motorcycle. The theory applied with equal force to the London landlady. Mrs. Toogood was Miss Valence over again, but if anything she was raised to a slightly higher power. The same dignity, the same wariness, the same ironclad gentility. But she was a widow with 2 children, whereas Miss Valence was a spinster with none. Her attributes, therefore, were fuller and firmer, a little more clearly defined. Mame did not make the comparison, but it was the difference between the Barbizon School and Picasso or Augustus John. With the taxi outside pricking off 2 pences with quiet fury, Mame felt she was getting down to the real meaning of her favourite maxim, time is money. She cut out, therefore, all preliminaries. Without troubling to remark that it was a nice day, as for London, it was no doubt, she began in a tone of strict business, spot cash only. Say, ma'am, can you let me a whole bedroom? From the chill mountain height of her disdain, the landlady gave Ma'am a once-over. No matter what the case with the visitor, she was in no hurry. The chatelaine of the Fotheringay House had never heard of a whole bedroom. Her icy gaze travelled from Mame's rather crushed head via a seal plush coat to her tarnished rubbers with a quietly stiffening reserve. Clearly a foreigner. Picturesque creatures no good. The late Mr. Toogood was partial to them, but he, though of pure English blood, was of a romantic mind and an Italian warehouse man. His widow preferred to order a life on the sound old plan of giving a wide berth to aliens. Christian people never knew quite where they were with aliens. Some of them paid, some of them didn't. Mrs. Toogood's experience had been mainly among the latter, and in her view, this sharp-eyed slip of a girl who asked for something outlandish in an accent you could cut with a knife had the look and air of the didn't. It might have been racial prejudice, but that was the landlady's feeling. "From the Isle of Man, I presume?" said Mrs. Toogood loftily. Although she was a widow of an Italian warehouse man, she was not in the least imaginative. The Isle of Man was the Ultima Thule, the farthest eagle flight of which her mind was capable. Mame knew as much about the Isle of Man as the landlady knew about a whole bedroom, but she smiled broadly. "I'm from New York." Her voice went up a little as she made that damaging admission, for the admission was damaging. That would be America, would it not? The growing gloom of the landlady began to verge upon melancholia. Mame allowed that it would be. The landlady sniffed. Mame knew by that sniff that the home of her fathers was in the discard. Mrs. Toogood, if not a travelled woman, or a widely read or highly informed, was yet an educated one. She had been educated by the movies. That form of hyperculture which aims to instruct as well as to amuse and delights to draw together the nations of the earth had put this good lady wise on the subject of America. Every Saturday afternoon it was a custom of a modern and progressive mother to take her twin sons, aged 9 years and 2 months, Horatio Nelson Toogood and Victor Emmanuel Toogood by the name. The Italian warehouse man had insisted on the Victor Emmanuel in the honor of his calling, to the Britannia Picture Palace in the Euston Road. In that centre of light they had learned that America was not quite what she gave herself out to be. God's own country was a truly wicked place. The crook, the vamp, the dope fiend, the cattle rustler, the bootlegger, the forger, the slick duck, the run-amok quick-shooter, the holder-up of mails was as thick on the floor of those United States as a white and yellow crocus in the Thames meadow in the middle of February. And as London is to the virtuous island of Britain, so is New York to the infamous land of the free. The English are a moral race. They honestly believe their morals are purer than any other the wide world. That is why the pictures are not only educational but popular. They exhibit Cousin Yank in the Bluff, and even if the sight embarrasses the pious cheek of Euston Road, northwest, it is pleasant sometimes to spare a blush for one's rich relations. In the dour eye that regarded Mame was sorrow. The girl looked harmless even if her speech was odd. But appearances are not things to bank on, at least in Mrs. Toogood's experience. "Any old box will do for me, so long it's clean and ain't beyond my ward." "I have a small room on the top floor." The landlady was guarded. It was next to the servants and very difficult to let. The PG's of Fotheringay House were persons of clearly defined social status. Mame welcomed with enthusiasm the prospect of a small room on the top floor. The landlady repeated the once-over without enthusiasm. Should she, or should she not? An outlandish girl, American to the bone. But this attic would be none the worse for a tenant, provided, of course, that she was really a paying one. Elmer P. Daubrey had told Mame more than once that she was cute as a bag of monkeys. The zoological resources of 5 continents could not have exceeded the flair with which Miss Durrance opened a vanity bag and produced an impressive roll of Bradburys. "I'll be happy to pay a fortnight in advance." It was Mame's best Broadway manner. "Here's the money. I'm a very respectable girl." Reassured by the sight of the Bradburys rather than by the Broadway manner, which to the insular taste had a decidedly cosmopolitan flavour, the landlady went so far as to ask for a name and references. "I'm a special European correspondent." Mame gave a slow and careful value to each word. A faint beam pierced the landlady's gloom. She had feared an actress, although to be just to the girl she did look that sort. "Here's my card. Broadway, cold, drawn and pure, with a dash of Elmer P. talking over the phone." The chatelaine of Fotheringay House adjusted a pair of gold-rimmed eyeglasses and read, "Miss Amethyst Du Rance, New York City, USA, European correspondent, Cowbarn Independent." The card was returned to its owner with polite thanks. A subtle gesture indicated that a sudden rise had occurred in the stock of Miss Amethyst Du Rance. "I'm not quite sure, Miss Du Rance, but I may be able to find you a bedroom on the second floor." Victory! The roll had begun the good work, but the card had consummated it. 1 up for the Cowbarn Independent. Iowa's shrewd daughter had realized already that it would not do to make a poor mouth in Europe. All the same, Aunt Lou's legacy was melting like snow. Money must appear to be no object as far as Miss Amethyst Du Rance was concerned. Yet she must watch out, or a whole dollar would not pull more than 50 cents. "Top floor will fix me." Mame it was who spoke, yet with the lofty voice of Miss Amethyst Du Rance. "Tariff will be less, I reckon, but," haughtily detaching a second Bradbury from the ward, "I'll be most happy to pay spot cash in advance for a fortnight's board and residence. Money is quite as eloquent in London, England, as it is in Newark or Seattle or Milpitas, California." Mame's air of affluence, combined with a solid backing of notes, did the trick, although the well-bred fashion in which a dyed-in-the-wool British landlady glossed over the fact seemed to render it non-existent. "You have luggage, I presume?" "There was a trunk outside in the taxi. The porter will take it up to your room. I'll ring for him now." Mrs. Toogood suited the word to the action to the word. She was crisp and decisive, final and definite. Mame felt this lady was wasted in private life. She ought to have been in Congress. The end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. Chapter 4. 5 minutes later, Miss Amethyst Du Rance and all her worldly goods were assembled in a small, musty bedroom at the top of Fotheringay House. It smelt of damp. There was no grate or stove or any means of heating. The floor was shod with a very cold-looking brand of lino. Only a thin layer of cement divided the ceiling from the tiles of the roof, so thin indeed that the all-pervading yellow fog could almost be seen in the act of percolating through them. Mrs. Toogood, who had personally conducted her new guest up 3 pairs of stairs, lit the gas and drew the curtains across the narrow window. She then informed Miss Durrance that dinner was at 7:30, but there would be afternoon tea in the drawing-room on the first floor in about half an hour. Mame took off her coat and hat, removed the stains of travel from her frank and good-humoured countenance, redid her hair and applied a dab of powder to her nose, which had tendency to freckle, and then she went downstairs. Stirred by a feeling of adventure, she forgot how cold she was. Also, she forgot the chill that had gathered about her heart. London, England, was a long, long way from home. Its climate was thoroughly depressing, and the same could be said of its landladies. Whether the climate produced the landladies or the landladies produced the climate, she had not been long enough in the island to say. The light in the drawing-room was dim. It half concealed a glory of aspidistra, lace curtains, antimacassars, and wax fruits. There was a solemnity about it which by some means had been communicated to a unique collection of old women who upon sofas and chairs were collected in a semicircle round an apology for a fire. Mame could not repress a shiver as one sibyl after another looked up from a woolwork or a book and gave the firm-footed and rather impulsive intruder the benefit of a frozen stare from a glacial eye. By the time Mame had subsided on the only unoccupied seat within the fire's orbit, she felt that a jury of her sex, having duly marked and digested her, had come to the unanimous conclusion that she was guilty of presumption in being upon the earth at all. The detachment of this bunch of sibyls gave density and weight to the feeling. Their silence was uncanny. It was only disturbed by the click-click of knitting pins and the occasional creak of the fire. Mame had been 5 minutes in a situation which every second made more irksome, since for the first time in her life she was at a total loss for speech, when, as Mrs. Toogood had predicted, tea appeared. The lady, in a demonade black silk dress which looked like an heirloom, preceded a metal urn, a jug of hot water, an array of cracked saucers and cups, some doubtful-looking bread and butter, and still more doubtful-looking cake. All these things were borne upon a tray by the prim maid who had first admitted Mame to Fotheringay House. The sight of the eats cheered Mame up a bit, and in conjunction with Mrs. Toogood's arrival, they certainly went some way toward unsealing the frozen atmosphere of the witch's parlour. A place was found for the hostess near the fire. The small maid set up a tea table. The cups and saucers began to circulate. Mame was served last. By then the brew, not strong to begin with, had grown very thin. "Rather weak, Miss Durrance, I fear," loftily said the dispenser. "I hope you don't mind." Mame, for whom that peculiarly British function which French speak of as Lee 5 o'clock was a new experience, promptly said she didn't mind at all. Her voice was so loud that it fairly shattered the hush. It was almost as if a bomb had fallen into a prayer meeting. Every ear was startled by the power of those broad nasal tones. "This is Miss Durrance of America," the hostess spoke for the benefit of the company. It was not so much an introduction as an explanation, a defense and a plea rather than an attempt at mixing. Some of the sibyls glared at Mame, some of them scowled. No other attention was paid her. Yet they were able to make clear that her invasion of the ancient peace of Fotheringay House was resented. Little cared the visitor. Set of old tabbies, bunch of fossilized mossbacks. She was as good as they, and better. In drawing comparisons, Miss Durrance was not in the habit of underrating herself or of overrating others, and she was a born fighter. Was it not sheer love of a fight that had brought her to Europe? She already saw that London was going to be New York over again, a city of four flushes, with all sorts of dud refinements and false delicacies unknown to Cowbarn, Iowa. Of course she was a little hick, but cosmopolitan experience was going to improve her. And cuteness being a long suit, these dames had no need to rub a rusticity into her quite so good and hearty. As Mame toyed with a cup of tea that was smear-coloured water and took a chance with the last surviving piece of spotted dog which had just one raisin beneath a meagre scrape of butter, her quick mind brought her right up against the facts of the case. Somehow she wasn't in the picture. She must study how to fit herself into her surroundings. That was what she was there for, to see the world and to put herself right with it. When in Rome, you must do like the Romans, or you'll bite granite. Paula Weisling had sprung that, and Paula knew, for she had travelled. What she really meant was that Mame Durrance must unlearn most of what she had learned at Cowbarn, Iowa, if she was going to fire the East. Cowbarn was the home of the roughneck, but in New York City and London, England, highbrows swarmed like bees. These places were the native haunts of that culture in which Mame had omitted to take a course. She was soon convinced this was the dullest party she had ever been at, but it didn't prevent her mind from working. Never in her life had she been more cast down. These people made her feel like 30 cents. They spoke in hushed and solemn voices. If this was Europe, it would have been wiser to stay on her native continent. Presently the small maid bore away the teapot and the crockery. With massive dignity the mistress followed her out. That landlady's withdrawal seemed, if it were possible, to add new chills to the gloom, and Mame, having reached the point where she could stand it no longer, had just decided to make a diversion by going up to her bedroom and unpacking a trunk when a new interest was lent to the scene. A man entered the room. Mame's first thought was that he must have a big streak of natural folly to venture alone and unprotected into this nest of sleeping cats. Strange to say, the temerarious male was made welcome. The density of the atmosphere lessened as soon as he came in. One old tabby after another began to sit up and take notice, and Mame, while busily engaged in watching the newcomer, had feeling of gratitude towards him for having cast by his mere presence a ray of light upon that inspissated gloom. Certainly he was no common man. As well as Mame could tell, he was as old as the tabbies to whom he made himself so agreeable. Yet he was old with a difference. His abundant hair, which was snow white, was brushed in a dandified way, and the note of gallantry was repeated in every detail of his personality. His clothes, though not strikingly smart, were worn with an air. There was style in the set of his necktie, and if his trousers might bag a little at the knees, they somehow retained the cut of a good tailor. Also, he wore a monocle in a way that seemed to add grace and charm to his manner, and to cancel his curious pallor and his look of eld. Mame was at once deeply interested in his new arrival. No doubt he was one of the blood peers of whom she had read. Down on his luck perhaps, and for all his pleasant touch of swank, he somehow suggested it. Besides, it stood to reason that a real blood peer, used to the best that was going, as his old beau plainly was, would not be spending his time in a dead-alive hole playing purry puss if he were not up against it. All the same, there was absolutely nothing in his manner to suggest a shortage of dough. It was so grand that it seemed to banish any vulgar question of ways and means. To judge by the way he dandled his eyeglass while he entertained the tabbies with his measured, yet copious and genial talk, he might have been the King of England with his beard off. When the clock on the chimney-piece struck 7, the ladies rose in a body and withdrew to prepare for the evening meal. The example was followed by Mame. She would have liked to stay and get into conversation with the intriguing stranger, but dinner was in half an hour, and it would take some little time to unpack a trunk in which was a new one-piece dress she was going to wear. Besides, there would be a chance later on in the evening, no doubt, of making his acquaintance. As it happened, this pleasure had to be postponed. To Mame's disappointment, the old boy did not appear at dinner. But she did not blame him. The food was meagre, and those who ate it were quite the dullest set she had ever seen. Some of the guests were accommodated with small separate tables. One of these had been provided for Miss Durrance. It was in a draughty corner, exposed to a strong current of air between two open doors, which led to a large and antiquated lift whereby the meal ascended from the basement. Mame felt small-town, but she had come to Europe to learn. Even if the seclusion of a private table had its conveniences, she would have much preferred to mingle with her fellow PGs. She was social by nature. Besides, she was determined to be a mixer. All these folks had it in their power to teach her something, Dutch though they were. Britain must give up all its secrets to Miss Amethyst Du Rance. Judging by the dead boats who swarmed in this fog-bound isle, they might amount to nothing. At the same time, one cannot know too much of one's subject. For some little time to come, the subject for Miss Durrance was going to be London, England. The end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. Chapter 5. The next morning the fog had lifted and Mame set out for Fleet Street. By Mrs. Toogood's advice, she boarded bus 26, which passed the end of Montacute Square. And having made a friend of the conductor, a kindly and cheerful young man, he promised to let her know when they came to Tuncourt. He was as good as his word. In about 10 minutes, he pulled the cord and popped his head into the bus. "You're here, miss? Tuncourt's just opposite." And then, as a concession to Mame's accent, which was a long way from home, "Watch out, missy, when you cross the street." Mame, with a recent experience of Broadway and Fifth Avenue, felt she could have crossed the street on her head. It was so narrow. And although there was no lack of traffic, it was moving slow with a remarkable sense of order and alignment. But Mame liked the young conductor for his briskness and his courtesy, and as she stepped off the knife board and with the fleetness of a slender-ankled nymph, she dodged between the delivery vans of the Westminster Gazette and the Morning Post, she winged him a bright smile. London so far was a city of disappointments. Tuncourt added to their number. It was mean, insignificant, tumble-down, grimy. But Mame had read that Dr. Johnson or some other famous guy had either lived or died in it. The latter probably. No man would have chosen Tuncourt to live in unless he had gone off the handle, as the famous, she had also read, were more apt to do than ordinary folks. The salient fact about Tuncourt, however, had nothing to do with Dr. Johnson. It was the home of the well-known society journal High Life. Mame would not have looked to find a paper of repute housed in this nest of frosty, mildewed offices in which there was not space to swing a cat. But she did look, and with such poor success that she had to open a bag and produce the address which Paula Ling had given her in order to verify it. Yes, it was okay. Number 9, Tuncourt, Fleet Street. Yonder, through the decaying arch, which by some means had evaded the great fire of BC 1666, or it may have been AD, was the footpath the ancient Romans had laid along the Fleet Ditch, and the cobblestones upon which Mame stood, which no doubt had been laid by the Romans also, indubitably rejoiced in the name Tuncourt, since straight before her eyes a sign was up to say so. The puzzle was to find number 9. Tuncourt dealt in names, not numbers. Among the names, High Life was not to be found. There was the registered London office of the Quick Thinkers Chronicle, also of Broadcasters' Review, also of the official organ of Amalgamated Society of Pew Openers. These were the portents which leaped to Mame's eye, but the one she sought did not seem to be there. At the far end of the alley, however, where the light was so bad that it was difficult to see anything, she was just able to decipher the legend High Life, top floor. It was painted on a wall inside a doorway. Mame boldly attacked some dark stairs, very hollow-sounding and decrepit and full of sharp turns, passing en route the outer portals of the Eatanswill Gazette and other influential journals. The higher rose the stairs, the darker they grew. But at last, patience was rewarded. High Life inquiries met the pilgrim's gaze at the top of the second pair of stairs. Yet, had that gaze not been young and keen, a match would have been needed to read the inscription on the wall. She knocked on the door and went in. A pigtail flapper lifted her eyes slowly from the volume 224 of the Duchess Library. In a best Broadway manner, Mame asked if the editor was in. Miss Pigtail did not appear to be impressed by the Broadway manner. She made a bluff at concealing an outsize in yawns, laid aside a novelette with an air of condescension for which Mame longed to smack her face, and said, "I'll take in your name." Mame felt discouraged, but she was determined not to let the minx know it. With an air she took a card from a bag, and Miss Pigtail, after one supercilious glance at it, went forth to an inner room whose door was marked private. In about 30 seconds Miss Pigtail reappeared. "This way, please," she said haughtily. Mame still had a desire to put one over on the young madam, but evidently she was coming to business all right. Seated before a roll-top desk, a stuffy room 12 feet by 12, whose only other furniture were an almanac and a vacant chair, was the editor of High Life. At least Mame surmised that the gentleman who received her occupied that proud position, even if he did not quite fulfill her idea of the part. It was difficult to say just where he fell short, but somehow he did fall short. He was one of those large, flabby men who are only seen without a pipe in their mouths when they are putting liquids into it. His eyes were tired, his front teeth didn't seem to fit, and he had that air of having been born 3 highballs below par, which some men inherit and others acquire. The editor of High Life was not a prepossessing man, although the most striking thing about him, his large moustache, was so wonderfully pointed and waxed that Mame felt quite hypnotized by it. However, she took a pull on herself, made a best bow, and elegantly presented Paula Weiss-Link's introduction letter. The visitor was invited to her chair. Then, after a brief examination of the envelope, the editor made clear that he was not the person to whom it was addressed. "My name is Judson," he said. "Digby Judson. I took over from Walter Watterson about 9 months ago." "So long as you're the main guy," Mame assured her, "it'll be all right. I want to connect up with this paper." With a slight frown of perplexity, Mr. Digby Judson opened Miss Paula Link's letter. "It says nothing about experience," he remarked mildly. "And to be quite candid, I don't know Paul M. Wing from Adam." "It's a her," said Mame matter-of-factly. "Paula Link's the name." "I beg her pardon, but I don't know her from Eve." Mame had a feeling that she had struck a concealed rock. "Old man Watterson would have, anyway," she said, and with a royal gesture she indicated her own card, now lying on the editorial blotting pad. Digby Judson took up the card and laughed. Mame was determined not to be sensitive. She simply could not afford to be, but that laugh somehow jarred her nerves. "Cowbarn Independent." He gave her a comic look from the extreme corner of a blear eye. Holy Jones! Mame's heart sank. It was New York over again. This guy was not quite so brusque, but he had the same sneer in his manner. A sick feeling came upon her that she was up against it. Cowbarn Independent. "I don't think you'll be able to get away with that." It was almost like casting an aspersion upon Mame's parents. Natural pugnacity leaped to her eyes. In fact, it was as much as she could do to prevent it from jumping off the end of her tongue. "A lot you know about it," she yearned to say, but prudently didn't. The editor of High Life toyed with the card and drew a mock serious sigh for which Mame could have slain him. "When did you arrive in this country, Miss Durrance?" "I landed Liverpool yesterday morning." "And may I ask what you propose to do now you have landed?" For all the grim depth of her conviction that she could not afford to be thin-skinned, she resented the subtle impertinence of this catechism. Yes, it was New York over again. New York had advised her to cut out the Cowbarn, and already she rather wished she had. But she had figured it out that London, being a foreign city, would not guess the sort of burg her hometown was. All the same, her faith in herself was not shaken. It was weak to have these qualms. Mame Durrance was Mame Durrance if she hailed from Cowbarn, Iowa, and Abe Lincoln was Abe Lincoln even if he was raised in the wilds of Kentucky. She crimsoned with mortification but took herself vigorously in hand. What'll I do now I've landed? What do you suppose I'll do? Knock us endways, I expect. That'll be too easy, I guess, with some of you. Mr. Digby Judson was by way of being a human washout, but he liked this power of repartee. Few were the things he admired, but foremost among them was what he called vim. This amusing spitfire certainly had a share of that. You think I'm a little hick. It was difficult to be wise when your temper breaks a string. But I ain't. Leastways, I ain't going to be always. With European experience, I'll improve some. Yes, I dare say. The dry composure of the editor's voice caused Mame to see red. I'm over here to pull the big stuff, and don't forget it. Mr. Digby Judson found it hard to conceal his amusement. He gave his moustache a twirl and said patronizingly, Well, Miss Durrance, what can we do for you in the meantime? Help me a few dollars. Mr. Judson threw up his hands with an air of weary scorn. My good girl, to seek dollars in Fleet Street is like looking for a flea in a 5-acre plot. Never have they been so scarce or so many people after them. And pretty spry too, you know. They have studied the newspaper public and can get it just what it wants. Mame was undaunted. A chance to see what I can do, that's all I ask. What can you do? Suppose I write a bunch of articles on British social life as it strikes an on-time American. Let us suppose it. The editor had no enthusiasm. Will you print the guff and pay for it? This was in the nature of a leading question. Time was needed for Mr. Judson's reply. Rather depends, you know, on the sort of thing it is. Out of deference for the feelings of his visitor, he did his best to hide the laugh in his eyes. You see, what we chiefly go for is first-hand information about the aristocracy. Miss Durrance was aware of that. Are you in a position to supply it? I expect I'll be able to supply it as well as most if I get the chance. Well, said Digby Judson, fixing Mame with a fish-like eye. When you find yourself included in a party at a smart country house, you can send along an account of the sayings and doings of your fellow guests, a description of their clothes, where they were going to spend the summer, who is in love with who, and all that kind of bilge, and I'll be very glad to consider it. Mame thanked Mr. Judson for his sporting offer. I'm sure you'll fall for my junk when you see it, but of course I'll want intros to start in. You have introductions, I presume? The editor still had his smile. Unfortunately, Miss Durrance was rather short of introductions, but she hoped High Life would be able to make good the deficiency. High Life, it seemed, was not in a position to do so, but it had a suggestion to offer. Mr. Digby Judson looked through a litter of papers on his desk. Detaching one from the pile, he refreshed his memory by a careful perusal. Then he said, There is a vacancy for a housemaid, I believe, at Clanborough House, Mayfair. The news left Mame cold. We have influence with the housekeeper at Clanborough House. She's not exactly a member of our staff, but she receives a fee to keep our interest at heart. Clanborough House is still a power in the political and social world. The position of housemaid offers considerable scope for a person of intelligence such as you appear to be, Miss Durrance. I? Housemaid? Me? The voice of Miss Durrance went up a whole octave. Of course, said the editor. To be quite candid, you would have rather to put a crimp in your style. These great houses are decidedly conservative. But you would find opportunities, large opportunities, believe me, in such a position for obtaining the information we require. Mame was staggered. The role of hired girl, even in a mansion, had not entered her calculations. What do you take me for? She rebutted her gloves, snorting blood and fire. Don't you see I'm a lady? Mr. Digby Judson gazed fixedly at Mame, stroking his exotic moustache in the process. There are ladies and ladies. Frankly, Miss Durrance, I can't promise much success over that course. You see, in this country at the present time, we are overstocked, even with genuine article. We are as prolific of ladies in England as they are of rabbits in Australia. But what we want here is pep, and that's where you Americans have got the pull. It's pep, Miss Durrance, we are out for, and that, I take it, you're able to supply. Mame looked dead at the editor, but she said nothing. If you're wise, you'll give ladyism the go-by. Better let me see if I can wrangle this billet for you at Clanborough House. A rare chance, believe me, for a girl like yourself to study our upper class from the inside. You'll be lucky if you get another such opportunity. If you really give your mind to the job, I feel sure you'll do well." "No hired girling for me, I thank you." Mame spoke in a level voice. Mr. Digby Judson looked a trifle disappointed. "Well, think it over. But I'm fully convinced of one thing." A down-and-out feeling upon her, Mame asked dully what the thing was. "It's a only term on which you're ever likely to find yourself at Clanborough House or any other place of equal standing." Mame bit her lip to conceal her fury. The insult went deeper than any she had received in New York. As she bowed stiffly and turned to go, she had a sudden thirst for Mr. Digby Judson's blood. She had reached the door, its clumsy knob was in her hand, when she turned again and said with a slow smile overspreading her crimson face, "You'll excuse me asking, won't you? But do you mind telling me if it's very difficult to train canaries to roost on your moustache?" The end of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 6. Bitterly disappointed, Mame promptly found her way back into Fleet Street. The beginning was bad, and there was no disguising it. Her New York experience had prepared her for difficulties further east, but she had not reckoned to bite granite so soon or quite so hard. If she put a crimp in her style, she might take a situation as a housemaid. Moving towards the Strand, she had now a feeling of hostility towards the people around her. These mossbacks who crowded the sidewalks had some conceit of themselves. But who were they? Mame asked herself that. Who were they, anyway? Luncheon at a cheap restaurant hardly improved Mame's temper. The eats seemed queer, but at any rate they appeared to stimulate the mind. In the course of the meal, with the help of a newspaper propped against the cruet, she did a lot of thinking. To begin with, she must not look for too much success in London. As these cockneys had it, Mame Durrance was not going to set the Thames on fire. The same applied with equal force to Miss Amethyst Du Rance. She must watch her step. Aunt Lou's legacy had now dwindled to something under $500. That plain fact was the writing on the wall. Mame foresaw that her trip to Europe was not likely to prove a long one, unless by some happy chance she struck oil. But of this there was no sign. Since coming east she had met nothing but bad luck, and her reception in Tun Court that morning told her to expect no immediate change. Such being the case, she must put by half the money she still had for a passage home across the Atlantic. By counting every dime, she might carry on in London 6 weeks. Within that time she hoped, of course, to find a means of adding to her slender store. But at the moment she could not say that things looked rosy. The folks here did not cotton to her. Still less did she cotton to them. After a slice of ham and a cup of coffee, she ordered a piece of pumpkin pie. It was as if she had ordered the moon. The waitress had not even heard of the national delicacy. Mame sighed. Not heard of pumpkin pie. This was a backward land. There was a lot of spade work to be done in it. A suspicion was growing that she would have done better to stay in New York. She had to be content with custard and stewed prunes, upon which for substitute she walked slowly along the Strand to Trafalgar Square. Here she turned into the National Gallery. As she ascended the many steps of the building, she tried to raise a feeling of awe. Even if she was a little hick, she knew that a true American citizeness mentally takes off her shoes when she enters a dome of culture. The feeling of awe was not very powerful, but she was a sane and cool observer of things and people, and if she was too honest to pretend to emotions she didn't possess, there was no reason why these walls should not be a mental stimulus. She took a seat on a comfortable divan before a large and lurid Turner, all raging sea and angry sky. This picture impressed Mame Durrance considerably less than it had impressed Ruskin, but a hush of culture all around enabled her to sit 2 good hours putting her ideas in order. A plan of some sort was necessary if she was going to make good. When she set out from Cowbarn 6 months back, she felt that her natural abilities would carry her through anything. Now she was not so sure. Things were no longer rose-color. There was a terrible lot of leeway to make up. She just had not guessed that she was so far behind the game. Perhaps it had been wiser to stay at home and put herself through college. Chastened by the buffets of the day, she returned to Montacute Square about 5. When she entered the gloomy drawing-room, the tabbies received her icily. Not a sign of success on the horizon so far. The tea-drinking was as depressing as ever. Nobody took any notice of her. The aloofness of these frumps was as hard to bear as the insolence of the editor of High Life. Mame's resentment grew. Presently she rose and went up to her cold bedroom. She got out her writing case. Perched with knees crossed on the end of her bed, she spent a prosperous hour jotting down her first day's impressions of London, England. Vigorous mental exercise seemed to take a load off her spirit. What she had written ought to raise a smile in Elmer P. Tomorrow she would go at it again. Then it should be typed and mailed. If the boob fell for it, and born optimist that Mame Durrance was, she felt he sure would. Where that stuff came from, there was good and plenty more to pull. End of Chapter 6. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 7 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 7. When Mame returned to the drawing-room, she was dressed for the evening meal. It was only 7 o'clock, and she counted on having the place to herself, since at that hour the tabbies would be occupied with their own preparations. But as it happened, the room was not quite empty. There was just one person in it. The old elegant, who had already excited Mame's curiosity, stood before the meagre fire, warming his thin hands. As soon as she came in, he turned towards her with a little bow of rare politeness. "I am told," he said in the deepest and most measured tone Mame had ever heard, "you are an American." Mame owned to that in the half-humorous manner she had already adopted for the benefit of these islanders. Some folks might have been abashed by this obvious grandee. Not so Miss Amethyst Du Rance. She was as good as the best, and she was in business to prove it. These bums were not going to be taken at their own valuation. Back of everything, her faith in her own shrewd wits was unshakable. "I have a very warm corner in my heart for all Americans." "Have you so?" said Mame. There was not a hint of patronage in the old buck's manner. Yet, in spite of his air of simple kindness, Mame somehow felt the King of England with his beard off feeling creeping upon her. He was the goods all right, this old John, but she was determined to take him in her stride, as she would have taken President Harding or any other regular fellow. "Won't you tell me your name?" Mame opened the small bag, which she never parted with, even at mealtimes, and took out her card. The old man fixed his eyeglass and scanned it with prodigious solemnity. "Cowbarn." A bland pause. "Now tell me, what state is that in?" "It's very ignorant not to know," he apologetically added. "No, it ain't." Mame was captivated by the air of humility, although not sure that it was real. "Cowbarn's in the state of Iowa. Only one-horse burg." "Ah, yes, to be sure, Iowa." The grandee made play with his eyeglass. "I remember touring the Middle West with Henry Irving in '89. So long was 89 before Mame was born that she was a trifle vague upon the subject of Henry Irving. But she knew all about Lloyd George, Arthur, Earl of Balfour, and even Old Man Gladstone of an earlier day. She surmised that Henry was one of these. A senator, I guess. My dear young lady, no. The tone of surprise was comically tragic. Henry Irving was the greatest actor England ever produced. You don't say. The awe in Mame's voice was an automatic concession to the awe in the voice of the speaker. Yes, England's greatest actor. There was a note of religious exultation in the old grandee. I toured the United States 3 times with Henry Irving. Did you visit Cowbarn? Mame asked for politeness' sake. To the best of her information, Cowbarn, like herself, had not been invented in 89. I seem to remember playing the Duke there to Henry Irving's Shylock at a one-night stand, said the grandee, also for politeness' sake. He had never heard of Cowbarn. He had never been to Iowa, and in 89 Henry the August had given up the practice of playing one-night stands. But the higher amenities of the drawing-room are not always served by a conservative handling of raw fact. Mame, with that sharp instinct of hers, knew the old chap was lying, but it didn't lessen her respect. He had an overwhelming manner, and when he gave the miserable fire a simple poke, he used the large gesture of one who feels that the eyes of the universe are upon him. Still, with every deduction made, and a homely daughter of a republic felt bound to make many, he was the most human thing she had met so far in her travels. His name was Falkland Vavasour, and in confiding to Mame this bright jewel of the English theatre, which his pronunciation of it led her to think it must be, he yet modestly said that its luster was naught compared with the blinding effulgence of the divine Henry. Some actor, old man Henry Irv. Mame was careful to pronounce the sacred word actor in the matter of this old-timer. My dear young lady, Henry Irving was a swell. Never again shall we look upon his like. I'll say not. And then, with an instinct to hold the conversation at the level to which it had now risen, Mame opened the door of fancy. Come to think of it, I've heard my great-uncle Nell speak of Henry Irving. You've heard, I guess, of Nelson E. Grice, the Federal general, one of the signatories to the Peace of Appomattox. He was the brother of my mother's mother. Many's the time I've sat on great-uncle's knee and played with the gold watch and chain that his old friend General Sherman gave him the day after the Battle of Gettysburg. Great-uncle Nell had really nothing to do with the case, but Mame felt he was a sure card to play in this high-class conversation. The old horse had not been a general. He had not signed the Peace of Appomattox, and there was a doubt whether General Sherman, whose friend he certainly was, had ever given him a gold watch and chain. But he was a real asset in the Durrance family. Apart from this hero, there was nothing to lift it out of the rut of mediocrity. Quite early in life, Mame had realized the worth of great-uncle Nell. Mr. Falkland Vavasour had the historical sense. He rose to General Nelson E. Grice like a trout to a mayfly. The old buck refixed his eyeglass and recalled the 60s. He was playing junior lead at the Liverpool Rotunda when the news came of President Lincoln's assassination. He remembered. But what did he not remember? Yes, great-uncle Nell was going to be a sure card in London, England. Mame was getting on with the old beau like a house on fire when the clock on the chimney-piece struck 7:30. Mr. Falkland Vavasour gave a little sigh and said he must go. Mame, quickened already by the regard for this charming old man, who lit the gloom of Fotheringay House, expressed sorrow that he was not dining in. But it seemed that Mr. Falkland Vavasour never did dine in. This applied, in fact, to all his meals, All his meals were taken out. "But why?" asked Mame, disappointedly. "My dear young lady," the old-timer's shrug was so whimsical, yet so elegant, it sure would have made Henry Irving jealous. "One has nothing against the cook of our hostess, but—" Until that moment, Mame had not realized what a world of meaning a simple word can hold. She was keenly disappointed. As the first tabby invaded the drawing-room, Mr. Falkland Vavasour passed out. A glamour, a warmth, passed out with him. Everything grew different. It was a change from light to darkness. It was like a swift cloud across the sun. End of Chapter 7. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 8 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 8. The days to follow wrought havoc with Aunt Lou's legacy. Mame's idea had been to support herself with her pen during her stay in England. She had a gift, or thought she had, for expressing herself on paper. She had a sharp eye for things, she had energy, and she had ideas. Yet soon was she to learn that as far as London went, the market for casual writing was no better than New York. Times there were when she began to regret her safe anchorage at Cowbarn. But she did not spend much time looking back. She was determined to be a go-getter. Briskly she went about the town, seeing and hearing and jotting down what she saw and heard, and every Friday morning she mailed a packet of her observations to the Cowbarn Independent. Weeks went quickly by. No word came from the only friend she had in the small and tight world of editors. Even Elmer P. Dobry, on whom she had optimistically counted, had turned her down, and things were not going well with her. She had not been able to earn $1 in Europe, yet daily the wad was growing less. The time was short coming when she would have to go home with her money spent and only a few chunks of raw experience to show for it. Perhaps she had tried to prize off a bit too much. Wiser, perhaps, to have stuck to her job. She had been a fairly efficient stenographer and typist, but her active mind was bored. Hovering around that hard stool in the independent office, it wanted all there was in the world. Yet first New York, and now London, in their sharp reality, had taught her that the world was a bigger place than she had allowed for. And there were more folks in it. There were simply millions of Mame Durrances around, every sort of go-getter, all wanting the earth, and with just her chance of connecting up. But if the worst came, so she had figured it out, and she had failed to click in what those Britishers call journalism, she would always be able to return to an office stool. Now, however, she was not so sure. As far as London went, it had 6 million people, and half of them seemed to be looking for jobs. Just to keep in touch, she had applied for 1 or 2 vacancies advertised in the papers. She had no real wish to get them. It would have been an admission of defeat, and it was early days for that. But it would be well, in case the time really came, to know how to come in out of the rain. She had applied in person, but results were not encouraging. Secretarial work was badly paid in London, and the struggle for it terrible. There was nothing like enough to go around. Besides, when all was said, Miss Amethyst Du Rance had not come to England to adorn an office stool. It was not yet time to say goodbye to ambition. She still firmly believed it was in her to make good as a newspaper girl, but it was not easy to conquer the East. Compared with most of these high-flyers and four-flushers she was up against, with their finesse and their culture and their slick talk, Mame Durrance was a little hick. No use disguising it, she was a little hick. A sense of ignorance is the beginning of knowledge, was one of the mottos for 1921 in the office calendar which had adorned the fly walk at the back of her typewriter, and which, with an eye to the future, she had committed to memory in her spare moments. The beginning of knowledge from Mame Durrance meant covering up your tracks. She must see that none of her fellow go-getters put one over on her. But even that simple precaution was not easy. They smiled every time she opened her face, these college boobs, and being as sharp as a hawk, she had soon decided that her first duty was to get rid of her accent. To this end she went freely about. She dressed to the limit of her slim purse. She laid herself out to meet interesting folks. Her fellow P.G.s of Fotheringay House could not be considered interesting. But there was one exception. Mr. Falkland Vavasour continued to show himself much her friend, and he was quite the most interesting creature she had met. He was also very useful. It was a joy to hear him speak what he called the King's English. She felt she could do no better than model herself on this living fount of euphony. First she must cast out the nasal drawl that raised a smile whenever it was heard. Then she must mobilize the vowels and consonants of her mother tongue in the style which gave Mr. Falkland Vavasour an assured position in the drawing-room of Fotheringay House. The tabbies, for the most part man-haters, simply hung on the words of Mr. Falkland Vavasour. This was mainly due, in Mame's opinion, to his faultless voice production, and she soon set to work to study it. Paula Weisling, the most accomplished go-getter of her acquaintance, had said it was worth any girl's while to visit London in order to acquire an English accent. Mame had doubted this. What was good enough for Cowbarn, Iowa, should have been good enough for the whole world. But the world, it seemed, was someplace. She now began to see what Paula meant. No sooner had Miss Amethyst Du Rance won the friendship of Mr. Falkland Vavasour than she decided that something must be done in the matter. She discreetly asked if he could tell her how to improve her voice. The old man tactfully said it didn't need improvement. In his opinion, it was a fine and powerful organ. Mame felt this was politeness. Her voice didn't lack force, but force was the trouble. It needs a soft pedal, said Mame. Refinement, you know, and charm, and all the frills of the West End theatres, restaurants, and shops. The old actor had a sense of humor and a kind heart. He was amused by Mame, and he liked her. It would have been hard for an artist in life not to like such naivete, such enthusiasm, such concentration, such fire. But this voice of hers was a problem. It had a natural punch that treated brick walls as if they were brown paper. Toying with his monocle, in all things the perfect John, he drawled, "My dear young lady, if I may say so, your voice is magnificent, simply magnificent." Mame's smile crumpled under the sheer action pressure of her mind. Some ways it ain't, some ways it's wanting. A shade more of, distinction, perhaps? Distinction. Mame darted on the word like a bird on an insect. You said it. Distinction's mine, and I'll get it, too, if it kills me. My dear young lady, perfectly simple for a girl of your talent. Honest? You think that? The good gray eye glowed hopefully. I wish I could say magnificent, as perfect as you can. You will, my dear young lady. Believe me, you will. Well, I'll start to learn right now. Mr. Falkland Vavasour smiled approval. He advised her to draw 3 deep breaths from the lower chest and to pronounce the word syllable by syllable. Mame stood to her full height. She inflated. Magnificent, magnificent, magnificent. My dear young lady, what could be better? This was vastly encouraging, but it was only a beginning, and her nature was to leave nothing to chance. A little later that day, she acquired a second-hand copy of Bell's Standard Elocutionist. from a bookshop in the Charing Cross Road, and then she arranged for Mr. Falkland Vavasour to hear her say a little piece every morning when the drawing-room was empty. End of Chapter 8. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 9 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 9. Mame's friendship with the mystery man continued to grow. That was the name his fellow guests had given him. His comings and goings were indeed mysterious. Nobody knew where he took his meals. Nobody knew what his circumstances were. All the time he had been at Fotheringay House, which was quite a number of years, his name had never been seen in a playbill. But there was a legend that he had once had an engagement with Bancroft at the old Prince of Wales. He was always dressed immaculately. He was the soul of courtesy. His talk was urbane, and to Mame, at any rate, it seemed highly informed. But there was no concealing from her keen eyes that the old boy was thin as a rail. In fact, she would hardly have been surprised if some bright morning a wind from the east had blown him away altogether. As for his clothes, in spite of the wonderful air with which he wore them, and good as they had been, they were almost threadbare, and literally shone with age. Mame gathered from one of the tabbies, who in the process of time began to thaw a little, that Mr. Falkland Vavasour was a distant connection of the landlady's. This fact was held to explain why he was allowed to live at Fotheringay House while invariably taking his meals at his club. At least it was generally understood that it was at his club that he took his meals, but wherever he may have taken them, even if the food was more delicate than at Fotheringay House, it could hardly have been more abundant. Week by week the old man grew thinner and thinner. His step on the drawing-room carpet grew lighter and more feeble. Even his wonderful voice lost something of its timbre. Yet amid all these signs of decay, he retained that alert, sprightly man of the worldliness which Mame found so curiously fascinating. One morning, soon after breakfast, when she had been nearly 5 weeks at Fotheringay House, she sat in a corner of the dismal drawing-room, adding up her accounts, and gloomily wondering whether the time had not come to look for board and residence that would cost less. Suddenly there came a rude shock. Mrs. Toogood entered in a state of agitation. Mr. Falkland Vavasour had just been found dead in his bed. A doctor had already been sent for, but until he arrived the cause of Mr. Falkland Vavasour's death must remain, like the old man himself, a mystery. The landlady, as well as her P.G.s, were quite at a loss to account for the tragic occurrence. Miss Glendower, the most conversational of the tabbies, opined that it must be sheer old age. Dear Mr. Falkland Vavasour must certainly be very old. Miss Durrance agreed that he must be, for was he not playing the junior lead at the Liverpool Rotunda when the news came of President Lincoln's assassination? What year was that? Asked Miss Glendower. 65. Mame gave that outstanding date in history with pride and with promptitude. Before starting east, she had fortified a memory naturally good by a correspondence course. Therefore she could trust it. Miss Glendower had no doubt at all that old age was the cause of death, but Mame was visited suddenly by a grim suspicion. It might be old age, or it might not. Before giving an opinion, she would await the doctor's verdict. In a few minutes came the doctor. He was received by Mrs. Toogood, who led him slowly up 2 flights of stairs to the room of Mr. Falkland Vavasour. Overmastered by curiosity, and with an ever-deepening agitation fixing itself upon her, Mame had already liked this kindly and charming old man. She followed a small procession up the stairs. She stood on the threshold of the room where the doctor bent over the bed. First he took one frail and shrunken hand, and then he took the other. I've never heard him complain of any kind of illness. she heard the landlady say in a low voice. He never gave one the slightest reason to suspect there was anything wrong. How long has he lived here? The doctor asked. He has occupied this room for more than 20 years. An actor, I think you said. Oh, yes, Mr. Falkland Vavasour, quite a celebrated actor. I don't seem to remember the name. No doubt he belongs to a bygone generation. He was a very distinguished man. Where did he get his meals? His meals? The voice of the landlady grew a little vague. Of late years, he always took his meals out. Can you tell me where? At one of his smart clubs in the West End, I believe. Which one in particular did he frequent? Can you tell me? Mrs. Toogood, unfortunately, could not. But she understood that he had been a member of several. Do I understand you to say, ma'am, said the doctor, gently releasing the hand of the old man, that Mr. Falkland Vavasour never took any food in this house? When he came first, said the landlady, he was usually into all his meals. Then he gave up having dinner in the evening because of his digestion. After that he took to having his luncheon out. And for the last year, for some reason or other, he was always a bit fatty and peculiar in his ways. He used to go out for his breakfast. But as he had been here so long, and he was a sort of connection of my late husband's, I don't quite know what the relationship was, but my husband was always proud of him. I allowed him to keep on his room. It was duly paid for, I presume. Always, punctually, until about 3 weeks ago. When he got behind, it seemed to trouble him a good deal, but I told him not to worry. Well, I am sorry to have to tell you that there will have to be a post-mortem. Mr. Falkland Vavasour has all the appearance of having died of starvation. Mame waited to hear no more. She was deeply grieved, and she was rather shocked. Yet she was not so shocked as she would have been had not her swift mind leaped forward to the doctor's verdict, even before the worthy man had arrived to give it. Yes, the grisly truth was plain for any who had eyes to see. Grand Seigneur to the end, too proud to eat a crust he could not pay for. His only means of livelihood vanished long ago. He had passed out as he had lived, a prince among four-flushers. Upstairs in the privacy of her dismal room, Mame wept. Something had gone from Fotheringay House, something that could never return. Among all the millions of people seething around, this old man had been her only friend. Shivering on the edge of her bed in that chill attic, she felt horribly lonely now. Nostalgia came upon her, a longing for home. She did not understand these people. A powerful craving for the hearty, simple folks she knew and loved crept over her while she fought to control her tears. End of Chapter 9. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 10 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 10. Such havoc had been played in a short time with Mame's cash balance by the life of London, England, that already the margin of safety was nearly reached. By the end of that week, it was Tuesday now, she would be compelled to take a bus to Cockspur Street and see about a passage home. The thought was not pleasant. A second failure, if hardly so painful as the one in New York, was even more dire. For by the time she looked again on the Statue of Liberty, very nearly all the munitions of war would have vanished, and what would remain to show? Mame needed all her grit to bear up. The tragic end of Mr. Falkland Vavasour was the writing on the wall. Did it not prove how fatally easy it was for people, even of a certain position, to fall out of the ranks? The clouds were gathering. Since landing in England, she had not earned a dime. She had called on many editors and found them inaccessible. She had mailed them her stuff, but there was nothing doing. Her style was not what they were used to, and this nation of snails prided itself on being conservative. But the worst blow of all was the silence of Elmer P. Dobry. Swift time flowed on, but the much-looked-for envelope bearing the magic postmark, Cowbarn, Iowa, did not come. Friday by Friday, with the super-optimism her high-spirited countrywomen had elevated to a religion, the dauntless Mame mailed 2 columns to the editor of the Cowbarn Independent. Each week, as she registered the packet and slipped the chit into her handbag, she was as sure that Elmer P. would fall as she was convinced she could turn off that sort of junk until the cows come home. The stuff was good. Even a simp with half an eye could see that. Not highbrow, but better. The newspapers wanted things homely and plain, and there was any amount of pep in it. Every word was hot from the mint of experience. All the same, the weeks went, and not so much as a line of acknowledgment came from the man on whose friendship she had counted. The silence was mysterious and exasperating. However, she could not let herself be cast down. She went freely about this comic town of London. There was more to it than at first she had supposed. Her first impression had been of a slower New York, a New York with a certain amount of moss on it. But when she had spent a few weeks noting and recording the ways of this queer burg, she began to see that it had its own standards, its own way of doing things, and that it would repay study. She had really come to Europe to improve her knowledge of the world. Once properly grounded in what, to Mame's mind, was the first of all sciences, she would return to New York, that city of four-flushers, which had mocked and derided her, with the ace of trumps concealed up a fashionable sleeve. To this end she must get around, and if she could, contrive to see the life of London from the inside. Among such self-contained and stand-off folks, this was not easy. That was why she had stayed on at Fotheringay House. It was the best address she could afford. Nay, as things went with her, it was a better address than she could afford. But its portentous air of propriety was worth paying for. New York had taught her that propriety, an elusive, soulless thing, was indispensable for a girl who had to play a lone hand. She was living far beyond her means, but she managed to see just a little of small restaurants at luncheon and at tea time. Picture galleries bored her, but she conscientiously did them. Culture was always worthwhile, another card to keep up her sleeve. At concerts and theaters she occupied a cheap seat. She saw all the sights of the town, and now at a tragic moment came the knowledge that she must pack up and go home. Moving about the streets, she felt this day to be the worst she had yet known. Even the humiliation put on her by the New York police had not yielded a sensation of being so truly up against it. Not a chance did there seem of making good. She would give herself till Saturday, and then arrange to quit. For the first time since her arrival in London, she perceived a touch of spring in the air. Emboldened, she climbed onto the roof of Bus 56 and let it take her where it would. The line of route was along the Embankment, past the Houses of Parliament, across Westminster Bridge. Old Father Thames was lovely this morning, with a hint of blue sky furtively peeking through soft grey mist. As Mame looked back and saw the line of great hotels towering up and dominating the river with their haughty facades, never to her had they appeared so aloof, so magnetic, so inaccessible. Her desire had been to storm those cosmopolitan portals, but moving now towards the humbler purlieus of the southeast, she could not help reflecting bitterly how ill-founded was that ambition. Still, she was a fighter. The trick was in her blood, and never had the sense of her inheritance been more insurgent than on the top of Bus 56 this rare March morning, when from Mame Durrance the bottom seemed out of things. She could not bear the thought of giving in. Memories of great Uncle Nell rose in her heart. She could remember that fine old warrior having said that when things looked blackest for the Union in the Civil War, his chief, the famous General Sherman, had declared, "If only we can stick it, the clouds will lift." These words of late had been much with her, since she had started out to see the world and had known what it was to lie worried, sleepless, heavy-eyed in an airless attic. She had often recalled just how great Uncle Nell turned a thin but strong cigar over in his teeth as he made his contribution to history. Yes, all came back to the power of sticking it. As Bus 56 trundled on, Mame kept repeating to herself that memorable phrase, "If only she could stick it." That old faculty was the measure of her worth, as it had been that of folks whose shoes she was not fit to tie. End of Chapter 10. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 11 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Collis Snaith. Section 11. As luck would have it, Bus 56 came at last to a stop opposite a cinema in Camberwell Green. The posters outside were featuring the fratricidal conflict in which Great Uncle Nell had borne a part. Indeed, there was a certain quaint old-timer who had a poster all to himself immediately under the booking office window, who was General Sherman's colleague to the very life. At the sight of this warrior, something thrilled in Mame. She was not superstitious, and she always made a point of believing as little as possible of what one had no means of proving. But that picture went some way to convince her that at this moment the occult was putting one over on her. Promptly she got off the bus and made for the booking office, but a notice under the window said it was not open until 2 o'clock and that the show did not begin until half an hour later. As yet it was barely 1 o'clock, so there was nothing for it but to kill the time. Mame took a walk up Denmark Hill. It was not a very inspiring altitude, nor did a glass of milk and a bath bun at a dairyman's near the tram terminus at East Dulwich Station do much to raise her spirits. Never had she felt so intensely that she was nearing a crisis. Back again at Camberwell Green, she entered the cinema just as the orchestra was tuning up. It was an orchestra of two, a fiddle and a piano, and it seemed to add to her depression. Out of defense to the film, which was entitled Scenes from the Great Civil War, the fiddle and the piano discoursed those melodies with which Mame's childhood had been most familiar. They began with Suwannee River and kindred themes of the old plantation, and went on to John Brown's Body and the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Mame soon wished that she had stayed outside. With all respect to Great Uncle Nell, she was not in a mood to enjoy this réchauffe of her youth, for she could not forget that her youth had been hard and unhappy. In the first place, she had never known a mother's love. At her birth, her father had been left a widower, but when Mame, an only child, was 5 years old, he married a hard-natured, unsympathetic woman. Good had come, indirectly, of the stepmother's rule. It had not made for joy, but those years had fanned a secret flame in Mame's ambitious heart. Resentment took the form of a passion for self-improvement. With the help of the village schoolmarm, kindly Miss Jenkins, she studied so hard in the hours when minds less nimble were asleep that on her 18th birthday she was able to fill a vacant stool in the Independent office. And on that red-letter day, life for Mame Durrance began. The opening scenes of the film brought back the past vividly. 100 details half forgotten reminded her of the farm 4 miles from Cowbarn, where she had been brought up. She saw again, in the types thrown on the screen, the dour, lean, Middle Western farmer, her father. The sight of him was an intolerably painful memory. An embittered, unsuccessful man who in his later days had often drunk more whiskey than was good for him, in Mame's recollection, he had never been happy in his work or in his home. He had been years in his grave, yet time the healer did not allow his daughter to feel affection for him. Still, perhaps she had a little pity. He was one of life's misfires, groping along from year to year in the old rut without vision, without initiative, a weak man rather than a bad one. His sins mainly were the sins of omission, and the worst of them, in the eyes of his child who had paid for it, was that he had not been man enough to stand up to the selfish vixen he had taken for his second wife. It was no use pretending that the film's poignant reminders of her childhood were pleasant. The discomfort, the toil, the loneliness all came back to her. How had it been possible for a creature like herself, with only a half-educated village dame to help her, to get away from it all? That was the question now in her mind. And the emotion aroused by these familiar scenes had little enough to do with the heroic figure of her real mother's Uncle Nell. Although the fine type to which he belonged was also there, uppermost in Mame were disgust and pity. But she had escaped. By some miracle she had escaped, and no matter what happened to her now, she knew that she could never go back to the drudgery and the boredom of the place whence she came. Memories of the past grew too painful to bear. Mame did not wait for the battle pieces. Even great Uncle Nell's General Sherman, who had a picture all to himself, and the soldierly groups in any one of whom might be the rare old man she remembered so clearly, had not the power to stay the panic rising in her heart. It was weak, this sense of tumult. It was foolish and worse than foolish. It was cowardly, but quite suddenly Mame cast all thought from her of great Uncle Nell. She got up and fled from the cinema. Outside, amid the dismal waste of bricks and mortar, which ironically called itself Camberwell Green, a rather frosty March sun was waning. Mame stood a few moments under the awning of the cinema in a state of irresolution, not knowing what to do next. It was as if she had become hypnotized by a sense of life's vastness and complexity. The world was far beyond all calculation, yet now she felt just the meanest thing in it. However, she caught sight of bus 56 wheeling round to the opposite curb. It was about to turn to Charing Cross. Mame lost no time in climbing to a seat on the roof. Bus 56 at that moment was the one thing in her life that held the core and semblance of reality. All the rest was chaos and old night. But this prosaic vehicle meant something. Panic-stricken as Mame now was, it stood for a will, volition, and force. Yes, she was panic-stricken. It was very absurd. In the most illogical and unexpected way, a subtle demon had sprung upon her for the second time. The first had been in that epic moment when she had driven in a cab to the police office in New York with the horrid detective Addlesey sitting by her side. But on that occasion there had been some excuse for this feeling of dull and helpless terror. On the present occasion there was none. The shrewd air of the bus revived her a bit. Her fighting spirit began to rally. If once it deserted her, she was done. Why this attack of cold feet? There was nothing to be afraid of. She still had money enough to get home. It would not be the Iowa farmhouse to which she knew now she could never return. Home for her must be one of the big and friendly cities of that republic of which she was proud to be a daughter. Big indeed were those cities, but were they so very friendly? Mame had begun to ask herself that by the time bus 56 had reached the Elephant and Castle. Frankly, in her experience of them, they were not. To a little hick as raw as herself, New York, for example, had been quite the reverse. Apart from Aunt Lou's dollars, it had no use for her. It had swallowed 900 of those dollars and lodged her in jail before you could say knife. No, friendly was not quite the word for New York. Still, in this bleakly inhospitable island, which was gulping her dollars just as quickly, even if it had refrained from putting her in jail, it would not do to knock New York. It was where she belonged. America had treated her pretty rough, but it was the land she loved and admired. She might hate her stepmother and deplore her father, yet after all, it was the home of her mother's memory. No, in spite of failures and bad breaks, it would not do to knock little old New York. This sentiment, which she knew to be no more logical than the others, was so vividly upon her by the time she left the bus at Charing Cross, that she crossed at once to the office of the shipping company in Cockspur Street. If a boat by which she could afford to travel was leaving at the end of the week, she would book a passage. Better say goodbye to London a week too soon than stay a week too long and find yourself stranded. When, however, she reached the offices of the shipping company, she felt bound to pause before she went in. Was it wise to act so precipitately? Why surrender to wild impulses? It was a big decision to make on the spur of the moment. What she did now could not be undone later. She had figured on staying another week in London. Every day's experience was valuable. Any day she might hear from Elmer Dobry, telling her that her staff was okay, asking for more, and forcing his demands with a check. Unreasoningly, as her cinema panic, an odd wave of optimism flowed over Mame as she stood gazing into the shipping company's window. She had always yielded to this recurring wave that seemed to spring from her higher nature. Had she not done so from the beginning, she would still be eating out her heart on her father's farm. What could have seemed more hopeless than for Mame Durrance to thirst after culture? Yet that craving in the end had taken her to the county town, to the office of the Independent, and this simple faith in the future had carried her to New York and finally 3,000 miles across the Atlantic, as far as Europe. Was this the hour to go back on the urge of nature? If only you can stick it, the clouds will lift. She didn't know where the voice came from, but those familiar words sounded clear as a bell. Yes, she must stick it. That was what life was for, to keep a stiff upper lip, to face your luck, to go down fighting. While she stood gazing at a model of the Cunarder in the window of the shipping company, she was quickened by new power. Whence it came, there was no means of knowing. But just behind her was Trafalgar Square, and the lions and the mighty column a grateful nation had raised to the memory of a Nelson, even more remarkable than the brother of her grandmother. Sure, it must have been from the top of that monument the thought wave had come. She appeared to be borne on the wings of inspiration. The time was not yet to give in. She would stay another week, but an effort of the will was needed to leave that too enticing window. She crossed the road as leisurely as the taxis and the buses would permit, yet brain and heart were in conflict as she entered Pall Mall. Outside the Carlton, she paused. A line of smart cars was disgorging brilliant occupants. Mame stood wistfully in the shadow of the portico, observing, as she had done so many times in the last 7 months, the life of ease, luxury, and wealth from the outside. She felt like a Peri at the gates of paradise. If once she could gain a footing within those charmed portals, the capacity was surely hers to enjoy their delights. This evening her thoughts seemed to make her desperate. Never had the spirit of adventure burned so high. It was her duty to count every dime, but this day, take it all together, was the worst she had met since landing in London. She was fed to the teeth with disappointment and the sense of just being out of things. There had been too much cold shoulder, but there was money still in her purse. Before she realized what she was doing, she was mingling with the smart mob and passing through the revolving doors. As the delicate strains of an orchestra caught her ear, her little head went up and she began to move more freely. She considered herself to be very well dressed, if a little tossed from a series of rides on the roofs of divers plebeian buses. Even if she was down on her luck, she was free, white, and 21, and she could pay her shot. Therefore she had a right to show her nose among the plutes. The large room on whose threshold Mame found herself, without quite knowing how she got there, seemed to be full already. Very distinguished-looking females and equally distinguished-looking males were standing around in twos and threes. They were scanning, as it were, the far horizon for vacant tables. Vacant tables, however, there were none. It was the hour when the theatre matinees yield up their tea-thirsty patrons. Standing room only appeared to be the order of the moment, and truth to tell, Mame did not feel altogether displeased. If she found a seat at one of those seductive little tables, it would mean half a crown at the very least. and in the present state of Wall Street, half a crown was money. This was pusillanimity. She was out for adventure, and she really wanted tea. Something in the much-abused British climate seems to call for tea at 5 o'clock. Therefore, Mame's slim little body began to insinuate itself nearer the cups and saucers and the elegant confectionery, whereas bodies less slim and not so little remained outside the sphere of their influence. Gazing around on the crowded scene, Mame awoke to the fact that an extremely smart-looking girl, seated alone some 2 tables off and smoking a cigarette in a long meerschaum holder, had fixed a demure eye upon her. Some little time it had been there, but Mame did not know that. Every detail was taken in already by a glance candid yet wary. Clothes, hats, eyes, chin, and the face of a wistful emotion. Mame was a rare butterfly with quaint markings, a new specimen for the net of a collector. Suddenly the girl's eye caught Mame's. She coolly signaled with the meerschaum holder that there was room at her table. As Mame moved towards it, she was ready to believe she was this smart girl's easy air, that she had been mistaken for one of her friends. Mame felt that she must bear a likeness to somebody else, but no, this was not the case. The girl at once began to treat her choice find with the off-handy curtsy, which seemed to be her attitude towards the world at large. She lifted a muff, a real sable affair, from a seat nearby in order to free a chair. As Mame subsided into it with her politest thanks, the girl looked at her shrewdly and then said in a casual voice, "You want a waiter?" Before Mame could take steps to get a waiter, her new friend, who was full of cheery competence, had attracted one. Her manner of doing so was in no wise aggressive, yet it was quite successful. The last word in waiters, all smiles and all ears, soon materialized at Mame's elbows. "I can recommend the crumpets, they're very good today." The girl followed her genial information with something in Italian or French to the waiter, which Mame did not understand. It was probably Italian, for the waiter was an undoubted wop. He crisply brushed the tablecloth with his napkin, arranged cup and saucer, knife and plate upon it, and then went smilingly off to execute Mame's order. "Some folks around," said Mame conversationally. A regular beehive. The girl had a slow, deep smile, which at the sound of Mame's voice began to grow. "All the old-timers, I'll say, from way back." At that remark, the girl laughed outright, but in a way that was friendly. Mame felt encouraged to let her tongue run. "Say, listen, who is the dame with the auburn wig and the Roman nose?" "Ah, you mean the old dreadnought." The meerschaum holder tactfully indicated the next table, but one where the personage in question sat in state. 85 if an hour, blind as a bat, deaf as a mole, but worth looking at, I always think. Mame's laugh chimed with the girl's. The old dreadnought, in a Victorian bonnet and mantle, with a nose standing off from a craggy face like a handle from a door, was a type. Mame was so much interested that she repeated her question. "Old Duchess Hattie," said the girl lightly. "Everybody in England knows her. Among other things, she's my godmother." "Oh," said Mame. Warily and at once she withdrew her gaze from the ancient duchess to this new friend who claimed her for a godmother. Involuntarily, her fingers clutched her vanity bag to make sure it was still on her wrist. London, as well as New York, had its four-flushers. Mame looked at the girl opposite with a new curiosity. Was she the real thing, or was she merely putting one over on an obvious simp? Certainly she was smart, and if not exactly a looker, she had heaps of style. Besides, she had these high-grade waiters feeding from the hand. The wop had already interrupted these deep reflections with bohea in a china pot, and crumpets fairly sizzling in butter. Followed more conversation in Italian. The girl then fitted an eyeglass, very neat and inconspicuous, into her right eye, and glanced at the program of music. "Don't you think we might have the Rosenkavalier instead of this thing of Massenets for number 7? She looked at Mame. But Mame, out of her depth, merely looked at the waiter. "Yes, I think so." The girl provided the answer for herself. "Give my compliments to monsieur." She turned quietly to the wop as if she owned him and continued her speech in Italian. Virgilio bowed gracefully and made his way up the room towards the band. Mame, under cover of a bold attack on a crumpet, furtively watched her new friend. She was puzzled and fascinated by her. This bird was something new. Her clothes were of the best, yet they were not startling. Even her eyeglass and her meerschaum cigarette holder, remarkable in anyone else, did not seem out of the picture. Her talk was lively and clever. Her attitude towards that world which ordinary people only read about in the newspapers was of an amused familiarity. Yet her manners were neither boastful nor loud. If four-flusher she was, and Mame felt she must be, it was a more subtle breed than any which had crossed her path up to now. For the pleasure of drawing the girl out, and perhaps in the hope that she would give herself away in a handful large enough to set all doubts at rest, Mame tentatively said over the edge of a teacup while marking the new acquaintance very closely indeed, "I suppose you know all the folks, more or less." Somehow it was not the answer Mame expected. A real four-flusher would have posed a bit in making it. She would have struck something of an attitude and tried to look like an oil painting of a first family. But this girl didn't. Paula Weisling, who had spent 2 whole years studying European society and was now beginning to get her stuff into some of the best journals in America, would never have answered such a question in that casual style. Paula would have preened her feathers and with her voice right up would have looked down her long nose and said, "Oh yes, I have had the privilege of meeting some quite good people." Suddenly, Mame's eye lit on one other appurtenance of this new friend which hitherto had escaped it. Peeping in the oddest way out of a fashionable sleeve was the tiniest imaginable peccages. The sight of the quaint creature was so unexpected, and its air of dignified aloofness so entirely charming, that Mame could not repress her delight. "Ain't he just cute?" she proceeded to offer sugar. The small beast gazed haughtily at Mame, and then disdaining the sugar in a most aloof manner, retired at least 6 inches further into the sleeve of his mistress. "Rather nice, isn't he? But always apt to be stiff and formal unless he feels he's been properly introduced. You see, he's a Chinese emperor's sleeve dog, and his pedigree goes right back with a click to the first Ming dynasty." "What's his name?" asked Mame, partly for the sake of conversation, partly to show that she was impressed. "Fu Chingwei. He was given me by the Emperor of Manchuria when I attended his coronation last year at Mukden." In the opinion of Mame, this was overdoing it. This girl was certainly trying to put one over on her, and Mame had already come to like her so much, although to be sure she had only known her 5 minutes, that she felt sorry. If one must pull that sort of guff, one might at least take pains and do it with art. Among all the folks whom Mame had supposed this girl knew, emperors had not been included. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. "You ain't a newspaper girl, I'll say?" Mame opened cautiously. "Yes." The new acquaintance replenished casually the meerschaum holder. "She wrote for the papers. It was by way of being a solution of the mystery. What these Britishers called a journalist, but a four-flusher all the same. Yet Mame could not help liking her. There was something so forthcoming, something so unstudied. She was so much more natural than Paula Ling. You felt, with Paula Ling, that if you knew her 100 years, she would never let you catch her with her hair down or without her pinko. But this girl was different. "What journals you write for?" "For a syndicate, mostly." "A syndicate?" Mame blinked. Her strong financial instinct automatically got busy. "Then you pull the big stuff, I guess?" "Bread and butter." As the bloated pluralist spoke, she took a piece from the plate in front of her and offered it delicately to Fu Chingwei. The haughty animal suspiciously curled a lip and then condescended to eat. "Nice, isn't he?" His mistress tickled gently the top of his head. Describe coronations for Reuters agency? Mame threw out a feeler. The subject fascinated her. And though the mistress of Fuching might be a palpable bluffer, there was still a chance that she was one of the mandarins of the profession into which Mame herself was dying to force an entrance. Awe was in Mame's voice as she asked the question, although there was none in the careless voice that answered it. Describe any old two-march from a dog-fight to a royal marriage. Not that one does those stunts often, although one gets about the world sometimes. What's your line, then? Mame tried hard to mask her curiosity, but rather conspicuously she failed. As a rule, I write up the tea shops and hat shops and the restaurants in the big stores, and I do books and plays for the Women's Illustrateds. But you do the big marriages too, I guess? Mame's voice throbbed. Not often. All marriages are so much alike they bore one. Mame's expressive countenance showed that she could not imagine herself being bored by doing marriages. I'd just love that. Love what? The girl tickled the ear of Fuching with the meerschaum holder. I'd love to do the real class marriages for real class papers. The girl gave a shrug that Paula Weiss-Ling would never have permitted herself, but natural elegance carried it off. Was she still putting it over on her, or was she just trying to cheek her? Not that it mattered. Even if she was a regular queen of bluffers, she was also, by a long sight, the most interesting creature Mame had yet found in London. So far the girl had left to Mame the business of asking questions, but in spite of an air of nonchalance, which Mame rather admired, she was not above putting one or two questions of her own. "Are you a writing person?" she said, offering Fuching a little milk in a saucer. "You said it." Of all the reams Mame had written since trekking east, hardly a line had found its way into print, but that did not prevent her taking pride in the fact that the pen was her vocation. She hesitated a moment, then she opened her bag and produced a card. By now she knew enough of the newspaper walks of Britain to doubt the worth of this bit of pasteboard. At first it had given her real pleasure to display it, but she had now reached the phase when she was not sure that her card was not where she got off. Still, there was nothing to lose by shooting it upon this girl. It would be worth trying it, as it were, upon the dog. This smart skirt was the top of her class. No matter what she might be, she was just as full of style as she could hold. It would be worthwhile to note the effect of a rather doubtful talisman upon her. She did not say so, nor did her manner betray the fact, but it was a sure thing that she had never heard of Cowbarn or its leading newspaper. But Mame liked the kind and friendly way she handed back the card with the remark, "You're in journalism too, I see." No lugs, no frills. By her own account, she was a he-one at the game. It had been Mame's instinct to doubt that, but this tone of pleasant quietness, this "we're all friends round the darned old inkpot" style, was something new. This bird, who was dressed to the nines, and who behaved as if she just naturally owned London, seemed to be quite disarmed by the European correspondent of the Cowbarn Independent. Without getting gay or in any wise familiar, she became as chatty as if she and Mame had begun their young lives together at the same convent school. It was clear that Mame had aroused her interest. The questions she put were shrewd, and the answers she received amused her. Mame asked if she knew the States. She got over there sometimes. Great fun, the U.S., I always think. Don't you? Mame had never found the land of her father's great fun, but she had far too much pride in it to say so. The U.S. is so progressive. You said it. The girl had a lot to say of America, and every word was well disposed, without any touch of condescension. "Stay, I guess, with the Vanderbilts and the Astors when you visit New York?" Mame threw a plummet to bring her down to cases. "The McFarlands are my particular friends." She spoke offhandedly. "And they always give one such a good time." "I'll say, yes," Mame remarked dryly. She was not quite clear in her mind whether the madam could be allowed to get away with that. She would be saying next that in London her headquarters were in Buckingham Palace. The girl produced a cigarette case. It was a wonderful piece of chinoiserie in flowered purple silk. "Have a gasper?" Mame had yet to acquire the habit of smoking gaspers. She declined with thanks. But the girl fitted an amber-scented one to the meerschaum holder so elegantly that Mame decided to practice the art at the first opportunity. Paula Ling had said that it was even more chic in Europe than it was on Long Island. As usual, Paula Ling was right. While Mame, out of the corners of a pair of very seeing eyes, marked all that the smart piece did, she took a resolve to start in at once to develop her own personality. Here was terrific personality. It did not, in any sense, obtrude. It did not sort of hit you right in the middle of the eye, as Paula's did, but it was there all the time. Moreover, it was earning dividends for its owner. This skirt was not in the true sense of the word a looker, but there was jazz in her talk, in her actions, in all her ways. She did not paint her face, use lipstick, or bead her eyes. In clothes, although Mame guessed they were as good as could be got for money, she was quiet, but her general effect was as salt as breeze from the sea. Mame could but envy and admire and wonder how the trick was done. "Staying long in England?" "I'll have to get off this side of the world pretty soon now." Mame spoke a little wistfully. Without seeming to look at Mame, the girl, from behind the rampart of the meerschaum holder, must somehow have read the true index to her feelings. That index was Mame's eyes. Very good eyes they were, and unknown to their owner, singularly expressive. Gray eyes, large, serious, open, full of trouble. For all the orbs behind the meerschaum holder were so impersonal, when, as now, they were three-quarters lidded, they had a power of seeing into things that might have astonished Mame considerably had she known the full extent of their faculty. "Anything I can do for you?" It was one British journalist to one American, or vice versa, a bit of international courtesy. But to Mame it was more. There was a genuine ring of kindness, as pure a note of music as Mame had yet heard. Her practical mind at once got busy. This might be a chance. Bluffer as this girl most likely was, there could yet be no harm in trying her out. "Before I go back home," said Mame, tentative as a kitten treading on ice, "I'd like an invite to some mansion of real class. I'd like to do a big wedding for my paper." "Do you mean this function next week at Clanborough House?" The girl was journalist enough to own a mind which could move with uncommon nimbleness. "You've made it in one. Quick in the uptake, this bird." Mame was moved to say so. "My dear Watson, really quite simple." The meerschaum holder received a Sherlock Holmes tilt. "George Rex and consort are going to honor the occasion. You saw it in the Times this morning." Mame breathed hard. This girl was no slouch. A four-flesher, yet she might have strings to pull. And it would be one over on Paula Ling if a little hick from Cowbarn, Iowa, got playing around among the royalties. Not to mention the Fleet Street gentleman who had said the only way she would get to Clanborough House would be as a hired girl. The insult still rankled. "A dull affair." The new friend butted pleasantly into a rather tense pause. "But I ought to have a card somewhere that may get you in, if you care to come." Mame's heart seemed to miss a beat when the girl began a search for an invitation to the terribly beparagraphed wedding the following week at Clanborough House. "Should be one here." Calmly she produced the beautiful cigarette case. Something leapt into Mame's throat as the entire contents of the case were toppled out on the tablecloth. There were half a dozen cigarettes and twice that number of cards of various shapes and sizes. "Private view, black and white exhibition, Burlington House." Mame was seething with suspense, but the girl went calmly and leisurely through the cards. "Arts and Handicrafts Exhibition. Admit bearer. British and Foreign Bible Society. Roundel Centaur in the chair. Opening of Royal School of Cookery, New Wandsworth. Annual meeting Dumb Friends League. Reception for Dr. Hyam Baines, Bennyfather, Baltimore Third Church, Hotel Cecil. No? Yes? No? It almost looks as if we'd drawn zero." Mame's heart sank. It was no more than was to be expected of a tin horn, but it would have been crackerjack to have sailed into Clanborough House by the main entrance, along with the king and queen and half the real doughnuts in the island. She bit her lip with disappointment, yet at the back of her mind was the knowledge that these things did not happen. They were too good to be true. But the melancholy privilege still remained to one who aspired to close and accurate observation of the human comedy of seeing what the four-flusher would do next. The girl coolly returned the contents to the lovely silk case. And then she said, in that casual tone which Mame was now beginning to resent rather more than she admired, "Give me your address." Part of her bluff, of course. Still, Mame saw no reason why her address should not be given. Truth to tell, she was just a little proud of it. Like many things in this queer city, it sounded better than it was. She promptly took from her bag a decidedly professional-looking reporter's notebook, tore out a leaf, and then wrote carefully with an equally professional-looking fountain pen, "Miss Amethyst Du Rance, Fotheringay House, Montacute Square, Bloomsbury." "Thanks," said the smart skirt. Then she gave a glance, cool and impassive, at what Mame had written, and then, with a lurking smile, which Mame was quick to detect, she added this memento to the others which adorned her case. "I'll be glad of an invite for Clanborough House," said Mame with irony. "Right-o! You shall have one in the course of post." "I don't think," Mame confided mutely to the dregs of her teacup. And then she said, with a demure mockery that was rooted in the heart's bitterness, "I reckon you'll be there." The answer was, "Sure," in the way it is given in New York. Perhaps the high-flyer guessed that Mame was trying to call her bluff. Yet, beyond a doubt, she carried it off royally. "I suppose I'll have to be." "To write a report for your syndicate." Mame's voice had something terribly like a sneer in it. The girl laughed and shook her head. "This binge is a bit too much of a family affair." "Oh," said Mame inadequately. It was not easy to call the bluff of this girl. While Mame, who had now begun to feel vindictive, was seriously considering the best means of letting this short sport know that she was not quite such a sucker as she seemed, a young man, who had just risen from an adjacent table, came stalking her stealthily from behind. He patted her on the shoulder. "Hello, Bill!" The tone was very light and whimsical. "I didn't see the cat bring you in." Mame listened keenly for Bill's answer, but it amounted to nothing beyond a cheery laugh. All the same, she was mightily interested in Bill. He was dressed to beat the band, braided morning coat, white spats, the last word in neckties. Evidently a regular fellow. He was one of those upstanding, handsome boys in which the West End of London seems to abound. Perhaps he was 27, or a little less, with a skin naturally fair burnt to a most attractive shade of copper by the suns of foreign climes. There was something so wholesome and clean, so manly and trim about Bill, that even a girl of sense might be expected to fall in love with him on sight. Mame was not in a position to think of love, but he looked such a white man, and so faultless in his grace, that even as it was, she could not repress a little sigh of envy. Some girls didn't appreciate their luck in having boys of that sort feeding from the hand. "Going?" Mame heard him say. The queen of the four-flushers answered with an unmistakable "Yep," which might have come from the Bowery. She went on to discard her cigarette, to put away her meerschaum holder, and then to examine the inside of her purse. "Damn it all," she said, "no change, and I must leave a shilling under the plate for the waiter. Have you one about you, Bill?" Bill obliged. The girl laid the shilling under her plate and got up from the table. As she did so, she turned abruptly to Mame and held out her hand in a most winning manner. "Arrivederci. I have your address. I won't forget that card. So glad to have met you." While Mame returned doubtful thanks, For a favor she did not expect to receive, the girl and her escort were already underway. With mingled feelings, Mame watched them pass along the line of tables. She saw the girl blow a kiss to the old woman with the Roman nose, who in return offered a most truculent scowl. But this was effaced by the homage of the maître d'hôtel, who bestowed upon the girl an exaggerated bow. Moreover, as she made a smiling progress down the long room, many eyes seemed to follow her. Or, as Mame was inclined to think, the eyes of the feminine section of the tea-drinking public were drawn by the escort bill. Indeed, as a pair they were distinctly "it" as they went along to the door. The girl stopped at several tables just to pass the time of day, while Bill stood by like a big and amiable Newfoundland dog. Mame sighed again. Yes, some skirts had luck. Up till that moment she had not realized the possibilities in writing for the newspapers. She would get no card, of course, for Clanborough House, but she was already resigned to that. Birds of that sort were much too busy paddling their private canoes. And why not? You simply got nowhere if you didn't. When the girl finally went out through the doors at the end of the room, Mame was sure that she had seen and heard the last of her. That was the way of the world, as already she had come to understand it. The big cities were chock full of interesting folks, but unless you were just so, it was not worthwhile to take you up. To be worthwhile, that was the open sesame to New York and London. Paula Ling had grasped that truth. That was why she was a mass of paint and powder and patchouli. That was why she screwed herself like a mannequin into tight, smart clothes. But this skirt left Paula standing. The Paulas of life, for all their brains and their willpower, could not live 5 minutes with this sort of girl, who had every new trick, and who, like XXVIII, the famous conjurer, was so expert she could almost do them shut-eye. So much was Mame occupied with these thoughts that it was not until she had paid her bill and was out once more upon the cold pavement of Pall Mall that she gave herself a mental shake. She was a fool. Had she kept her wits about her, she would at least have asked the waiter the name of this queen among four-flushers. End of Chapter 12. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 7, 2024.
Chapter 13 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 13. Mame had quite made up her mind that she would not receive an invitation to the wedding reception at Clanborough House. Why would she? That the girl would prove as good as her word was not on the cards. Such a promise was no more than a slick Londoner's way of showing how much she was in it, without really being quite so much in it as she showed. After all, however, it is a funny world, and this was Mame's reflection when rather late the following afternoon the little maid, whose name was Janet, handed her a large, square, important-looking envelope that had just come by post. At the sight of the coronet on the back and the general air of quality, Mame's heart gave a jump. The unexpected had happened. Her Grace, the Duchess of Clanborough, requested the honour, mark you, of the company of Miss Amethyst Du Rance at the marriage of the Marquis of Belfield with her niece Miss Van Alstyne at St. Margaret's, Westminster, at 3 o'clock on Thursday, April 6, and afterwards at Clanborough House, Mayfair. It was very odd, but it was distinctly thrilling. There was no need to be so humble after all. The girl evidently was interested in Miss Durrance and had gone out of her way to do her a service, and Miss Durrance did not mind owning that she had been a little too ready to suspect her of not being on the level. With a sensation of deep but quiet triumph, Mame listened now to the tabbies faintly purring over their teacups. It called for self-control not to ask the archpuss, who gave herself out a bishop's niece, upon whom Mame had an especial down, whether she was going to the ceremony at St. Margaret's, or to the reception at Clanborough House, or whether she meant to do both, although privately quite sure that the old stiff was going to do neither. Happily, she remembered a text of the village preacher in the grim days when she had to endure him every Sunday. "Be not exalted, lest ye be cast down." In spite of a glow in the centre of her being, the warning in those words could not have been more salutary. So fully had Clanbrigh House been dismissed from Mame's thoughts that she had already made up her mind to quit London as soon as possible. In fact, she had just informed Mrs. Toogood that she would not require a room beyond Saturday, and she had decided to go immediately after breakfast tomorrow morning, Wednesday, to book a second-class berth in the Victoria, which was to sail 3 days later for New York. The invitation to Clanbrigh House looked like changing all that. It rather set Mame on the horns of a dilemma. A girl truly wise would stick to the plan she had made. The voice of prudence told her Clanbrigh House would probably mean another fortnight in London. It would involve her in a new hat and other expense, and if she was not careful, such a hole would be cut in her purse that alarmingly few dollars would remain in it by the time she found herself back on Broadway. These reflections gave Mame a jolt. A lot of use an invite to Clanbrigh House, if the price of it brought you to your uppers. Aunt Lou's legacy would be gone, along with the $110 she'd been able to save. Her job would be lost, and in a place like New York, it was no certainty that she would get another at short notice. She had heard it described by those who should know as the cruelest place on earth for persons who were up against it. These were problems. Invitation in hand, Mame fiercely considered them. Should she, or should she not? The famous highbrow William Shakespeare, according to the office calendar, whose mottos she had by heart, the famous highbrow William Shakespeare had made the statement that there is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. It might be so. That was true, no doubt, for some. But again, for others it was quite likely not to be true. Circumstances alter cases. William Shakespeare was writing in the spacious days of Queen Elizabeth, when there were not so darn many go-getters around. In his time, there were not more people than jobs, and all the seats in the public parks of the big cities were not overflowing with those who couldn't raise the price of a meal. A problem, sure, on the one hand, prudence, foresight, a looking before and after, on the other, ambition, hope, adventure, all the worthwhile things. Such a chance would never recur, and if she had brain enough to use it in the right way, there was no saying where it might lead. Mame spent a very restless night, but somewhere in the small hours, when her mind was at its most lucid, she took the momentous decision to follow her star. If she turned back now, with the gates of her kingdom opening wide, she never deserved to see them again. Stick it, Mame! That had always been her slogan, even in the cold hour of sun-up, before the day's work began, or over a guttering candle after it was done, when secretly she gave her whole mind to the hard and dry study of stenography. It was that power of giving her whole mind to things that in the end had won freedom. If she had taken a line of least resistance, or been afraid to go all out for the things she wanted, she would still have been doing chores upon the farm. No, she must stand up to her luck, and if the worst came, she could go home steerage. Full of new resolve, Mame's first act was to inform Mrs. Toogood that she proposed to stay on at least another week. Then, after an elaborate calculation of ways and means, she set out on a tour of Oxford Street. A new hat she must have. When in Rome, etc. No use looking a frump at Clanbrigh House. She would be mixing with class. And if she was careful how she dressed, and she watched her step all the time, the folks might not be able to tell her from real. A quiet mode was best suited to Miss Amethyst Du Rance, after much observation of herself and other people. That was her conclusion. Like most of her countrywomen, she had a flair in the matter of clothes. New York and London had taught her their value. Already she was getting to know the worth of the mysterious attribute, style. The girl she had met at the Carlton was a revelation of what style could do. It was a far better thing than mere looks. But Mame's ambition was to have both, and if she could only fulfill it, there was no reason, so far as she could see, why she should not unlock the most exclusive doors in Britain. At all events, it should not be for want of trying. If the invite to Clanbrigh House meant anything, it was that she had found a bonanza. The girl must be a regular high-flyer, and for some mysterious reason, which Mame could not fathom, She was willing to be a fairy godmother. It was up to Mame to prove her own mettle. Here, at last, was a chance to pull the big stuff. Many hours in Oxford Street were necessary before Mame's prudence could decide just how much to be bled. She had to get home, if, in spite of Clanbrigh House, the stars in their courses played her false. After she had duly paid for the hat on which she had set her heart, and a captivating fox, so near real that she fell for it at the last moment, she was quite alarmed by the narrow margin of safety. At the end of the day, she wrote an urgent letter to the editor of the Cowbarn Independent. She told him how disappointed she was not to have had a line all the time she had been in Europe, and she hinted that a few dollars in exchange for the 15 columns she had already sent him would be welcome. But what was the Independent anyway? At best a fourth-rate sheet, a small-town rag. She would forget it. The time had surely come to fly at higher game. She tore up the letter to Elmer Dobry. His treatment was so mean he was not worth a 2-penny stamp. Let her get into touch with the big live papers of New York, Philadelphia, Chicago. Yes, the idea was good. She was full of good ideas, yet they didn't seem to click. What was wrong? Her stuff was okay. She was sure. Full of jazz, unlike what other columnists were pulling. Yet editors didn't fall. In New York she had not been able to get them so much as to look at what she wrote. It was the same in London. Influence was what she needed. Paula Ling was a one for influence. She believed in it all the time, but it had a mystic quality. Nobody knew just what it was or how you came by it. Personality was the key. Modern journalizing was like being in vaudeville or in the movies. You had to do stunts. You had to be a good mixer, able if necessary to jolly an editor into taking an interest in you. Above all, you had to be up in the art of what in London they called dressing the shop window. As slowly she tore up the letter to Elmer P., she sighed deeply. Even he had deserted her. Well, never say die. That was still her motto. She must hang on by the eyelids to the bitter end. But she felt so sore with one whose friendship she had built on that she snatched his photograph from her bedroom chimney-piece and consigned it to her trunk. The stronger for the deed, she then resumed that optimistic pen which had yet to earn a dime in Europe, and began a carefully diplomatic letter to Paula Wise Ling. Out-and-out go-getter though Paula was, Mame valued her friendship. To be sure, it had only been manifested in small and considered ways. Paula was essentially a girl who didn't give without taking. If she shared her bread with you, she would expect you to share your jam with her. But Mame didn't blame her for that. Paula, too, had had a long way to go. She had started out at 16 without a buck from what she alluded to as a comic village in the state of Maine. By sheer grit and the power of sticking it, she had earned enough by her pen to spend 2 years in Europe. And now, since her return home, she was pulling $500 a month, with every prospect of going bigger. Diplomacy was needed to handle the Paula Lings of the world. Mame kept this truth before her as her pen drove steadily on. She painted a rosy picture of her life in London, if not exactly what these cockneys themselves would call a Brock's benefit, in other words, a firework display. She was already beginning to fix the half Nelson on various editors of distinction who paid a fair price per col. Also, she was getting around a good deal with the worthwhile folks. Her friend the Duchess of Clanbrigh had just sent her a special invite to a wedding ceremony and to the reception afterwards, which the King and Queen had promised to attend. Some marquis or other was going to marry a Miss Van Alstyne, but Paula was likely to know as much about it as she did, as the Miss Van Alstyne in question belonged to New York. Here it was that diplomacy entered with both feet, New York being just naturally interested in the marriage of one of its queens with a British blood peer. Mame would be glad to do the show from the inside, with a full description of who was there, how they looked, what they wore, and so on. And if Paula could fix it her end with some editor or some syndicate of editors, she would be happy to divide the check. Time being money, she hoped Paula would save on it by promptly cabling terms. As Mame cast an eye over this letter, it seemed an inspiration to write Paula Ling and offer her 50-50 of the dough. If Paula couldn't place the first-hand account of next week's marriage, it was not likely there was one alive who could. With a sly smile, Mame addressed the envelope to Paula's apartment on 67th Street. Then she slipped out and placed it carefully in the little red pillar box at the British Museum end of Montacute Square. End of Chapter 13. Read by Elizabeth Copnall, Ventura, California, July 2024.
Chapter 14 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 14. Thursday was to be the day of days, but the evening of Wednesday, after a week of east winds, having settled into reasonably spring-like weather, Mame decided to give her new hat and fox an airing. It would take off a little of the shine. Besides, she was burning to know how she looked and felt in things that had taxed her purse to capacity. Distinction, personality, taste, style were the watchwords humming in her rather excited brain as she posed before the cracked mirror in her bedroom. This hat and fox had cost 35 berries in hard cold cash. And there was nothing much to show. Yet the fox looked so nearly like a fox for the money, as it adorned her slim neck. And the hat set off her shapely little head so well that they gave her quite a tone. She would have to travel steerage now, but it was worth it. $35 worth of hat and fur did give you a feeling of class. Lured by the fineness of the evening, Mame went as far as Hyde Park. When Bus 29 set her down at the Marble Arch, the clock upon it said 20 minutes past 5. The promise of the night was in the sky already. There were few people to observe Mame's tasteful finery as she sauntered past the long line of empty chairs, which ran the entire length of Park Lane as far as Apsley House. Hard by a statue whose naivete gave Mame a jolt, she turned off to the right and crossed the forsaken tan of Rotten Row. And in doing so, her movements, unknown to herself, attracted the notice of 2 policemen, who were standing on duty in the shadow of the trees. She took a seat, one of the many provided gratis by a paternal county council for the worthy citizens of London, England. No one else was sitting around. There was excellent reason for their absence, though Mame did not know it, but she was about to be put wise. The path by whose edge Mame innocently sat was the most charming in London. It ran from Piccadilly to Kensington Gore. And there was a time not so long ago when it was much frequented by people who knew what was what. Autre temps, autre mœurs. People who knew what was what were particularly careful now to keep the other side of the park railings. Better be splashed from head to heel by the bounding taxi or the plebeian bus. Better be jostled by a heedless mob than to take a chance of being run in. The zealots of the Metropolitan Force had closed London's most alluring path to all people of sense. But Mame did not know that. And she was not to blame. But just one other there was among all the millions of Cockaigne, who at that moment appeared to share her ignorance. Blame, in this case, is a delicate question. Truly a rather wonderful old bird. He was of the sort to be seen only in cathedral cities, and then but one at a time, always providing that some many and portentous syllabled conference is not in session when this rare bird may be seen in his battalions. In this case, he was solus. Far wiser he, had his lady wife or some authentic church worker accompanied him from St. James's Vicarage, where he had been to call upon the incumbent, to the chapter house at Knightsbridge. His like are the natural prey of those who lurk at dusk in the shrubberies of Hyde Park. There was something in his shovel hat, all roseted and berry-banded, in his decent black apron, in the neat many-buttoned gaiters, which set off his comely legs that no self-respecting London policeman could resist. He did not seem to know that, this adventurous old boy, or perhaps feeling himself to be like Caesar's wife, he was so foolhardy as not to worry. Mame had just taken her seat under the trees which graced the forbidden path. She was wondering how awfully well she must look in her new hat and fox, and how full of lugs and yet of quietness. In a word, how exceedingly class. She was wondering, too, how she could best develop her personality. so that London, England should know her for what she was, one of the bright intellects of the U.S., when Chu, this perfectly amazing old lady of the village, came into her ken. He did more than come into her ken. He filled the entire range of her vision. Fully absorbed in his recent heart-to-heart talk with the liberal-minded friends he had left at the vicarage, he was not conscious that Mame was there. As for Mame, the mere contiguity of this old John charmed her to a smile. That smile was Mame's undoing. Thoughts on style and personality banished for the nonce, her eyes were fixed on the slowly receding form of the moderator of the Metropolitan First Church of London, England, or its equivalent, when two policemen, young, rampant, red-haired, sprang from the bushes. They lacked the irresponsibility of the glad Irish peelers, who lend such zip to New York. These charming fellows happened to be Scots, but they had their way to make in the wicked Saxon world. Here was their chance. "Did he speak to ye?" demanded the first cop, in a hoarse, stern tone. The sudden onset of the police brought up Mame with a round turn. She had read that the homely London bobby was the admiration of the civilized world. So far, she was bound to own, she liked him. He was human and kindly, simple and bland. But to have the wind put up in this manner by a brace of raw Scots was a bit too much. For the moment, she felt quite flustered. "Come again?" Her drawl was rather startled. "I don't get you." "Why was you giving him the glad eye?" Thus the second cop, and he seemed to add to Mame's perplexity. A moment's thought was fuel for a growing indignation. Dating from Detective Adelise's bad break, she was going to have a down on cops of all nationalities for the rest of her days. In spite of their air of fanaticism, which was more than a little dangerous, this pair of boobs was unmistakably for it, as the English say. "I'm a very respectable girl." Both constables had a sneer for Mame's respectability. "Oh, run away and play," she advised. "Run away to Mama." It may have been Mame's coolness, the growing truculence of her eyes, the scorn of her lips, or her choice of words, but the two zealots began sensibly to draw in their horns. Personality, no doubt, for as soon as the owner of the new hat and fox could bring her guns into action, the force had an attack of pause. "Beat it, hop it!" The gray eyes flashed. "Don't you dare get gay with me!" Z9 and Z23 retired a few paces and conferred. A moment later, they were fading discreetly away in the twilight. Mame was left the mistress of the field. But the incident rankled. Why could not a peaceful American citizeness enjoy the beauty of the evening and develop her personality without being shoved around in this way? She heard the clocks of the neighborhood chime 6, and then, still ruffled, she left her seat and slowly made her way across the park towards bus route 29. Alas, she had not gone far when she overtook a couple of elegant tunics. They were strolling 20 yards or so ahead, but even at this distance, they were familiar. On the inspiration of the moment, she quickened her pace. Hearing a scrunch of footsteps on the gravel path, one of the cops half turned to look at her as she came up. "Say, officer!" Mame's gasp was all excitement. She would have known that sandy-haired, sharp-nosed rube among 10,000 of his kind. "Say, listen, officer!" An imperative hand was laid on an immaculate sleeve. "I seen a mutt without his jeans." The words were intended to convey an impression of rusticity, which, if anything, was overdone. Both bobbies turned as one towards her. Upon their faces was incomprehension, grave and dour. For the credit of the Metropolitan Force, however, the second cop was a young man of ripe experience. In fact, he was wearing the Zeebrugge medal. At the end of 1919, he had been paid off from the Navy after a brief but honorable career. In the spring of 1921, he had first donned the elegant tunic, with belt and whistle complete, whose accomplished wearers are the admiration of the world. There was a hiatus of 16 months in his record, which had been filled by slinging hash in a Chicago eating joint. Just as soon as he was able to hitch back his mind to that glad time, and with Mame's intonation to help him, The process took rather less than 30 seconds. He knew where he was. Emotion flamed suddenly in the eye of the second cop. He turned to the first cop and spoke urgent words. Both zealots squared their shoulders and tightened their belts. "Where did you see him?" The demand of Z9 was tense and stern. Mame laid a finger to her lip. "Mind you, don't scare the guy." It was a superfluous caution. Both constables looked ready to creep through an alderman's thumb ring without making a sound. Mame turned left. Her escort followed. The ground was admirably chosen. Immediately in front was a small newspaper kiosk, now padlocked for the night, and just beyond that was that work of art in all its naivete, which had lately administered a shock to Mame's moral nature. Her forefinger drew a bead on the guilty object. "You better take that bow and put him in the pen." The boobs did not muster half a smile between them. "Don't be silly," Z9 spoke severely. "Don't you know that's the Achilles stretcher?" "Can that?" Mame looked from one dour face to the other. Her lip took its most expressive curl. "Tell King George from me. I am surprised. Achilles stature. All right, straight home to our Purity League." End of chapter 14. Read by Kimberly Bonin.
Chapter 15 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. The next morning, when Mame drew up her blind, there was abundant promise of royal weather. The great day was ushered in by one of those light mists which mask a sky of flawless blue. In London, England, this phenomenon is rarely seen before noon. But when it does appear, the whole of that world which lies between the Whitestone Pond at Hampstead and Sidon Hill, with its weird crown, the Royal Palace, may be said to raise a paean. This morning, as Mame dealt faithfully with her matutinal kipper and coffee and marmalade, she felt inclined to raise a paean also. She had slept well in spite of a growing pressure of deep anxieties. Never had she felt more full of zip. Today was to offer the chance of her life. The firmness of the barometer and the optimism of the Daily Mail so fully confirmed the prospect from her bedroom window that a second consecutive day of fine weather was almost a certainty. She would be able to do the function of the afternoon under the best possible conditions. For nearly a fortnight, the wedding had been sedulously boomed by the newspapers. Mame was willing to take their word for it, that the celebration of the nuptials of the Marquis of Belfield and Miss Van Alstyne of New York was one of the events of the social year. Also, she was ready to accept their prediction of an immense gathering at the Church of St. Margaret, Westminster, and around the railings of Clanborough House, Mayfair. She decided to forego the ceremony and to concentrate on the reception. By this means, she would save the expense of a taxi, and perhaps of fighting her way through the mob. New York had taught her what that meant at a really smart wedding. Besides, having had such luck, she was sure of seeing the second part of the show at close range. If she got to Clanborough House early, she would be able to choose a good position. She wanted to rub shoulders with royalty and the grandees. It was not so much she was a little snob, although she dared say that really and truly she was, as that she was out to hear and to see, to mark and to learn. She didn't take much luncheon. A sort of excitement had been gnawing at her all the morning, and the nearer the time approached to set out for Mayfair, the worse it became. She would have despised herself for lack of coolness had she been equal, just then, to despising herself for anything. What was there to fuss over? Had it been her full self that was going to marry the Marquis of Belfield, she could not have felt more completely cuckoo. "Pull your doggone self together, Mame Durrance," something whispered to her as she shook a little Worcester sauce over the midday hash. Sound advice, but not easy to follow. Even when she put down the bottle of Worcester sauce, her hand continued to shake. Yes, she was cuckoo. A highbrow had declared in the office calendar for 1921 that he was the captain of his soul. His exact words should have been easy to remember, for they had been learned sedulously by heart, but the poor old think-box seemed out of business just now, and that was a pity, for that highbrow might have been helpful. Lack of appetite seemed to add to a feeling of nerves. It was absurd. Her job would not be a whit more difficult than a visit to the movies or the play. But she was in a regular twitter. Luncheon hardly touched, she got up from the table and went to her room. The business of dressing took a full hour. Never in her life had she taken such pains with her appearance. She arched her eyebrows with a pencil, she dabbed her face with cream, and rose and she artfully brushed her hair, a pretty burnished brown, over what she considered her weakest feature, a pair of slightly nondescript ears. At last she stood in her camisole to receive her best afternoon frock of blue marrocane. Then she slipped about her slender neck a string of pearls even slenderer, whose make-believe, she hoped, would not be visible to the naked eye. Silk stockings, very choice and gossamer, and a cunning pair of shoes with high heels and large buckles completed the picture. As she gazed at herself in the wretched lodging-house mirror, she wondered why she was taking these pains. Not a soul in the smart mob was likely to glance at her twice. But she looked so pale that she could not tear herself away from the glass without one extra touch of rose. That accomplished, she had recourse to a neat oblong box, which, since yesterday morning, had graced the top of the chest of drawers. With a little nervous thrill, she produced a pair of folding eyeglasses, the cutest thing out, which, with the help of a long tortoise-shell handle, you held up to your nose. The only drawback to this slick contrivance was that for seeing purposes she simply did not need it. Her eyes were like a goshawk's. The problem was to hold the tortoise-shell folders so as to peer over the top without detracting from their effect. Conscious that she was a veritable Paula Weiss-Ling in action, she moved slowly forth from her room and down the stairs. The tightness of the new shoes required caution. It was a mistake to have them fit so close. A pity, too, that the heels were so horribly high. She had to be careful also with the tortoise-shell folders. If they were not kept at just the right angle going down those dark stairs, she might miss a step, pitch down the lot, and fetch up with a crash against the drawing-room door. Fashionable life is not all chocolate eclairs and ice-cream sodas. Mame nearly tripped over herself twice in the course of the perilous descent to the first-floor landing. She had just achieved it with a thankful heart when the door of the drawing-room opened, and lo! Who should emerge like some old cat from a worker basket but the queen of the tabbies, the bishop's niece. No love was lost between Mame and this lady. She was a species of four-flusher, Mame was sure. Very set up with herself, yet without so much as 1 shilling to rub against another. To judge by the novels Mame had been reading, to get to know, as it were, the lie of this comic land, she was convinced that in the cathedral towns and the inland spas, the nieces of bishops were 3 a penny. She had dignity of a sort, this dame, but when she came full upon Mame, who seemed at the point of falling onto her tortoise-shell folders, she almost let a whoop. Howbeit, the fact that she was a bishop's niece had the power to save her. Suddenly she gazed over Mame's head, and then muttered how glad she was that it was such a fine day. But Mame, in spite of tight shoes and a general malaise, felt the cold and stern joy of battle. By a discreet use of the tortoise-shell folders, she was able to peer not so much through the middle as over the top. Then she lifted her good chin, which she knew to be 100% American, and said in that clear high voice, which she had practiced in secret from the hour she had first heard poor Mr. Falkland Vavasour put it over, "I'll give your mother love to King George." End of section 15. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 29, 2024.
Chapter 16 of There is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 16. There was no need to hurry over the business of getting to Clanborough House. In fact, Mame had intended to walk, but the new shoes were so tight that she hailed the first taxi she saw. Instead, however, of giving the sublime address, she prudently said Selfridge's. She had been over the line of route already. Clanborough House was an easy 5 minutes on foot from that famous store. It would cost less and consume a certain amount of time, of which there was more than enough if she walked the remainder of the distance. A gentle stroll, moreover, would help her to get on terms with her fashionable self. At Selfridge's, she discharged her taxi. Then, growing more collected every yard in spite of the pinching of her shoes, she quietly sauntered through a series of by-streets until she turned a corner and came upon the sign Clanborough Street, W1. Here she was. At once, she descried an awning in the middle distance. The awning was striped red and white. It stretched from the curb, across the pavement, beyond the railings, along a kind of paved courtyard, and finally emerged in the somber stonework of a gloomy building, a sort of cross between a workhouse and a penitentiary, which, since the year of grace 1709, had borne the name of Clanborough House. Beneath the awning's entire length ran a red carpet. Mame was so early, it was hardly likely that the first guests would be back from the church within the next half hour. That was her own calculation, which she was careful to verify by the watch on her wrist, and also by the clock on the adjacent church tower of St. Sepulchre. But the wedding-going public had assembled already, not merely in 2s and 3s, but in fair-sized battalions. The Metropolitan Police had assembled also, not in 2s and 3s either, but around 30 or so good-humored and efficient men, who, subject to their own little vagaries, as Mame was in a position to bear witness, were yet past masters in handling clotted masses of the British cit. This pleasant afternoon of early spring, they were all out to do their job with grace and skill. They had drawn a cordon round Clanborough House and its environs. As Mame came up, she observed that the privileged beings, armed with cameras, were in the middle of the road. This caused her some slight regret that she had not driven up to the awning in style and had the door opened by a policeman. It was reasonably certain that she would have been the first guest to arrive, and would therefore have been a good subject for the camera. With a bit of luck, the new hat and fox might have found their way into the New York papers. It seemed a pity to have missed that chance. Life, however, still held one or two agreeable things. One of these was the fact that the first policeman to challenge her progress, when in order to dissociate herself from the crowd, she stepped off the sidewalk and took to the roadway, was no less than that identical young cop whom she had met the previous evening in Hyde Park. Life is full of gay surprises. For Mame, at this moment, it was a delicious affair. To be stopped by that veritable baby in the broad light of day, to be accosted before the multitude, and to be politely requested not to walk in the road, was about as good a thing as could have happened to her. The sight of the dour but well-cut features, of the sandy hair, and the unsmiling face filled her at once with the joy that warriors feel. Now that the big moment had come, she was no longer cuckoo. Like any other American citizeness, she was reacting just naturally to the occasion. The sight of that policeman, the sound of his voice, removed the last trace of stage fright. "You can't walk along here, miss." "Why not?" "Unless you've a ticket for the reception." Torn between an ambition to behave like a peeress and a powerful desire to put one over on the constable, the wearer of the new hat and fox opened her vanity bag, and haughtily produced her invite. The young Bobby, at the sight of that magic bit of pasteboard, and with the eyes of many superior officers upon him, drew himself to his full height and saluted the new hat and fox as only a Scots policeman could have done. Coolly and with fixity of mind, Mame went through some warlike evolutions with her tortoise-shell folders. A whole series of evolutions. She seemed to detect all about her a sudden joyous clicking of cameras. Her picture was going to be in the New York papers after all. It was the proudest moment life so far had given her. But she was equal to it. Now that she was fairly in at the deep end, the springs of being seemed automatically to tighten up. She was going to swim. And she was going to swim all the better for having so recently distrusted the power of her breaststroke and the freedom of her leg action. The eyes of the world were upon the tortoiseshell folders. In Paula Weisling's opinion, there was nothing like them. Paula was right as usual. Mame was conscious of the gaze of the Daily Lyre consuming public, growing rounder and rounder. She could almost hear the suckers asking, "Which little knob is this?" End of chapter 16, read by Kimberly Bonin. Chapter 17 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 17. Mame's progress to the awning was a triumph. Bobby after Bobby passed her along. Once she was fairly under it, and she felt the red carpet beneath her high-heeled shoes, of whose perils she was still aware, she bent her mind to the serious business of being Lady Clara de Vere. Everything seemed to make that business easy, from admiring public and saluting cops in the street, to groom of the chambers, major domo, butlers, footmen, and whatnot in the mansion itself. All were careful to see that she didn't step out of the picture. Never in her life had she felt so exhilarated as she walked on very slowly toward the white marble staircase. There was plenty of time to look at the Lawrences and the Romneys. She was the first guest to arrive. The others, who were evidently a most distinguished crowd, were all at the church. Except for the servants, she seemed to have the whole place to herself. If she had not had a good nerve, those jolly old hirelings might have put one over on her. They were all male, very numerous, very starched, very standoff. In fact, they were reeking with class. She had not seen any hired men to compare with these. The house was exactly like those fake interiors you see on the movies, except that this one was real. It might have been a royal palace. She had never been anywhere like it. As she walked alone and delicately up that wonderful staircase, she could hardly believe in her surroundings. Equally hard to believe in herself. Mame Durrance must be dreaming. In a sense, she was dreaming. Halfway up the stairs, she paused to drive home to herself that she was the Lady Clara de Vere and must behave as such. The truth about her was like that so many of her countrywomen. She had a remarkable faculty of seeing herself in pictures. She kept a mirror at the back of her brain. You glanced within, and you were able to adjust yourself to your environment. In the middle of those stairs, the little hick from Cowbarn, Iowa, took a formal oath to be cool, to be collected, to watch her step, and above all, to see that nobody called her bluff. Everything so far was easy. There was not a soul on the stairs. But no, she was wrong. When she reached the head of them, she came upon a rare old top in livery who bowed as they do in the theater. He asked for her card. She handed it to him, and he bayed out in a deep voice that went echoing all over the landing, "Miss Amethyst Du Rance." Mame was quite startled by the sound of her name. Somehow it didn't seem to belong to her, any more than this ducal mansion seemed to belong to her life. She was dreaming, sure. The echoing Miss Amethyst Du Rance seemed to prove it. However, she decided to keep moving, just as if she were broad awake. The landing gave on to an enormous room whose massive double doors were thrown right back, and standing in the doorway was a tall, silver-haired dame, dressed in black and white satin, with that particular kind of fagged look which Mame had first observed in the bishop's niece, and was no doubt indigenous to the upper strata of Britain. As soon as she saw Mame, her tired features lit up in a smile. "How do you do, Miss Durrance?" She spoke in a fatigued voice and held out a flabby hand. "The Duchess should be here in a few minutes. You will find some of the presents in there. It may interest you to look at them." "Sure," was Mame's answer. It was not too ready or too cordial, but rather in the dry tone that Paula Lane called blasé, which in Europe was always reckoned good style. Lady Clara de Vere was in on this scene, and if the skirt was to act her part, her words must be few and chosen with discretion. Lady C. de V. gave her tortoise-shell folders a shake, and then passed on into the room. It was immense, and this was a happy dispensation, since it was encumbered with tables on which hundreds of presents were elaborately laid out. Such things, however, had no particular interest for Mame. They could be seen any old day. It was the house itself and the people in it that were best worth looking at. Here was such a chance of observing the great world from the inside as might never happen again. She must learn as much as she possibly could in the short time at her disposal. A cursory glance at the presents was all she gave. Then she wandered away through a suite of smaller rooms, all of which were unoccupied. They were very interesting with their richly patterned carpets, wonderful to the tread, glorious tapestries upon the walls, candelabra, which reminded her of certain photographs she had seen of Versailles, mirrors, pictures, bric-a-brac, in rare profusion. It was freely said in England that the aristocracy had been killed by the war, but from what she saw of Clamborough House, there was life in the old dog yet. However, these things did not greatly matter. The folks were what she was really wishful to see. Therefore, as soon as she returned to the big room, after a careful survey, she fixed herself in a strategic corner which partially concealed her, yet also commanded a fair view of the open doors, and the broad landing and the staircase beyond. In a very few minutes, the first of the folks came into view. Even without the guidance of their costumes, Mame would have no difficulty in identifying them, from their pictures in the papers, as the bride and the bridegroom. They made a young and handsome and jolly-looking pair. Any girl might have been envious, but Mame was too far busy to indulge in that mean passion. For the folks began to pour in now with a vengeance. Among the first arrivals was a bunch of royalties. It was easy to tell these were the real cream by the care which they were herded into a distant corner of the room. Here they stood apart, surrounded by dames-in-waiting and sconce-bearers. From time to time, some old grandee was brought up to speak to them. Among the first of these was the old Duchess, with the Wellington nose, whose Mame's unknown friend had claimed for a godmother. She came up leaning on a black cane, and was soon in deep conversation with a particularly upstanding dame, who Mame guessed by the look of her to be the Queen of England. Democrat though Mame was proud to consider herself, she took an undemocratic interest in all that went on. The look of the royalties and the detached way in which they bore themselves interested her enormously. But she was not able to give them undivided attention. From her point of view, other important things were beginning to happen. By now, the folks were simply swarming up the stairs. There was a loud hum of voices, a mighty lot of handshaking, considerable laughter, and as a mob of guests began to percolate into the room and to circulate around the tables, Mame was confronted with the difficult task of picking out those who were the most worthwhile. Plutes were so thick on the ground that it called for more than her knowledge to say who were not worthwhile. Suddenly, her eye was caught by a braided morning coat, which somehow had a remarkably familiar look. Where had she seen it? Which prince was in that morning's Daily Lyre? Why, to be sure, it was the young fellow Bill. Which prince was Bill? A fascinating inquiry. Before it could be answered, so swiftly swirled this human vortex, the drama became immensely more complicated. For coming in through the door, looking just as gay, just as cool, just as chic as ever, was her chance acquaintance of the Carlton, who had turned out to be a fairy godmother. Mame's excitement mounted so oddly at the sight of this girl, whom she hardly expected to see again, that she had to restrain a shout of welcome. This dump, she reminded herself, was not the cafeteria on 2nd Street, Cowbarn, Iowa, but Clamborough House, Mayfair, London, England. In the words of the song, the Colonel's lady and Judy O'Grady might be sisters under their skins. But if Miss Durrance, the fool puss, didn't watch out, she would be tearing a large hole in the manners of Lady Clara de Vere. Was the girl going to look towards her corner? Or was she not? It was no cert. The folks were still pouring in, royalties, senators, professional beauts. It was no snap. The girl, who was showing some fine teeth and chattering like a good one, seemed to have a word for them all. These were anxious moments. It would be just too bad if Mame didn't catch the eye of the unknown friend. The entire future might turn upon it. She must thank her for the invitation. And this time, she must see that the fairy godmother did not get away without revealing who she was. It began to seem, however, as if Mame would have to leave her nice, comfortable corner and go and chase her. Each moment, the place was getting fuller. Each moment, more of the folks intervened between Mame and the quarry. The human tide surging around was slowly but surely carrying her the other way. Mame did not want, all the same, to quit a post which so finely commanded the main doorway, but she must keep the unknown in the middle of her eye, or she would lose her. However, Mame's luck was in. The girl was hustled to the right of the big table instead of to the left, as Mame feared that she would be. This made all the difference. She came back on her tracks. All kinds of wails were still hanging around her, but Mame could not help that. It was now or it was never. Still, the Lady Clara de Vere did not let a whoop or a cooey or anything in the nature of a view hello. Preserving a ladylike calm that would have had no success at Cowbarn, she waved her white-gloved hands and then clapped them together 1, 2, 3. The girl was so engaged with her friends that the first time failed to do the trick. Repeating the performance, she clapped still louder 1, 2, 3. Then the fairy godmother suddenly looked Mame full in the eye. For a brief instant, a kind of mild surprise shone over her, and then she said quite cheerily, "It is sporting of you to show up here." Miss Amethyst Du Rance took a strong pull of her young self. This scene belonged entirely to Lady C. de Vere, a fact she must not forget. "Not at all," was Mame's answer. She prided herself that it was a good answer. Already she had learned that in London, England, the cream, when in doubt, either said "quite" or "not at all." "Can you tell me which is King George?" Mame congratulated herself that her full mind was functioning. And if the apt question was put in a voice that at Cowbarn would have ranked as a mere whisper, even amid the spate of conversation, it was fully audible. "Not here yet," was the answer, casual but gay. "Shouldn't wonder if he's splitting a small soda with Uncle John." "Oh," said Mame, so cool, so unconcerned, so chafing was the Jane about it all, that from the tone of her, Mame was by no means sure that she was not royalty herself. "I just want to thank you right from my heart for sending me this invite. Jolly good of you to come." Nothing could have been lighter than the girl's tone, but in Mame's opinion, nothing could have been more pleasant. Her next remark sent her up still higher in Mame's esteem. "Would you like some tea?" The words, as well as the tone, were music. "I'll say yes." Such fervor was in Mame's reply that it seemed as if Lady Clara de Vere had missed her cue. "Come on then, let's go downstairs to the buffet before the mob breaks loose." It was not easy to find a way through the crowd now blocking the large room, but under the accomplished guidance of the girl, they were able to emerge into one of the smaller rooms. Thence, they escaped through a private door, concealed behind an imposing arras, and so down an unsuspected staircase, which proved to be a shortcut to a very pleasant region, wherein was contained the eats. Mame deduced from the competence of her guide that she had the run of the place. Evidently, she knew her way. "Mustn't go in there," she indicated a room to the right, whose smartly decorated tables looked particularly enticing. "That's reserved for the Wallas. Come on, you and me had better pile in here." The room on the left, although less exclusive, had some good points. There were tea and cakes in profusion, also a number of snug little tables at which to enjoy them. None was yet occupied, and they were able to take their pick. The one they chose was just behind the entrance door, out of the way of everybody. "Lucky to get in before the squash," said the guide as they sat down. "Half London'll be here soon." Hardly had a superb footman, in powder and knee breeches, provided a tray containing not merely tea and cakes, but also caviar sandwiches, when the prophecy was borne out. The small tables began rapidly to fill. A couple of pigtails, smartly ribboned, whose owners were immensely voluble, soon commandeered the next table to Mame's. Armed with pencils and cards, they seemed to be in the middle of a mysterious game. "Bag's-Eye, the No-Merkin ambassador." The first flapper, a tall and leggy 16 who wore spectacles, could be heard to say in a high-pitched voice. "2 for his goatee, 1 for his horn lamps." "Bag's-Eye, the King Madge," excitedly proclaimed the second flapper, who was perhaps 2 years younger than the first. "King Madge is barred," said the first wielder of the pencil, in a severe tone. "You know that. Besides, you haven't seen him." "When he comes, I bags him," the second sportswoman maintained stoutly. "And I shall count 10. "It's not according to the rules." "Oh yes, as they play at Oxford College, they always count 10 for the King Madge." Great argument ensued. It was decidedly technical, also inclined to be heated. Mame's companion, who seemed to follow it with amusement, mingled with a little good-natured scorn, gently observed, "These young modern flappers are really dreadful." And then she proceeded to attract their attention. It was not a judicious action. "Hello, Vi!" cried the flappers. They rose as one, and like a pair of excited young colts came gambolling about Mame's table. For all their rather riotous volubility, they had a natural attractiveness. Also, there was a strong facial likeness which led Mame to think these high-spirited creatures might be sisters of her friend. The assumption was correct. "This is Sister Marjorie," said the girl, shooting a good-humored finger at Miss Spectacles. "And this is Sister Doris, the light and joy of our home." Both flappers ceased their prattle a moment to look shrewdly at Mame and to bow quite nicely. Then, as their elders did not seem inclined to pay them much attention, they suddenly returned to their argument. "Vi knows the rules of the beaver game. Vi knows everything." "For the love of Pete, go back and eat your buns," said the elder sister. "I never heard so much noise since Papa fell into the canal." At this sally, each young flapper laughed a loud and merry ha-ha. Then, giving their manes a shake, they humorously retired to the next table, where with unbated violence they still continued to discuss the rules of the beaver game, which had proved so demoralizing to British flapperdom. "I expect you have young sisters of your own." This to Mame by way of apology. Mame had no sisters of her own, but she responded to the friendliness. The more she saw of this new acquaintance, the more she liked her, and the family episode in which she had just been involved showed her in such a happy light that Mame's heart warmed. She decided to take advantage of the moment by finding out who the unknown was. Their first meeting was still in her mind. At the Carlton, she had seemed to claim so much for herself that Mame's suspicions had been aroused. But she had so amply kept the promise she had made, and now this afternoon at the big show, she seemed as much topside as ever, that without further delay it became imperative for the mystery to be cleared up. Mame took inspiration from another caviar sandwich. And then she said with the amusing directness that was so characteristic, "I just love those sisters of yours. But who are you anyway?" The girl produced the cigarette case Mame had already had occasion to admire and neatly detached a visiting card. Handing it across the table, she denoted the name in the center, the Marchioness of Kidderminster. One finger brushed it lightly. "That's my mother." "Gee," breathed Mame softly. She was a hard-shell Democrat, but she was rather impressed by what looked like a famous title. Below the name of Mommer, in the right-hand corner of the card, was a string of lesser names, yet in their way, quite as intriguing. Lady Mary Treherne, Lady Alice Treherne, Lady Violet Treherne. The white-gloved finger came slowly to rest on the last of the three. "That's me." Mame took the card in her hand. She gazed at it with a slightly incredulous eye. "Say, listen, honey." In the thrill of the moment, she quite forgot the role she was so determined to play. "Say, listen, honey, are you one of this bunch of hicks?" Lady Violet's laugh paid honest tribute to the priceless Miss Durrance. She was unique. But the new friend was not set up with herself or her own belongings. A long and stupid family. Impossible not to like the frankness. But our mother's rather a duck. "I'll say so." "You'll like her when you meet her." Mame's eyes glowed hopefully. "But I fear it won't be today. She's having to sit up and purr, poor thing, among all the brass hats. Nothing below the rank of an ambassador will be able to get near her for the next 2 hours." "I'll just love some time to meet the Marchioness." Mame spoke slowly and carefully, after the manner of Mr. Falkland Vavasour. With his help, she was able this time to bring the Lady C.V. into action. "Perhaps you won't mind giving me your private address and your telephone number." "I live in a small hutch of my own," said Lady Violet. "Number 16B Half Moon Street. Bath hot and cold. Company's own water. Telephone 0096 Mayfair." Mame carefully wrote the most salient of these details on the back of the visiting card. "If you are staying on in London, I hope you'll look me up." "Lady C.V. would be delighted." "I'm always in on Tuesdays 4 to 6. Very glad to see you if you'll come round." "You bet I will." But the face of Mame suddenly fell, for she remembered how terribly narrow was the financial margin upon which she was at that moment poised. It sprang to the tip of her tongue to ask this new and influential friend, who no doubt was in everything, and had all sorts of strings to pull, if she could help her in the matter of placing her stuff. But pride restrained her. Prudence also. This was hardly a moment in which she could venture to give herself away. End of Chapter 17. Read by Kimberly Bonin. Chapter 18 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 18. Triumph was the emotion uppermost in Miss Amethyst Du Rance, when, next morning, soon after 8, she slipped into her kimono and, large sponge in hand, made her way down to the bathroom. Undoubtedly, she had come off well. The present feeling of inward power was some reward for the expenditure of spirit the previous day had cost. There was, however, a less pleasing side to the matter, and in the course of her bath, it began most inconveniently to present itself. No use burking the fact. She had quite outrun the constable. Doing a swift summoner head, she was almost horrified to find out how deeply she had dipped into her purse. Ambition was the Loreley's song. It piped the reason out of you. One extravagance led to another. Like swimming on a summer morning in a treacherous sea, the play of sunlight on the waves lured you on. And when at last you turned for home, you found it was too late. When Mame emerged from the bathroom, her feeling of elation had gone. She felt strangely like that symbolical swimmer. Not now would she be able to get back to the shore. She had dipped so deeply these last days that even if she booked steerage, she would land in New York with an empty purse. What a reckless little fool. Yet it was life after all. From that point of view, it was worth it. Certain lines of the office calendar sprang to her memory. One crowded hour of glorious life is worth an age without a name. That baby was right. The pity was that the glorious hour lasted so short a time. And when it came to paying the bill, you had to take a pretty tight hold on yourself. 3 weeks more at her present rate of living, and she would be cleaned right out. The thought made her shiver. If she didn't find a way in the meantime of gathering honey, she would be up against big trouble. Things looked bad. Still, she could last 3 weeks. And though in 7 months she had earned hardly a dime, if she kept a stiff lip, there was still hope. She made a fair breakfast, in spite of many and growing fears. And then she went to her favorite nook in the sitting room, whose embrasure caught any early sun that was around. Writing pad on knee, she proceeded to jot down in what she had christened her best mammies, an account of the doings at Clanborough House. It was not a conventional account. She told in the rather hybrid style which best suited her whimsical pen, of the folks who were there, of how they bore themselves, of what they wore, and so on. Even while her quaint words flowed over the paper, she understood the folly of it all. Who would fall for her sort of guff? Now that Elmer P. had failed her, the sheet anchor was gone. There was perhaps one chance in 1,000 that Paula Ling or Lady Violet might be able to plant it for her. But even to a nature as full as hope as a young choir boy's, the odds seemed long. All morning she wrote steadily, covering more pages than were ever likely to be read. She was pleased with her facility of expression, although it had a tendency to get gay. But persons no brighter than herself were always pulling worse junk than that on some dub of an editor. She would have fair copies made. One she would mail to Paula Ling and tell her for the love of Mike to place it, as unless she found a bonanza she would not be able to continue going around in London society. A second copy should accompany her on Tuesday to 16B Half Moon Street, and she would beg her new friend to do what she could with it. Somehow, the second part of the program struck Mame as a prospect. Lady Violet, in her way, was a bit of a sorceress. She had birds of all sorts feeding from the hand. If a lone child could fix it in that good and clever head how much depended on her friendship, all was not yet lost. By luncheon time, one fact shone clear. No matter what happened in the near future to Miss Amethyst Du Rance, her return to New York must be postponed indefinitely. Tin horns like herself, to be rather painfully frank, had quite as good a chance in London as on Broadway or in the Bronx. And if the worst should happen, the final process of getting kicked around might seem less painful if applied by the boot of the alien. London was no cakewalk. New York wasn't either. But in the light of recent experience, she fancied that of the two cities, London was the less likely to skin you. Even if these comic islanders knew a dud when they saw one, anything foreign seemed to inspire them with a sense of chivalry. New York, on the other hand, did not reach out after a sense of chivalry towards the foreigner, or towards small-town persons either. In New York, you just had to pay your way or get. Rather than surrender to the down-and-out feeling ever gaining upon her, she went in the afternoon to the pictures to see her favorite Mary and Doug. Before setting out from Cowbarn into the great world, she had hesitated over a profession. Vaudeville, newspapers, the movies, her choice had lain between the three. It seemed that she had chosen wrong. Instead of investing her legacy in cosmopolitan experience, which seemingly was of no particular use when it was obtained, she might have given her days and nights to dancing and singing, for which she believed herself to have something of a talent. Although, of course, like every talent, it needed cultivation. Or, still better, she might have gone to Hollywood, the mecca of her kind, and made a first-hand study of the film. No use, however, to consider the might have been. Her choice was made, and it had turned out wrong. Every dollar of Aunt Lou's legacy was nearly blown in, and there was precious little to show for it. But she would have to stick it now. After the pictures, she went and did some window gazing, and then she had a cup of tea at a Lyons café. She did not feel equal this evening to Fotheringay House. Insecurity was getting on her nerves, and those old stiffs were always trying to call her bluff in unsuspected ways. For instance, she had heard the high-pitched voice of the bishop's niece blying over the luncheon table that the name Miss Durrance did not appear to be in the Morning Post list of those present at Clamborough House. It was rather late when Mame returned to Montacute Square. Bleak was the sky, and she herself was feeling like 30 cents. The wind had veered suddenly to the northeast, its favorite quarter in England, now that April was there, and it had a power of making you wish that you had chosen some other spot in which to enjoy the glad spring weather. Mame was hating life as she turned into the square and was admitted to the Fotheringay house by the little maid Janet. "No letters for me, I guess." The perfunctoriness had a touch of despair. "Yes, miss, one on the all-stand." Mame passed swiftly onto the table in the hall. Sure enough, a letter. Typewritten address. Postmark, New York. From Paula Ling, no doubt. She had not had a line from Paula since landing in England. Nice of a go-getter like Paula, with whom time was money, to mail a few lines. Not 10 minutes ago, Mame had feared, so black was her mood, that Paula Ling would soon be sharing the discard with Elmer P. Unopened, she crammed the letter into her coat pocket. It would keep. There was not much time to prepare for dinner. The first gong had already sounded. Upstairs, however, in her bedroom, with the electric light turned on, she could deny herself no longer. There was time for one glance at what Paula had to say. Not that it could be anything vital. Her own last and most important letter to her friend had been mailed only 4 days ago. Therefore, they must have crossed in the post. But even the most imaginative players, as it seems, never quite know the next turn in the game of life. No sooner had Mame torn open the letter than out fell a check for $150. End of Chapter 18, read by Kimberly Bonin.
Chapter 19 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jessie Percival. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Section 19. Mame's life had known its moments. This, however, was just the biggest it had known. Here was corn in Egypt. She examined the check, pressed it to her lips, and then re-examined it in order to make sure that it was real. There was a covering letter inside the envelope, nicely typed, from the office of the New York Monitor. So Paula had wangled herself a billet on the New York Monitor. One for her. It was a live paper. All sorts of whales wrote for the Monitor. Yes, Paula Wise-Ling was getting on. The letter was dated Tuesday the 26th March. It began, "Dear Mame, you must be wondering what has got me, or shall I say, what has got your script?" Mame was perplexed. The truth is, things have been happening. I've lately taken up the post of assistant editor on this old established and important journal. Still, I ought to have acknowledged before now the stuff you sent me. Part of my excuse is there has been a delay in sending it on from Cowbarn. Cowbarn? I left the Independent 6 weeks ago to take up my job here. Mame could bear the strain no longer. She gave a hasty glance at the foot of the page. Paula Ling was not the writer of the letter. The signature was almost undecipherable, but one time or another, Mame had had much practice in reading it. Cordially, Elmer P. Dobry. Yes, Elmer P. No other. Mame's chest began to tighten rather oddly. Fancy having doubted the loyalty of the dear boob. She ought to have known that he was one of the regular fellows. A man in a million, Elmer P. In the nicest, modestest, most friendly way, his letter went on to say how much he liked A Little Hick in London, England, the whimsical name she had given her weekly budget of news. Other folks liked it too. The copy already to hand was going to be printed in the Monitor. He hoped she wouldn't mind if it was pulled about a bit. The Monitor had so many calls on its space. But he was sure she would like to know that the chief editor's fancy had been really tickled by the first-hand impressions and her way of putting them across. He would like her to do the big houses and the people she saw there, Buckingham Palace if possible, the Houses of Parliament, Hurlingham, the Opera, and so on. And if the series turned out as good as Elmer personally was sure it would, he felt he could promise on the Monitor's behalf that its interest in her would continue. Mame had no thought of vaudeville now, but she executed a pas seul in the confined space provided by an apology for a bedroom carpet. The letter was real, hard though it was to believe it. If, however, it had not been for that check for $150 priceless dollars, she would have been forced to conclude that even Elmer P. was trying to put one over on her. End of chapter 19.
Section 20 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. The letter from New York filled Mame with new energy, fresh hope. Next day, she went about the town with a changed outlook. She might not have been the same girl. A wide vista had astonishingly opened, not that she had ever doubted really that she was going to make good. It seldom rains, but it pours. This attitude of simple faith received further justification in the course of the day. As she passed the Tube bookstall in Leicester Square, a week-old copy of High Life chanced to catch her eye. And there, on the very front page of that rather mean-looking periodical, was an article entitled A Little Hick in London, England. She promptly recognized it as one of the two she had submitted to that journal. The discovery gave her a bit of a shock. Not so much as a word of acknowledgment had been received from Mr. Digby Judson, let alone any suggestion of payment, yet here was the stuff in the cold glamour of print. Mame was wroth. She had also a feeling of modest elation, but at the moment anger was paramount. At all times a believer in action, she promptly made her way down the street and got a bus that would take her to Tun Court. This business should be settled without delay. When she had climbed the dark stairs, however, which led to the editorial offices of High Life, something of a shock awaited her. Instead of her knock on the door marked inquiries being answered by the fair student of Duchess novelettes, a voice loud and gruff bade her, "Come in." The room's sole occupant was a large, heavy man who exuded a powerful odor of beer and tobacco. Mame had no difficulty in sizing him up at once as a common roughneck. "Can I see Mr. Digby Judson?" Mem had the asperity which springs from a sense of grievance. "Mr. who?" The roughneck blinked torpidly. "The editor of this journal." Mame's asperity grew. "Editor?" The roughneck looked like falling asleep. "Sorry to disappoint you, missy, but I don't think you can." "Why not?" "Mr. Bloomin' editor's opted." "I don't get you." "Skedaddled. Taken the petty cash. Overdrawn at the bank. Done a moonlight flit last night." "Oh," said Mame sternly, as light broke upon her. "You mean he's quit." The torpid gentleman, having reinforced his lucidity by a pull at his jug of beer, remarked pensively, "Yus, the party in question has quit." Mame's vision of being paid on the spot in honest cash for value honestly given began to recede. "Well, I want my money." But the futility of such a demand was clear. "Other parties wants it too," said the roughneck mildly. "That's why I'm settin' here." The light continued to broaden. "Then you must be what do you call 'em?" Mame was confronted suddenly by a limit to her knowledge of the British idiom. "A bailiff." The roughneck buried his face in the jug. Can you tell me how to get the bucks he owes me?" Mame had given up all hope, but there was no harm in asking the question. The bailiff shook his large and ugly yet not ill-humoured head. "A bad egg, I fancy. The paper's broke. Between you and me, missy," the beery voice grew confidential, "I've been put in here by the debenture holders. As you might say, I represent a little matter of 4,000 quid." "Sakes! Then I guess I'll not be able to connect." "Clever if you do, missy, take it from me." Mame slowly adjusted her thinking cap. She regarded herself as the possessor of a natural business head, and, in the matter of her rights, she did not believe in quitting too early. She addressed the bailiff sternly. "Who you acting for?" "The debenture holders." "I don't get you. Who are they, anyways?" The man produced a wad of greasy-looking papers from the interior of his coat. He moistened his thumb, selected a dirty card, and handed it to Mame. "Them's the solicitors. Messrs. Ackerman, Barton, and Prophet," the card informed Mame. "That's the firm. Their office is just across the street in Chancery Lane." Mame thanked the roughneck for his information, and then obtained permission to keep the card. The address might come in useful. All the same, there was nothing at the moment to lead one to suppose it would. For what the bailiff said, she would be wise to write off the money due her from high life as a bad debt. End of Section 20, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 12, 2024. Section 21 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. Tuesday afternoon saw Miss Amethyst Du Rance armed cap à pie for a second descent upon London society. Since the opportune arrival of Elmer P.'s letter, the invitation to Half Moon Street had been much in her thoughts. It opened up new possibilities, and the friend she had so providentially found was likely to prove of great value in the life she aspired to lead. Having received her baptism of fire at Clanborough House, Mame had none of the qualms which, on that occasion, had assailed her. Within her now was a happy feeling of success. Moreover, a black cloud had been lifted from her mind. Elmer P.'s letter had changed everything. By nature adventurous, she was stimulated by the prospect of big things. To begin with, she bestowed great pains upon her appearance. She had lately discovered that she paid for dressing, and it gave her real pleasure to linger over the last touches to her small but attractive self. She had, too, an instinct for doing things well. The afternoon was fine, there was spring in the air, but she could afford a taxi to Half Moon Street. Therefore she taxied. It gave her a sense of being in the picture to drive up in state to Lady Violet's flat. It was about 3:45 when she found herself going up in the lift, a handier word than elevator, to 16B on the second floor. She pressed a neat button, and a dinky maid, who was much too smart for a hired girl, in snowy cap and apron, and with a prim English look, ushered the visitor across a tiny entrance hall into a singularly cozy and artistically furnished drawing-room. To Mame, it was quite the last word in feminine elegance. It was a little early for callers, and she had the good luck to find Lady Violet alone. As soon as the visitor was announced, the hostess laid aside the novel she was reading, got up cheerily, and welcomed her with that forthcomingness which, from the first, had taken Mame. There was great charm in this girl, and Mame reacted to it. Here were a big outlook and first-hand knowledge of the great world. To Lady Violet, life was a game. Human nature an amusing spectacle, a kind of comedy farce. Men and women, no matter how highly placed, were merely players. But she had not a spark of ill nature. At least, Mame had not detected one. Nor, as far as Mame could tell, was she grinding her own axe. The top-notchers Mame had been privileged to look on in New York, from a respectable distance, were not folks of this kidney. They were mighty careful to keep you at arm's length, unless you could make them feel that you had something substantial to give them in return for any interest they condescended to take in a person as raw as yourself. This afternoon, however, Mame was not feeling quite so raw as she had done. Clanborough House, combined with a letter from New York, had somehow given her a more substantial basis. It is wonderful what a feeling of success can do. Besides, Lady Violet, as usual, was just as easy as pie. She told the visitor how pleased she was to see her, and fixed her snugly in a chair. "When are you thinking of going home?" "I expect I'll stay on through the summer now." Mame had a slight air of importance. "I like the life here, and I've just had a commission to report it for the New York Monitor." "That'll be interesting." Mame hoped it would be. If she was careful how she played her cards, it might be very interesting indeed, but the problem of the moment was the exact order in which to do so. She was a creature of quick intuitions, and she promptly decided that the perfect frankness, which up till now had served her so well, was decidedly the card to bank on. To go round, to see things from the inside, to get into the swim, was Mame's ambition, and she naively confessed it to Lady Violet. This new friend did not discourage it. She did, indeed, seem a little amused, but not in the way of patronage or ill nature. Perhaps it was because this quaint thing from a land where Lady Violet herself had enjoyed jolly times was so liberally endowed with the quality that most appealed to her in man or woman, horse or hound. It was the quality best summed up by the good word pluck, which, from their first chance meeting, had inspired her with an honest desire to help this little American. Something about Miss Amethyst Du Rance had certainly touched Lady Violet. This girl was as different from the run of Americans with whom she occasionally rubbed shoulders on their native continent as chalk is different from cheese. And among her compatriots whom Lady Violet knew in London, not one in the least resembled her. Obviously, her general education was limited, but this girl was as live as a fire. She was very original, and her decidedly pretty head was full of ideas. Even if, in the main, they were directed to her own advancement, why blame her? But it was her way of saying things that appealed most strongly to this amateur of the human comedy. Lady Violet was a connoisseur who, in her spare time, collected odd types of her fellow creatures, as other people collect postage stamps, foreign coins, pewter, or old Sheffield. Moreover, having a keen, if rather freakish sense of fun, it pleased her sometimes to play one type off against another. All the same, there was no young woman in London society more genuinely popular. If she could be, and frankly was, mischievous in a subtle way, she had a knack of helping lame dogs over stiles. Providing she liked a person, and she sometimes liked them for the oddest reasons, such as the shape of their ears, or because their toes turned in, she would take quite a lot of trouble over them. This afternoon, the funny little American she had met at the Carlton 10 days ago, and who now graced her "collection" as if she had been a scarce butterfly with rare and attractive markings, was sending up a rather pathetic social SOS. Miss Durrance, who was really pretty if she wouldn't make up and wear the wrong sort of clothes, had already let her in on the ground floor, in the matter of confidences. The girl had, it seemed, ambitions which she had precious little chance of being able to gratify. Lady Violet, however, did not tell her so. She was much too good-hearted for that. From the first, she had been attracted by the child. Something looked out of those good grey eyes. Already this new friend's worldly wise brain was at work. Mame was encouraged to prattle artlessly on. There was no display of vulgar curiosity, but in the most natural way Lady Violet probed the secrets of her past. The life on the farm, 4 miles from Cowbarn, Iowa. The burning of the midnight candle to fit herself for the larger life. The good Miss Jenkins. The secret study of stenography. The escape to the Independent office. The arrival of Aunt Lou's legacy. The flight to New York. the police raid, the trip to Europe. Warmed by sympathy, Mame told the story of her life, and as told in the vivid native idiom, which, to the dweller in another world, had all the charm of novelty, the story almost became an epic. Yes, she was worth helping, this rather pathetic child. Lady Violet fixed on her again that masked look which had a strange power of seeing through the most complex people. But this little go-getter, her own priceless word, was not complex at all. She was perfectly easy to read, and yet so interesting. In fact, she was something new. Miss Durrance had just told the story of her life when a tall, slightly faded-looking woman of 40 came into the room. The first thing Mame noted about this lady was the way in which her hair was done. She must have a peach of a maid. It was turning a most becoming shade of gray. It was abundant, and it had an air of great elegance. That indeed was a quality which dominated the lady herself, an air of great elegance. She was subdued in dress and in manner. She moved like some extremely dignified and well-nurtured cat, yet there was nothing about her of that passive hostility which caused Mame so actively to dislike the tabbies of Fotheringay House. Lady Violet addressed this rather formal, yet most agreeable dame as Cousin Edith. "Let me introduce Miss Durrance of Chicago," she said to Cousin Edith, with a pensive smile. Mame returned vigorously Cousin Edith's bow, and then offered an equally vigorous hand. "Very pleased to meet you, ma'am," said Mame cordially. Her democratic spirit was a little doubtful of the "ma'am," but she was using company manners, so it seemed all right. Of Chicago, however, troubled her. Cowbarn, Iowa. She hastened with a frank smile to correct Lady Violet. "Near Chicago," said the hostess, sotto voce, to Cousin Edith. For some reason, which was not at all clear, she seemed determined to locate Mame in a region wherein Mame had no desire to be located. Iowa was good enough for her, but evidently in London society Illinois was considered more chic. She took quite a liking to Cousin Edith. That lady had a nice flow of talk that was very amiable and kindly. Unlike Lady Violet's, it was not syncopated, nor was it full of slang. It had no witty twists and turns, but it was well worth listening to. Cousin Edith appeared to have seen and known quite a lot, but she lacked Lady Violet's force and humor, and her modern touch. All the same, she was light in hand, and had the happy knack of meeting people a little more than halfway, which could not be said for most Britishers. Mame was getting on famously with Cousin Edith when a Mrs. Crupper Newsom was announced. Mrs. Crupper Newsom was tall, blonde, very blue-eyed, very fragile. Distinction seemed to stand off from her manner in festoons. Like her fair hair and her fine chin, her fluting voice seemed to be raised a shade too high. The moment Mrs. Crupper Newsom entered the room, and even before being introduced to her, which she almost immediately was, Mame instinctively knew this was a kind of dame of whom she would do well to be careful. She had a subtle feeling, before a word had passed between them, that the newcomer was one of her own countrywomen, and in that case she shrewdly suspected that as far as Mrs. Crupper Newsom was concerned, she had better go slow. By now Miss Amethyst Du Rance knew enough of Europe to be aware that in the eyes of a Mrs. Crupper Newsom, with her Fifth Avenue Long Island flat in Paris, villa in Italy style, she was very much, at present, the wrong kind of American. However, she was not always going to be the wrong kind of American. But for the moment, knowing as much as she did, and being able to guess at what she didn't, she intended to imitate the motions of a character famous in the Bible. She would walk delicately. Miss Durrance was not flustered at all. She had been through the fire at Clanborough House. She had learned a few things, and she had the moral support of an influential and an able friend. Just how able that friend was, she discovered within the next 2 minutes. "Mrs. Crupper Newsom," said Lady Violet, in a voice that sounded quite impressive, "this is my friend, Miss Durrance of Chicago." It was odd, but Mame perceived, in a flash, the tactical value of the Chicago. Somehow it seemed to account for her in a general way, whereas the Iowa, let alone the Cowbarn, might have accounted for her much too definitely, at any rate in the eyes of Mrs. Creeper Newsom. Beyond a doubt, Lady Violet was clever. Mrs. Creeper Newsom glanced at Mame, more in sorrow than in anger. Then she offered her hand, as if it rather hurt her to do so, and then she withdrew it, as if the touch of Mame's fingers was a shade more than her spotless gloves could bear. Mame felt that her compatriot, she couldn't tell exactly how she knew Mrs. Creeper Newsom was an American, but she would have bet $150 that she was slightly overdoing the aristocracy racket. On Fifth Avenue it might have seemed all right, but it was so consciously high grade that it had a tendency to get on the nerves of common folks. The introduction had just been got over with real queenliness on the one side. Mrs. Creeper Newsom simply couldn't help being queenly, and real discretion on the other, when Mame surprised the broadest smile she had yet seen on the averted face of Lady Violet. Plainly her friend was enjoying the moment hugely. What there was to be so secretly amused about, Mame couldn't guess, but the smile of Lady Violet set her thinking. Mrs. Creeper Newsom sat slowly on an ottoman, about as far from her small compatriot as she could conveniently get. And then she said, in a rather high but agreeable voice, although much troubled with culture, "Have you been in England long, Miss Durrance?" 5 weeks and 4 days, said Mame. 5 weeks and 4 days, Mrs. Creeper Newsom repeated softly. An interesting experience for you, is it not? Mame was not to be drawn. The conversation, as far as it touched Mrs. Creeper Newsom and herself, seemed to languish. But neither Cousin Edith nor Lady Violet was the kind of person who would permit it to languish generally. They had it well in hand. It could be wound up and set going just as soon as they chose, but Lady Violet, at least, wanted to see what the two Americans would make of each other. As a matter of fact, she knew, and there was no need to wait for her prescience to be demonstrated. But for some reason these differing types greatly amused her. Perhaps she rather wanted to see what the homely little barnyard chick would make of the superlative cosmopolitan peacock. She knew exactly what the peacock had made already of the little chick. Mame's quick brain was busy, even if her tongue was inert. She would get no good of Mrs. Creeper Newsom, and she must be particularly careful that the highflyer did not call her bluff. As she sat listening to the light and clever talk of these new friends, she determined from now on to watch her step with unceasing vigilance. The chances that were coming her way must be stepping stones to her great ambition, but she must expect no help and no mercy from the Mrs. Creeper Newsoms of the earth. Cousin Edith soon began to address mild and non-committal nothings to Miss Durrance, to ease, as it were, Chicago's burden in the presence of Cosmopolis. Mame felt humbly grateful. Cousin Edith was a kind of natural dear, and Mame was sure she had as much culture as Mrs. Creeper Newsom, but that she preferred to conceal it rather than to cut a dash. But what really interested Miss Durrance was not the talk of Cousin Edith. She was responsive and polite, but one ear was kept open for the cavortings of Mrs. Creeper Newsom and Lady Violet. It was wonderful, the assurance and the calm with which Lady Violet lit on highbrow subjects. Deuce, Caesar Frank, Chekhov, Marcel Proust, all that kind of dope. She could take Mrs. Creeper Newsom over the course without putting a foot wrong. She had no airs about it either, but she could ladle out highbrow eyewash till the cows came home merely as a matter of course. Mrs. Creeper Newsom, however, seemed to inflate. Mame resolved to study this kind of crosstalk, a useful trick to learn. Pretty soon other folks began to pile in, and, from Mame's viewpoint, things grew still more entertaining. Lady so-and-so, Mrs. this, Miss that. She did not always catch their names, or at least her memory, usually so good, was not always able to retain them. Some she was introduced to, some she was not, but no matter whom she found herself up against, she was careful to maintain a biblical style of progress. Most of these dashers thought her dull, no doubt. Let them. She must play for safety. Some of them eyed her curiously. They couldn't quite conceal a "Hullo!" "What are you doing here?" sort of look. But the fairly large room began to fill, and the fuller it became, the more at ease grew Mame. There was a better chance to take cover. This crowd was worth observing at close range. Mame did not let the opportunity slip. The proper study of mankind is man. According to the office calendar some wise guy had pulled, that in the reign of Queen Anne. Mame had already developed considerable powers in that direction. She was getting quite expert at sizing folks up. Socially speaking, she now divided her fellow creatures into two classes. Class A, on the level. Class B, four-flushers. Nothing had surprised her more in New York than the prevalence of Class B. They were everywhere, and, as far as she was concerned, they were highly dangerous people. One of their chief delights was to call the bluff of their competitors. London also suffered from Class B. It was less dominant, however, than on the other side of the Atlantic, and for the most part, in London, they were four-flushers with a difference. They saw bigger. They carried more sail. Perhaps they were older hands at the game. Even Lady Violet's smart drawing-room was not wholly free of Class B. As the place got fuller and fuller, and the tea and cake began to circulate, the other sex made a bit of a show. Mame welcomed them as a pleasing diversion. She gave far less thought to men, as a rule, than she gave to women. Somehow she felt that she had so much less to fear from them. London, she had heard, was rather famous for its men. They were said to wear their clothes better than any in the world. That might be so, but among those who blew in upon 16B Half Moon Street this afternoon were one or two whose clothes ought not to have been worn by anybody. Artistic Johns, no doubt. One, in particular, large, shambling, big-kneed, loud-voiced, had a regular 5th of November appearance. Mame was so struck by him that she asked her right-hand neighbor, a very knowledgeable girl who unmistakably belonged to Class A, and who was full of natural elegance, who he was. "Shelton Francis McKellen, the Canadian poet," the girl informed her. "A Canuck, is he?" She wondered how he dared. "Don't you know his famous volume of poems, The Old Shack?" Mame confessed that she did not. "I adore them myself." The girl, who was very pretty and quite simple, spoke with an unpremeditated innocence that Mame liked but deplored. Class A girls of this sort made it altogether too easy for Class B people to get away with it. No use for Canucks. Mame looked toward Shelton Francis McKellen with open hostility. "They are the worst kind of tin horns, mostly." Sweetly and gravely the girl begged Mame's pardon. This odd, fierce, untamed little American was using what to her was a foreign language. Before Mame could fully expound what her attitude was towards the Canucks of the earth, a young man of a different sort bore down upon her with a plate of cakes. He was the identical Bill whom Mame had admired so much when she had first seen him 2 weeks ago. This afternoon he was looking nicer than ever. A picture of health and comeliness, he was doing enormous credit to his tailor. And his manners were most engagingly frank. Even in the eyes of an observer severely democratic, they hadn't a suspicion of lugs. "I like that one," said Mame, after the bearer of the cakes had passed on. She bit a piece out of a recently acquired bun, and found brandy in the heart of it. "If I was falling in love, I'll say he'd be the baby for me." The friendly neighbor glanced at her in mild but furtive wonder. "I didn't get his name?" said Mame interrogatively. "That's my cousin Kidderminster." "Kidderminster, is it?" In what connection had she heard the name? She suddenly remembered. "I guess he's some relation of Lady Violet's." Her brother. For a reason Mame could not have explained, her heart gave a little jump. "That's bully," she murmured. And then she went on, less perhaps from a desire for information than to divert attention from her own enthusiasm. "Then you, I suppose, are Lady Violet's cousin?" "One of many," said the girl. "Violet has any amount of cousins. Simply heaps and heaps of relations." "Plenty of influence?" The true meaning of that mystic word was now being revealed to Mame. "Yes, in a way, one would say she had. But she's got any amount of brains as well, you know." Mame was quite sure that Lady Violet had. Everybody thinks her so clever. Earns a big income, I guess. I believe so, and perfectly wonderful how she gets about. Goes everywhere, knows everybody. Pulls the big stuff. I beg your pardon? A simple sort of tulip, this girl. Kinda got all the strings in her hand, said Mame, trying to be lucid. Most of them, I think. Anyway, she has a tremendously good time. The folks began to get a bit thinner, to diminish by 2s and 3s. Mame, having had a most entertaining afternoon, decided not to outstay her welcome. She rose and crossed to Lady Violet, who was talking very quick French to a foreign-looking bozo with an imperial and braided jacket, who stood peering over his teacup into her eyes. "Can I come and see you again?" Mame offered a white glove, in which she took considerable pride, at the precise angle she had discovered to be fashionable. "Oh, please, please!" Lady Violet spoke as if she really meant it. "And quite soon, you know." The cheery warmth of the words left Mame with a feeling that she was taking leave of a real friend. End of section 21, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 18, 2024. Section 22 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. When Mame had stepped into the lift outside the door of 16B, by pure coincidence, she found it occupied already by the tall, immaculate, top-hatted form of Bill. It was a piece of luck. She had taken quite a fancy to this young man, and was ready to seize a chance of improving the acquaintance. "I hope you enjoyed yourself," he said, with hearty and cheerful politeness. Miss Durrance left him no sort of doubt upon that point. "Lady Violet's your sister, ain't she?" Bill said she was. Further, he remarked in genial, brotherly fashion, "A good sort, old Vi, and clever as blazes, you know. Got clean away with all the brains of our family." Mame offered no comment, but she felt somehow that it was highly probable. Bill, with all his charm and manliness, made no pretense at intellect, but in the opinion of Miss Durrance, he had better things to show. When they reached the ground floor and found themselves in the vestibule, Bill said, "Can I get you a taxi or anything?" "Are you taxiing yourself?" inquired the judicious Mame. "No, I'm hitting the Pike." Bill was proud of his American. "Same here. Which way are you going?" "Along Piccadilly, as far as St. James Street." Mame was going along Piccadilly as far as the Circus. They might walk together if he didn't mind. Bill said he was enchanted. Perhaps he was. There was nothing in his manner to suggest the contrary. An amusing little puss. She seemed different from all the other girls he knew. He must ask Vi what part of the state she came from. Perhaps he might have asked the amusing little puss herself had he not been kept so busy answering the questions she put to him. The number of questions Bill had to answer in their pleasant saunter up the street and across the road and by Green Park railings was astonishing, but he didn't mind at all. In fact, he rather liked it. She was as fresh as paint, and simply rippling with intelligence. No end of punch in her, too. Yes, she was altogether different from the other girls he knew. As for her comically expressive phrases, she sort of fired them off 100 to the minute, like some jolly old Maxim gun. At the top of St. James Street, they came to a stop, and Bill remarked, "I get off here." Miss Durrance looked a trifle disappointed. "Going into my pothouse to play a game at snooker. Into that funny old box yonder, with a bow window." Bill's hand indicated Ward's Club just opposite. Somehow, yet without saying so, little Miss Durrance, the quaint and charming American, was able to convey that to her mind, for such an outstanding young fellow, to spend a fair spring evening in that way was a pity. "Dare say she's right. mused Bill. A bit of a thought reader, Bill. I'm going as far as the circus, said the droll minx. It really was such a fine evening that Bill suddenly decided that he might walk as far as the circus for the good of his health. When the young man had been steered in safety past the dangerous corner, the ply of questions began again. Did he like living in London? What was his favorite flower? Did he care for jazz music? Who was his favorite author? Wasn't it just a bore to be a blood peer? Did he like fishing better than gunning? Or did he like gunning better than fishing? He played polo, of course. How did he like the Prince of Wales? What did he think of soldiering? By the way, what was the name of his regiment? She had heard, but had forgotten. The Pinks. Why were they called the Pinks? A sort of rival show to the Blues. But why the Blues? Bill shook his head and laughed. Why anything? Yes, why anything? Had he got a decoration? As a matter of fact, he had several, and a little shamefacedly he admitted it. Then why didn't he wear them? People didn't wear their decorations except on full-dress occasions. If I had a VC, said Miss Durrance, I should just wear it any old time, and King George himself wouldn't stop me. Without going so far as to offer contradiction, Bill seemed a little inclined to doubt it. Howbeit, that was neither here nor there, and their walk was most enjoyable. Bill was kept in a ripple of amusement. This little Miss Durrance was the liveliest thing out. As for her ply of questions, it was so unexpected that it never became tiresome. Perhaps it was because she was so nailingly pretty. Those serious gray eyes were as good as anything he had seen in a month of Sundays. When they got to the Tube in Piccadilly Circus, said Miss Durrance, in whose voice was regret, I must leave you now. You can go back to your snooker. But I am just awfully pleased and proud to have met you. She held forth a neat white glove. I do hope we shall meet again. Bill said, as he grasped the white glove fervently, We must, if you do think so. I don't say what I don't think. The sternness of Miss Durrance was perfectly killing. Bill, who was still enjoying every moment of her, ventured to hope that she didn't. And as an earnest of that, he went on to ask, tentatively, whether she cared for dancing. I'll say yes. That's splendid. We must get Vi to arrange a party one afternoon for the Orient Dance Club. When? Bill was hardly prepared to be picked up in that way. Such businesslike promptitude was a threat to his gravity. One day next week, if it can be managed, and it'll be convenient to you. Next week, any old day, would be quite convenient to Miss Durrance. At that, they left it. End of section 22, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 14, 2024. Section 23 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. Ways and means were still a problem for Mame. The $150, which had dropped like manna from the sky, were not going to carry her far. One cannot live on the air of London, England, solid though it may be, compared with the champagne of New York. Even in that exhilarating climate, one needs plenty of dough to carry one from day to day. Miss Durrance was by way of having quite a lot of success. Socially, she had gone much further than she could have dared to hope in so short a time. Her foot was now planted well on the ladder, but she must take care lest she climb to an altitude a little too dizzy. It is so easy to lose one's head. Shrewd to the bone, a true daughter of the Middle West, she felt she had better call a halt and look around. It had been a rare bit of luck to strike these friends, but the margin of her resources was so narrow that unless she could add to it pretty soon, and also find other means of income, she would not be able to stay the course. The situation was again growing serious. Those few providential dollars were already melting like snow. True, she now felt entitled to count on another draft from Elmer P. at an early date, but precisely when it would come she didn't know. Besides, even when it arrived, it was not going to last very long. No, it would be wrong to shirk the fact that the margin upon which she was working was uncomfortably small. This fact came directly home to her when, about 3 days after her walk with Bill along Piccadilly, she received a hurried line from Lady Violet, suggesting that on that day week they should make up a party for tea and dancing at the Orient Club, Knightsbridge. If Miss Durrance cared for that sort of thing, she might find it rather amusing. As it happened, few girls cared more for it than Mame. Even in her primitive Cowbarn epoch, an occasional dance with the best and brightest of the boys had been her favorite, indeed her only, means of recreation. Moreover, in New York, a certain amount of time had been given to the cultivation of the art. She had always felt it to be within the range of her lightly tripping toes to tread a measure in the best company. Dancing harmonized with her vitality and her love of movement. Had she not seriously considered having herself trained for vaudeville? Keen as she was to fall in with Lady Violet's suggestion, she was also wise enough to scent the peril. One way or another, it would mean further expenditure that she really could not afford. The position was rather maddening. Her future, as she saw it, as she had planned it, as she had fully determined that it should be, lay with these influential and attractive folks. Perhaps she was a little snob, but this sort of life quite spoiled one for any other. Still, money was needed to live it. Money was needed all the time. Unless one knew how to get it regularly, and in good sums, one would surely be wise to turn aside from the lures of English society. Instinctively, Mame felt that she ought not to accept Lady Violet's invitation. She would be getting into deeper water than she cared about. Delightful as the sun and the ripples were upon the waves, she was nothing like a strong enough swimmer at present to trust herself to that treacherous sea. Yet, alas, there was a second instinct, equally powerful, which recalled a favorite text in the office calendar. There is a tide. That fly-marked old calendar had a wonderful knack of turning out to be true. There was a tide, not a doubt of it, and Mame Durrance was poised upon the top, but so precariously that if she didn't watch out, she would find herself in difficulties. For at present she had not learned to swim beyond a very few strokes. But she was there all right, on the crest of the wave, and somehow she felt the power rising within her to breast those waters. She would sure be the worst fool alive if now she went back on her chances. End of section 23, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 19, 2024.
Chapter 24 of There is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. There is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 24. A week passed. Miss Durrance taxied again to Half Moon Street, this time with a brand-new pair of dancing slippers gracing her small but lively feet. The paucity of her remaining dollars was beginning to alarm her now. No further word had come from New York, but whatever happened, she was going to follow her luck. She found Lady Violet seated before a typewriter, clucking away as if for dear life. This was a form of effort with which Mame was only too familiar. "So sorry." Lady Violet glanced up from her task. "Please excuse me 5 minutes. I'm all behind as usual. This weekly syndicate letter is such a bore. One tangled mass of detail." She made a wry mouth. "Always leave it to the last moment. How can one find anything new to say about the high-class underwear at Peary's and Hodnett's annual spring sale? Help yourself to a Gasper, the box on the table. And that's the new novel of Loti by the side of it, the one with the paper cover. My review for the Courier has to be in tomorrow. Luckily, one doesn't have to say anything new about Loti, does one?" Mame did not smoke, and she did not read French. But when in Rome, had said Paula Ling, or was it the office calendar that had said it for her? She left the silver box alone, but took up the latest work of Pierre Loti with the air of a connoisseur. The book, however, did not claim much of her attention. She sat, watching Lady Violet work. In the sight of an expert, she was by no means skilful. It was rather pathetic to see her dabbing with one uncertain finger of each hand. She also lent an ear to Lady Violet's stream of whimsical complaint and humorous apology. Plainly, this journalistic egg was bored by her luck. That old syndicate of hers was surely worth good and regular money, if only. But why indulge vain thoughts? In 10 minutes or less, Lady Violet was through. She shoveled her copy, some 20 badly typed pages, into a large envelope, sealed and addressed it, and then with a comic sigh of relief she picked up the meerschaum holder and had recourse to the silver box. "So sorry," she apologized for the nth time, "but we're not expected at the Orient until 5. She rang for Davis, that treasure among parlour-maids, of whose old family retainer air Mame was a shade in awe, and set down as Sniffy. To Davis the envelope was handed. She was told to send it at once to Fleet Street by district messenger, and she was asked to get a taxi. In a time surprisingly short, as it seemed to Mame, the maid had returned to say that the taxi awaited them. Lady Violet crammed on an expensive hat without seeming to care, but Mame realized that she had a marvelous knack of looking right in all circumstances. Paula Ling would not have treated a hat that way, not on her life. As for Mame herself, she had already taken a full 20 minutes to fix her own, before starting from Fotheringay House. But this skirt flopped it on, and there you were. Mame would have liked Paula to have seen her. If Mame could have banished the feeling of being on such terribly thin ice, she would have enjoyed herself immensely at the Orient Dance Club. The floor was good. The band, although by no means equal to what New York could do, in Mame's opinion it was hardly at the Cowbarn level in its interpretation of jazz music, was still well enough for London, England. All the folks were real select, even if their dancing was nothing to write home about. As for the soft drinks and the eats, they were quite okay. But these matters, grave in their way, were of minor importance. The really vital things, when all was said, were the lounge lizards, with whom Mame was privileged to take the floor. First of all, there was Bill. He was not as light in hand as Elmer P., to mention only one of Cowbarn's Kernoozers. Even if he didn't move just naturally to jazz music, he was a good trier. Mame was wise enough not to expect too much of the beau in the matter of hitting the parquet. But even if he was no star, and his stiff British joints would have been none the worse for a little oil, he was well enough. He would serve. Anyhow, the young man appeared to enjoy himself. He was all smiles and willingness and good humor. Mame felt quite proud of him as she guided his somewhat errant steps amid the chic, if slightly immobile throng. She also felt rather proud of herself. It was not a real top-notch dancing as she understood the art, but she had a kind of hunch that she was sort of cutting a shine. Bill was only one among the lads of the village. There were others. To the taste of Miss Durrance, perhaps not so choice as he, still, she was nowise ashamed to be seen with them in the center of the floor. For the most part they were Bill's brother officers and school pals and so on, and all were regular fellows, even if they did not quite know how to move to ragtime. What struck Mame as the chief difference between this mild festivity and a hop in her native land was the quietness of it all. The folks were so much more solemn, so much more serious. There was no whirling you off your feet, no shouting. Compared with Cowbarn, Iowa, or even New York, it was rather like a high-class funeral. Mame had a powerful desire to let herself out a bit. However, she soon concluded that it would not be wise to do so. When in Rome, particularly when Rome had not even heard of the monkey clutch. Still, these handsome, strapping, brown-faced, blue-eyed mother's boys were very friendly and very pleasant. Mame noticed that Lady Violet took to them quite kindly. She was the best dancer there, Mame considered, barring, of course, present company, and a couple of professionals who had New York written all over them, although said to be French. But Lady Violet was a very good mover indeed, in an amateurish way. She had evidently benefited by her American experience. She got these lads round in proper style, and she seemed a great favorite with them all. A real sport, Mame considered her. The same applied to Bill, also to his friends and brothers-in-arms, and they had excellent taste in ices and cakes and in nice soft drinks, although the best drink of all, that was called cup, was not so soft either. For a rather backward village like London, things really went pretty well. If Miss Durrance could have forgotten for a single moment that she was dancing on a full-sized volcano, she would have thoroughly enjoyed herself. Apart from the uncomfortable feeling that she ought not to be there at all, Mame was conscious of only one other blot on the proceedings. Not so much a blot as a cloud. And yet cloud was hardly the word. Everybody was so charming to everybody, so kind and so polite, and yet so quietly merry, that it was a hunch rather than a rock-bottom fact, which ever so slightly took the edge off Mame's enjoyment. The hunch assumed the form of a Miss Childwick. She was a hefty girl of 23, buxom, upstanding, and a looker as Mame was bound to own. Lady Violet sought an early opportunity of telling her little friend that this was a regular Croesus of a girl, the sole heiress of Childwick's 3-ply flannelette, whose singular merits were the theme of every hoarding, from Land's End to Hong Kong. Miss Childwick's money would not have mattered so much, but where the snag came, as it seemed to Miss Durrance, was that its statuesque owner, as Lady Violet also took an early opportunity of making known to her, was very keen on Bill. In other words, although Lady Violet did not put it quite so crudely, it was up to the little lady from Cowbarn, Iowa, to keep off the grass. Speaking strictly by the card, there was, of course, no particular reason why Miss Durrance should keep off the grass. Bill was fair game for any little angler who really understood the use of a bug and a pole. But Lady Violet gave a sort of hint that it would hardly be cricket for Miss Durrance to butt in and spoil things. Miss Childwick was so rich that everybody in London and Shropshire hoped very much that she and Bill were going to make a match of it. That's all very well, thought Mame. Evidently she considers it will be unsporting of me to dance more than twice with the dandiest bird on the bough. At all events, if these were not exactly Lady Violet's own views, it was a fair presumption they were the views of Miss Childwick. In fact, the celebrated 3-ply flannelette had already given the funny little American a once-over at pretty close range. Her fine eyes seemed to glow out at the good gray ones of Miss Durrance from every quarter of the room, and each time they did so they seemed to glow with the light of battle. Mame didn't blame Miss Childwick altogether. Human nature is just as liable to be human nature at the Orient Dance Club, Knightsbridge, London, England, as at the Temple of Terpsichore, Cowbarn, Iowa, or any other dive you care to name. No, Miss Durrance didn't really blame Miss Childwick for sending a sort of general warning along the wires, but where she did blame Miss Childwick was for trying to put one over on her. When she came to think about it afterwards, she wasn't exactly sure that the 3-ply flannelette had really meant to do that, but it certainly looked uncommonly like it. When you are moseying around with the real nutty bits of nougat in Knightsbridge, London, England, it's easier, no doubt, to be mistaken than in a small burg in a Middle Western state. What really happened was that after Miss Durrance had put Bill through his paces the second time in 3, and they had encored a vanilla ice and cracker, and were just going to take the floor the third time in 4, up barges the 3-ply flannelette, all smiles and politeness, yet with an undercurrent of just owning the earth, though perhaps not really meaning it. And Bill, for all his dyed-in-the-wool niceness, at heart a simpleton, chose that identical moment to make his old friend Miss Childwick known to his new friend, Miss Durrance of Chicago. If ever youth, since the world began, simply insisted on finding trouble, it was the tactless Bill. Miss Childwick's eyes snapped, and Miss Durrance did not blame her. The eyes of Miss Durrance snapped back, and it is to be hoped that Miss Childwick attached no blame to her either. It was a mere temperamental action on the part of Miss Durrance. Honors were easy over that course. But immediately there followed the passage, which, brief as it was, caused Mame seriously to ask herself whether this girl was not trying to put one over on her. Perhaps, after all, it didn't amount to that, when, in cool blood, in the seclusion of her chamber, Miss Durrance pondered Miss Childwick, quietly and sincerely, extenuating naught, yet attributing nothing to her in malice. She reached the conclusion that she had no real ground of complaint against the 3-ply flannelette, beyond the fact that it looked a little too superior. Perhaps it didn't mean to, really. But she was one of those trained-to-the-minute girls whom Mame had glimpsed from time to time taking the air on Riverside Drive, previous, as Paula Lane declared, to their sailing for Europe in search of a stray Italian prince or British earl. Miss Childwick had just that air. You couldn't call it lugs. It was something deeper, more full of meaning and less irritating than the quality the Britishers speak of as side. She had a "I mean to be a marchioness if it kills me" look about her, which didn't accord with the democratic notions of Miss Durrance. No, they could never be real friends. And that was why, having been warned to keep off the grass, little Miss Durrance was not quite clear in her own little mind whether she was going to obey the signal. After all, a cat may look at a king, even if it is not allowed to look at a canary. What sport it would be to get into the cage when Miss 3-ply was not about. Before now such things had happened. In fact, they were always happening. It wouldn't be the first occasion by many that a small outsider had made her way into a private aviary. Still, at the moment, such thoughts were far removed from the region of the practical. Yet Bill was a marquis, so his sister said. Therefore he was simply asking for trouble, from even the humblest of Columbia's daughters. If Miss 3-ply, who had kind of appointed herself to look after the sweet rube, didn't watch out, some other young skirt might easily get away with his coronet. However, these were vain thoughts. At the present time, Miss Durrance had about $50 between herself and bankruptcy. So, really and truly, the ice was thin. But she was determined to yield to the passing hour, even if she could never quite forget her nearness to unplumbed fathoms of icy water. If she could have laid that knowledge by, these 2 crowded hours at the Orient Dance Club would have been the jolliest ever. This was a real taste of life. All was harmony, gaiety, good-humored fun. But the clock struck 7, the band stopped playing, the dancers began to collect their taxis. Then it was that a kind of Cinderella feeling came upon Mame. The ball was over, the dream was at an end. She would have to go back to Montacute Square, to inferior food and inferior people, to drudgery and grubbing, to the forming of plans for a mighty precarious tomorrow. As she stood on the club steps by the side of Lady Violet, who was giving her friends a cheerful goodbye, Mame's heart sank. She had been lifted up, only to be cast down. Life was pretty tough for girls of her sort, with nothing between them and the weather. She watched Bill hand Miss Childwick into the smartest limousine imaginable, with chauffeur and footman complete in dark liveries, faced with buff, and a Robert E. Lee at Gettysburg feeling came upon her. "Which way are you going?" Lady Violet's clear, gay voice suddenly impinged upon the bitterness of Mame's reverie. Mame hardly knew which way she was going, and at that moment she didn't care. The bottom seemed out of things. "Any old way, I guess, is good enough for me," she said despondently. Lady Violet laughed. Mame had a great power of making this high-flyer laugh, but why she should have she didn't know. But the laugh was friendly and kind. It implied no more than an unlimited capacity for seeing the most human side of human nature. "Will you come and take pot luck with me at my club?" Nascent hope stirred in Mame. Life could not be altogether a washout while 22-carat fairy godmothers were out and about in it. "I'd just love to do that." There was no mistaking the note of gratitude. "Come along, then. But we shall probably get nothing to eat. Hen clubs are hen clubs when it comes to fodder." "Anything in the way of a bone will fix me." A blessed feeling of hope had begun to stir in Mame quite strongly again. The evening being fine and lit by British summertime, which puts the clock back an hour, and as the club, by name the Ladies' Imperium, was only a few doors beyond Hamilton Place, there seemed no reason why they should not walk. Lady Violet said good-bye to her friends, and several of them, including Bill and one or two of his brother officers, said good-bye to Miss Durrance. And then these ladies strode off towards what the hostess prophesied would be the worst dinner in Europe. Privately, Mame doubted that. What she called the worst dinner, and what Lady Violet called one, were likely to come out of very different casseroles. A fortnight ago, Miss Amethyst Du Rance might have argued the point, but in the past 14 days a lot of water had flowed between the arches of London Bridge. She was not so certain of the things she knew, and far more certain of the things she didn't know. Anyhow, she was much less free with her opinions than she had been a fortnight ago. They turned in at Albert Gate, and took that pleasant path, which the Metropolitan Force had managed to close against the wiser members of the public at nightfall. But night as yet had not fallen. None the less, Miss Durrance was stirred by certain memories. She kept a shrewd eye open for a certain dour-faced Scots constable. There was not a sign of the young officer. Perhaps there was still a little too much light in the sky, away beyond the statue of Achilles. It might have been Mame's idiom, her personal force, her gift of mimicry, but all the way from the park gates to the marble portico of the Ladies' Imperium, her friend was kept in a state of mirth. Even when they had emerged from the cloakroom and made their way up the fine staircase, as far as the salle à manger, the hostess of Miss Durrance was still inclined to smile. She was great fun, this girl. The club's most popular member had no difficulty in choosing a table for two in a comfortable corner. As they sat down, she glanced at the menu. "You mustn't expect terrapin and canvasback here, you know," she said apologetically, handing the card to Mame. Their first choice was plover's eggs, with cutlets and a charlotte russe to follow, a light and eupeptic meal. Miss Durrance was offered a dry sauterne to go with it, but the guest, in spite of agreeable memories of a recent cup, was by way of being a pussyfoot. That creed was good for the health, good for the purse, good for the moral nature. Yet, having no wish to cast a blight on Lady Violet's ardor, she saw no reason why her friend should not order something for herself. Lady Violet said there was only one sort of wine she really liked, and fizz was the name of it, and it was so expensive since the war that she only enjoyed drinking it when paid for by other people. But the club had rather a reputation for barley water. To prove its bona fides, she asked the waitress to bring some. Mame accepted the first beaker of that mild beverage and found it good. The plover's eggs, too, were excellent. Still a quaint combination, as Lady Violet remarked. Yet, could Cinderella have forgotten for one moment the nature of the ice beneath her slippers, she would have given herself up to frank enjoyment of the nicest food she had had in years. A spectre was there all the time, but Elmer P. on a lodge night could hardly have been more full of quip than Lady Violet. Not only was she witty in herself, she seemed a cause of wit in others. First Family was writ large upon her, yet she was everybody's friend. She passed the time of day with the majority of her fellow members, she had a gay word or a bit of chaff for even the staidest of them, and in her frank and genial fashion she introduced "my friend Miss Durrance of Chicago" to a discreetly chosen two or three. As this delectable meal neared its end, Mame was hard set to keep the Cinderella feeling at bay. That forward-looking mind of hers could not help contrasting the blithe evening, so rapidly wearing thin, with the endless procession of drab tomorrows which surely lay in wait for her. She loathed the thought of the count-every-dollar existence to which she was doomed to return. If only she had a couple of thousand or so laid up in the bank, for a chance had come to enter the life that had such a powerful knack of making every other seem not worth while. In the midst of these prickly Cinderella thoughts, she woke with a little start to the fact that her vis-à-vis was gazing at her over the flowers in the center of the table. That was an odd sort of look Lady Violet sometimes had. Once or twice already Mame had surprised it stealing across her face, and she couldn't help wondering what it meant. "You'll have a cup of coffee, won't you?" Mame was glad to have a cup of coffee, yet she was sure the look on the face of the fairy godmother had really nothing to do with that aromatic berry. A waitress came with the coffee. "Noir or sugar and milk?" Miss Durrance took plenty of sugar and plenty of milk. They had lingered over their meal. It had been very jolly, and although Mame had been oppressed throughout by a sense of destiny, she had managed to keep up her end. her free comments on men and women, on habits and customs, on powers and principalities, had delighted the hostess. This quick-thinking child from the back of beyond was an original, and so plucky, and really pretty if she wouldn't trick herself out in that second-rate style. The famous meerschaum holder was produced. Mame declined a creme de menthe and the mildest of all imaginable gaspers. Nay, she was in the act of trying to drown her gloom in barley water, a pretty hopeless task, for that beverage, sound as it may be, is no antidote for the blues, when, hey, presto, the fairy godmother came back into the picture, and poor Cinderella suddenly began to sit up and take notice. "Did I tell you that Cousin Edith is going abroad for the summer?" Miss Durrance had not been enlightened. "Well, she is. Some friends of hers have a villa at Lausanne, and next week she is off to stay with them until September. I shall miss her dreadfully. She's such a good sort. And of course she plays propriety at Half Moon Street. Personally, I don't mind a row of beans. I defy the breath of scandal to touch sweet innocents like Davis and me. But my mother, you know, thinks it not quite nice. Anyhow, I am wondering if you feel inclined to tolerate Cousin Edith's room at the flat for a month or two." Feel inclined to tolerate? Cinderella's eyes began to glow, yet she kept a rigid silence, for she was plunged in some deep and rapid calculations. "What do you say?" "Glory, that's what I'd say." Mame could not dissemble her enthusiasm. As well, no doubt, since it was the native force of that enthusiasm which had such a tonic effect on her rather blasé friend. "A firm offer, if you care to take it." The tone was amused and casual. "Cousin Edith's mattress is a hard beast, and Davis and I are a pair of bolshies before breakfast and a couple of bores after it, but we shall be full of gratitude if you'll come and stand between us and the milkman, who, according to Davis, is a bit of a Don Juan." "Why, of course I'll come. I'd simply love to, but—" The meerschaum holder queried the weak word "but." "I'm kind of wondering about the dough." "The dough?" Lady Violet collected new idioms for their own sake, but somehow this Americanism had eluded her. "What you call the dibs over here." "My dear child, it won't cost you a sou. In fact, there's no reason why it shouldn't be money in your purse." Mame's heart gave a leap. A fairy godmother with a vengeance. "I don't get you." Cinderella spoke half forlornly, half with joy. "Your ways aren't my ways. I'm not half the go-getter that you are. Personally, I have to look both sides of a dollar to see if it's wearing out in the middle." "That'll be all right. If only you feel inclined to ease the white man's burden, in this case the white woman's, you'll not need to trouble much about dollars." All this seemed too good to be true, but Cinderella gave the fairy godmother a very respectful hearing. "The fact is, at present I've more work than I can do, or perhaps one ought to say more than one cares to do. It's the weekly letter to the provincial papers that's so troublesome. I don't mind the books and the plays and the harmless cackle about the inoffensive creatures with whom one occasionally dines out. Most of them seem rather to like it, if you go a bit careful with the trowel. But it's having to write puffs for tradesmen, boosting their white sails and their spring pajamas, that makes one want to tear the bedclothes." Mame listened with intensity, but she didn't speak. Lady Violet went on, "For weeks I've been thinking of advertising in the Times for a secretary. I don't want to let the thing go. It pays like fun. And if I can find some good sportsman who's not afraid of the donkey work, she shall have £100 a year and her keep." Mame was a complex of emotions, but the one uppermost was joy. Miracles are no longer in fashion, but just now they seemed to be happening at the rate of 3 per 10 days. "What do you say?" It was the kind of billet Mame had been praying for every night these 7 months past. But it was not until she had performed the operation of pinching herself mentally to find out if she was truly awake, that she quietly answered, "Search me. If I'm not a champ on a Remington and don't write as slick as you can shoot it, I'll go back to Iowa by the next boat." "I'll go then. Cousin Edith leaves Tuesday. When can you move in? But no doubt you'll like to think it over?" Miss Durrance, however, had done her thinking already. "Wednesday morning at 10. I'll be around at Half Moon Street with my trunk, if that's agreeable. The sooner the better." So there it was. But what a funny world. Cinderella secretly was still in a maze. She couldn't get rid of the feeling that this new turn of the shuttle was a bit uncanny. The end of Chapter 24.
Section 25 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. The morning of Wednesday saw the punctual Mame moving into that smart apartment house, 16B Half Moon Street West. In the process, alas, a hole was made in her remaining dollars. But she was feeling pretty good, and therefore a trifle reckless. The dream still held. Her luck continued right in. Most girls in her position would have given a year of their lives for such a chance, and she was quietly determined to make the most of it. Some of the money, which, in spite of her run of luck, was giving her so much concern, was spent on lending a smarter appearance to her luggage and personal effects. It was not that she minded her hostess so much. She had proved herself a true Democrat by cottoning to Little Miss Chicago, as she had humorously christened her. But the nigger in the woodpile was Davis. Her supercilious eyes were far more inquisitorial than those of her mistress. A suitcase, of the right Bond Street breed, and some smart new undies might do something to appease the wretch. At least Miss Durrance hoped fervently that they would, for deep in her ambitious young heart were fear and dislike of Davis. However, in spite of straitened means, the new era began promisingly. It was a relief to escape at last from the gloom and the hostility of the Fotheringay house. Mame had never liked the place and the people, and they had never liked her. She was so much the wrong kind of American that those who were rapidly losing anything in the way of social status they had ever possessed had to be on their guard. This odd Miss Durrance belonged to the very large class of persons they simply could not afford to know. With the new hostess, however, things were otherwise. Lady Violet could afford to know anybody and everybody. All she asked of whomever she knew was that they should be straight and, if possible, amusing. There was no question that Miss Durrance, from the outset, had greatly amused her new friend. She had stimulated her, too. Such enthusiasm was infectious. Besides, she had ideas. Not all were practicable, but they were evidence of a modern and progressive outlook. In a word, Little Miss Chicago was a force. She meant something. Lady Violet, who, in the opinion of those among her many friends, whose judgment was worth the most, was as clever as they made 'em, had seen from the first that they might be of use to each other. A few days of the new regime confirmed this view. Miss Amethyst Du Rance, called Mame for short, was a find. She was quick to learn. In some things she was curiously humble-minded. She had a charming animal zest in life, and she was a very genuine worker. Indeed, the little American really seemed to love work for its own sake. From Lady Violet's point of view, this love of work was important. Like most Britishers, she herself had a hearty dislike of work. At the same time, no one enjoyed the fruits of it more. It was a necessary evil, which meant a life of independence. It meant a flat of one's own, money in one's purse, travel, a modest entertaining of one's friends. The Trehernes were influential people, but of late years they had grown poor. Since the father's death, 10 years ago, their mother had let the London house. By living a country life, she had been able to keep things going during her son's minority. But now that Bill was of age, it was more than ever necessary for his mother to pare cheese. What with debt duties and the cynicism of politicians who lived by robbing the people who were in a minority at the polls, they were hanging on by their eyelids to the proud position they had inherited. One of the string of girls had recently married, but it could not be said that the family circumstances were easy. If Lady Violet was to have the kind of life she wanted, she must work or marry. Of the two evils, she chose the less. It was not that she disliked men. She was far too sensible to draw arbitrary distinctions between the sexes, but at heart she was celibate, and having brains enough to maintain herself in a fitting manner, for the present, at all events, she saw no reason for bartering the personal freedom which meant more to her than anything else in life. From the outset, Mame proved her worth. In her own expressive phrase, she was a go-getter, and with a little kindly mothering, she soon began to develop her talent. All the donkey work could safely be left to Mame. She didn't mind writing down a dozen columns a week to Lady Violet's fluent dictation. She didn't mind clucking it out on a typewriter. Then, too, she had real powers of her own. She could be trusted to deal first-hand with all sorts of minor functions, from a new film to a sale of lingerie, in an arresting and informative manner. She had much of the flair of the journalist born. Céline's weekly letter grew infinitely less burdensome, and in certain respects, more worthwhile. Lady Violet generously acknowledged all this, and even if the new arrangement meant a slice out of her income, she soon began to profit in other and unexpected ways. Miss Durrance had ideas. Before long, she revealed the power of turning them to commodity. Mame had been a week under the happy and fruitful aegis of this new friend when a second letter arrived from New York. Moreover, it contained a check, and this was welcome as flowers in May, particularly as it was made out for double the amount of the first. Elmer P. Dobree had also written very nicely. The stuff was full of promise, but there was performance in it too. The editor of the Monitor was tickled to death by it and was asking for more. Of course, the blue pencil was still in use, but Elmer P. was full of sage advice. Even in the Cowbarn days, he had been, but he had the art of giving it in a tactful way. Good old Elmer, what a white man he was! Mame gave a little sigh of gratitude as she fingered the check, and then reread the letter of the Monitor's new assistant editor. When Lady Violet came out of her bath, over which she liked to spend at least a half an hour between 10 a.m. and 11, the letter was handed to her. "I've got an idea," Mame announced when the letter had been duly returned with her friend's congratulations. "And I want you to come in on it. Now listen, hun." "Fire away," said Lady Violet, elegantly fixing her kimono-clad slimness in a bergère chair. "Suppose we shoot that weekly syndicate letter upon New York? And why shouldn't they broadcast it all over the U.S.? Or why not a specialty with all the latest news and town gossip done in the chicest style? You see what I mean? Or we might send 2 letters. Célimène for New York, and Boston and Chicago and Philadelphia, and the highbrow cities, and Mame for the small towns. Let us mail a couple of specimens right now to Elmer P., and put it up to him to work at his end. What do you say?" Enkindled by Mame's enthusiasm, which began to rise to bubbling point, Célimène could only yield. "Easy money, I'll tell the world." Mame's optimism was a tax upon the gravity of her friend. "If we can put over the he stuff, we might persuade Elmer to have it cabled, and then, I guess, there'd be $500 a week for a school." $500 a week, honey? You don't say! Célimène had a sense of humor, but she knew Mame well enough now to appreciate that her flow of ideas must be taken seriously. Over a pleasant luncheon at the Ladies' Imperium, of which Mame had been already made an honorary temporary member, they discussed the details of the plan. "Now then, Célimène, come to it. We'll start this very afternoon. 1 letter from New York, and 1 from Cowbarn, Iowa. Let us turn in that grand new opera we saw last night at Covent Gardens, and the private interview you had with that mossy-faced old Dago, who said he was the composer." Célimène approvingly helped Mame to some early asparagus. She owned she would never have thought of that. "You would have, I expect," said Mame generously. "But we must do the thing well. We shall be up against all the regular columnists of the New York papers, and we must go over bigger and better and brighter and breezier. So full of natural pep must we be that Elmer's hair'll curl like a crocodile's tail." Go to it they did. That afternoon they worked like moles. They skimmed the cream of all that was happening in London, England. Mame loosed her descriptive powers, which were considerable. She guessed she knew just how to tickle the hit towns, while Lady Violet, who understood the taste of New York and Boston, artfully moderated the transports without taking out the pep. Several items of spicy gossip were cunningly mingled with the regular news. A little bird whispers that a certain royal duke, whose name must not be mentioned at the moment, is paying court to the only daughter of a certain New Jersey banker. Wild horses will not force Celimene to divulge the name of the butte in question, but her readers can be assured that when the hour of publication approaches, they shall know a bit sooner than anyone else. A risk, I fear. Lady Violet was threatened with an attack of conscience. This tidbit had gone around an exclusive dinner table 2 nights before. It was some way ahead of the newspapers. It had been given more or less under the rose, and in Lady Violet's opinion was a dangerous card to play. With all her bohemianism, she had inherited an old-fashioned respect for certain privacies and decorums. Our ambassador at Washington, if he happens to see it, may ask questions. He might want to know who Celimene is. Then there would be fuss this side of the water, and a too enterprising journalist might find her name omitted from the next court. And from our point of view, that would be a pity. Mame agreed. At all events, with the latter part of the reasoning. The entrée was going to be one of the new firm's assets. At the same time, the item in question was such a sure card to lead off with, that whatever happened, she was sorely tempted to use it. That bit of eyewash was going to put the half Nelson on the monitor. When excited, Miss Durrance had a tendency to mix her metaphors. Her experienced friend shook the head of worldly wisdom. There is Buckhouse to think of. It would be so easy to lose more than we gain. We'll gain big money. New York will give us a contract if we are first with the news. And I guess you've the influence to live down any bit of unpleasantness, Mame shrewdly appended. Lady Violet shook her head. So much did conscience trouble her that even Mame, in whom strong passions had been loosed, felt bound to respect it. A real pity, all the same. Here was a scoop. The risk, therefore, was worth taking. But now that Lady Violet was standing on a matter of principle, Mame saw that nothing was likely to be gained by argument. Among other little bits of spice was one which Mame herself felt inclined to query. Celimene laughingly suggested that the alliance of one of Britain's marquises and a certain celebrated 3-ply flannelette might be intelligently anticipated. "Oh, but I'll say not." "It is bound to happen, I assure you," affirmed the sister of the marquis in question. "'Tisn't how I read the lines in his hand, and the leaves in his teacup, and the spots on his cards." Lady Violet smiled at this decisiveness, but Mame was unmoved. "Besides," said she, "do you suppose New York and Boston care a hoot which young skirt he's going to marry?" "I agree, and yet not altogether, if I may say so. Miss C. has American connections." "American connections?" Mame suspected from the first that Miss 3-plies, trained to the minute in this, had not a European origin. "Go-getting with Papa's millions, is she?" "She is always spoken of as a fresh and charming English girl, but it wouldn't surprise one if the rumor of her engagement to Bill interested certain people of importance on Fifth Avenue." "It'd surprise me. I'd be surprised considerable." Mame was careful to keep these musings to herself. "If ever I hear the voice that breathed o'er Eden lifting off the roof of St. Margaret's while that pair of galoots marches up the aisle, you can call me Sissy." So much for Mame's private thoughts. Wisely, however, they were careful not to get themselves uttered in those particular words. End of section 25, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 23, 2024.
Chapter 26 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 26. These were great days. It was not long before social engagements began to pour in upon Mame. She had surmised rightly that Lady Violet had influence. Indeed, this new and most valuable friend seemed to have a finger in every pie. Her power of wrangling things was extraordinary. There could be no doubt about her popularity. And it was not confined to one class. The char lady at the flat, the young man who delivered the milk, the stalwart ex-soldier who worked the lift, right up to the formidable Davis, and the princes of the earth were one and all devoted to her. For one thing, she was the soul of good humor, with a word and a smile for everybody, and she had a divine faculty of loving a kind action for its own sake. Lady Violet was a general favorite, and she had many strings to pull. As far as Mame was concerned, she pulled them freely. Little Miss Chicago began to be invited here, there, and everywhere. And surprisingly, few questions were asked. At the outset, it is true, certain nicely brushed and plucked eyebrows, mostly those of Miss Durance's own countrywomen, who seemed to abound in Mayfair, were apt to go up at finding her sitting opposite them, at dinner and at luncheon. But the fact that she was a protégée of Lady Violet's seemed to accredit her, to account for her, as it were. Mrs. Creeber Newsome, quite frankly, had never heard the name Durrance all the time she had lived in America. Lady Summerscale, née Vanderdecken, who owned two Chicago connections, had never heard of it either. As for the dear Duchess, whose great-grandmother had taken out the original patent for the New York 400, she was sure, my dear. Well, she was quite sure. Still, Mame had luck to begin with, and she had excellent brains. Above all, she had a very judicious and clever sponsor. Lady Violet understood just how far she could go with her own particular world. She knew its little weaknesses and how to play upon them. In launching, as much perhaps for her private amusement as for any other reason, my friend Miss Durrance of Chicago into this expensive hothouse, she contrived to let it be known, in her own two-edged phrase, that this little American was the richest thing that ever happened. Certain people to whom money was the beginning and the end of all things were only too eager to accept the phrase at its face value. They took it quite literally. Somehow it so fully explained Miss Durrance. "Chicago, my dear," one lynx-eyed old dowager would whisper to another, who had the ears of a fox. "Papa was hogs. One hears the money he made in the war was fabulous." That accounted for Miss Durrance. 5 years had passed since the armistice. But the hogs, all frozen and pickled, that Britons of every rank and class had been compelled to digest, and the prices they had to pay for the privilege during the years of famine had crystallized already into one of the permanent traditions of the race. Seeing is believing. The same applies to eating. Hogs, my dear, Papa was hogs. It seemed to follow, as night follows day, that little Miss Chicago simply could not help being the richest thing that ever happened. And it was wonderful how the rumor spread. Sophisticated souls looked upon Miss Durrance with awe. Mame at first was not aware of this interesting fact. Even she, cute as she was, did not immediately strike to the root of Lady Violet's subtlety. That little event was to come later. But even while Mame dwelt in a state of innocence, her uncanny sharpness gave her a perception of the role to play. As far as Mayfair was concerned, Miss Durrance was the only one of her kind. She was something new, and the society in which she began to move had a love of novelty. Behind little Miss Chicago, however, was something more substantial than mere novelty. So cunningly did Lady Violet handle the rumor of her dollars that it seemed not only to vindicate Miss Durrance, it also served to explain her. Great wealth was needed to carry off such naivete. Did not the one connote the other? Unless in a literal sense, she was the richest thing that ever happened, she could never have penetrated so far into the arcana of London's exclusiveness. And without a colossal fortune, how could she afford to be the child of nature that she was? It was whispered that Pop had begun the war, a simple farmer of hogs, and had ended by cornering them. The rapidity of his rise into one of the great magnates of the Middle West explained his early decease. It also explained his daughter. Dear Violet was receiving a pretty penny for towing her around, it was said. Everybody of her own sex envied and admired the courage of that lady. But the more sporting members were laying rather long odds that her protégée would not be presented at any one of the season's drawing rooms, while the most speculatively inclined were ready to lay rather shorter odds that La Belle Américaine would not even be seen at one of the minor Buckhouse garden parties. Beyond a hint from Lady Violet, at the beginning of this odyssey in her young life, Mame had nothing to go on. But it was wonderful how soon she saw what was expected of her. There was, her sponsor had laughingly said, a far better chance of Miss Durrance of Chicago receiving a ticket for the Royal Enclosure at Ascot from the Lord Chamberlain if she stood, as it were, upon Pop's mythical wealth, than if she took the humbler role of weekly correspondent of the New York Monitor. Nay, to be frank, and Lady Violet generally was in her arch way, journalism cut no ice in the circles in which Mame was ambitious to move. Those circles were rippling with inside information. The value of the entree, journalistically speaking, could hardly be exaggerated. But Mame should remember that the key was wrought of dollars rather than of sensitive gray matter. A nod is as good as a wink sometimes. Mame promptly took the hint. She was beginning to set her heart on big things. These ambitions would mean a considerable increase of expenditure, because even the appearance of money cannot altogether be counterfeited. But every nickel spent now would be a means to a definite end. Yet there were anxious moments to begin with, and it was well that she had a solid rock upon which to lean. Financially, Mame's burdens had been much lightened by the generosity of her friend. She had no house room to pay for. Cousin Edith's vacant bed was at her disposal gratis. Then, too, she was very well paid for her labors upon the weekly syndicate letter. Quite at the outset of what by all the omens should have been a smooth and prosperous voyage, there came a threat of a shipwreck. It so happened that when the specimen letter to New York, which finally they decided to sign with the nom de plume Cleo, had been carefully pondered and copied and sealed, ready for dispatch, Mame suddenly went back on her too hasty decision to let Lady Violet have things all her own way. In deference to her scruples, the most valuable of their assets had been scrapped. The rumor of a royal duke's engagement to one of America's queens had been cut out. At the last moment, however, such a piece of quixotism was a little too much for Mame's news sense. She realized the enormous value of this item. They were playing for a high stake, and yet they were deliberately throwing away the ace of trumps. Surely it was worth taking a risk. Principles are good things, no doubt, but in up-to-date press work, they can be overdone. Lady Violet, as it chanced, was in a hurry to dress for the play and an early dinner in the entourage of a newspaper magnate. And Mame, who had no engagement of her own that evening, undertook personally to register the parcel so that there should be no mistake about its getting to New York. Alone with the parcel, alas, the devil tempted her. Why, oh why throw away such a chance as might never recur? She turned to the waste paper basket, fished out the discarded item, and reread it wistfully. Beyond a doubt, it was the very bit of sugar they most wanted. As she scanned her native skies, there was not an editor in New York who would not fall for that piece of news. Hardening her heart, she sat down at the typewriter, made a fair copy of the crumpled script, and then, breaking the sealed packet, she inserted the forbidden par and sealed it again. Even in the midst of the rash act, conscience threatened Mame with whips and scorpions to follow. But after all, it was an equal partnership. She knew better than her friend what the effect would be in New York. Besides, why make a mountain out of a molehill? Even if there was a shine over this spicy par, they would no doubt be able to survive it. In any case, there was likely to be very substantial compensation, for in Mame's view, that tidbit would clinch the matter. It had a real chance of putting them in solid with the most worthwhile newspapers in America. They would be able to get a fine contract for their weekly cable, and then could snap their fingers at all the moguls between Washington and Windsor. Once the fell deed was done, however, and the parcel dispatched from the post office in Dover Street, Mame's conscience got busy. It came down upon her like a ton of bricks. She had done a thing that even complete success would not justify. She had gone back on her word. She had been disloyal. She had proved that she was simply not to be trusted. And if the game went wrong, and Lady Violet had shown conclusively that it was a highly dangerous one to play, most likely the too clever Miss Durrance would get it where the chickens got the axe. Mame was not in the habit of repenting her actions. Long ago she had steeled her will against a pernicious harboring of regrets. But she had some pretty bad moments to pass through. Retribution visited her pillow nightly. Never in her life had she been lacking in courage, moral or physical. But now came the signs of a yellow streak. She dared not tell Lady Violet what she had done. With all her genuine kindness, her gay insouciance, Mame was yet sure that she was not the kind of girl who could be trifled with. And look at the matter in what light one would, this trick was not quite on the level. Serve me right if I'm fired, was Mame's constant thought. I ought to have put myself in solid before I tried these fancy strokes. And it isn't class anyway. However, there it was. Even if a greedy little puss, in her haste to get at the cream, had upset the jug altogether, it was no use in meowing. All the same, it took some of the warmth out of the sunshine of the Green Park. The band of the Pinks did not seem to play ragtime quite so rhythmically. The excitements of the new orientation were less stimulating than they should have been. The hope of an invitation to the Royal Garden Party? Less exhilarating. The world hardly so full of color and romance as the circumstances warranted. Had it not been for this large fly in the ointment, the new life would have been a thing of joy. The times were stirring. Luncheons, matinees, dinners, dances, parties crowded one another. Lady Violet indeed had influence. On each occasion, it is true, Mame had more or less to run the gauntlet. But she had the spirit of a fighter, and she bore herself right gallantly. Each week, she got prettier. Each week her confidence grew. Like all the rest of her countrywomen, of whatever grade they belonged, she had a very keen social sense. In a time surprisingly short, as viewed by the more conservative and less daring Briton, she began to get the hang of things. With just a little help, she soon learned what could be worn and what could not, what could be said and what could not, what could be done and what could not. It was a pity that she had already done one of the things she ought not to have done. Otherwise, everything in the garden would have been just lovely. Even as it was, the garden was real nice. She promised to become a favorite at some of the smart houses within a stone's throw of her present abode. At the Orient Dance Club, in particular, she was un sait fou. Her style of moving was admired. Her sayings were quoted. Her personality, which seemed to develop and make more impact each time she appeared, began to wax in the public eye. She was no longer the small-town rustic, nor was she the struggling New York journalist who had to gaze wistfully at both sides of a dollar. The role of Miss Durrance of Chicago suited her infinitely better. Even Miss Chadwick, by nature a trifle supercilious, poor dear, had to defer to her in certain ways. Miss Durrance was so much quicker in the uptake, so much more forceful, altogether so much cleverer. A slightly strained look began to appear in the eyes of Miss Three-Ply Flynette whenever her name was mentioned. All the same, as Mame foresaw, the pace was a bit too hot to last. Something was due to happen. She was rather a fatalist by nature, and having gone out of her way to find trouble, she fully expected to fetch up pretty soon against a round nugget. Why had she not let well alone? The truth was bound sooner or later to come out. Every time Davis, who had the look of a baby-eating ogress, came into the room with letters on a silver tray, Mame had a presentiment that some old court fool of an ambassador had written to complain. And when that happened, as conscience said it sure must, Lady Violet, being the kind of girl she was, there would be ructions. To make things worse, although nearly 4 weeks had flown since Cleo's specimen copy had been urgently posted to New York, no word had yet been received on the subject. What did Elmer P. think of that ballon d'essai, as Lady Violet called it? What a fool Miss Slickpuss would look if, even with a bit of illicit spice stuck in the middle of her cake, Cleo was turned down after all. End of chapter 26. Read by Kimberly Bonin.
Chapter 27 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 27. "Damn," said Lady Violet. The tone of annoyance caused Mame to glance up from her typewriter, rather apprehensively, towards her friend. Conscience makes cowards of us all. Lady Violet was frowning over something in the morning paper, and the long-expected blow was overdue. The cat's out of the bag. How disgusting. Mame did not feel like innocence, but according to one of the wise guys of the office calendar, speech is given one to conceal one's thoughts. What cat? Out of what bag? What was disgusting? Monsieur Talleyrand, the name of the guy in question, would not have disowned his pupil. Than Mame's lisping tones, nothing could have been simpler or more concealing. You remember that royal engagement? What royal engagement? The one we had so much difficulty in deciding whether it would be cricket to divulge to New York. Yes, Mame seemed rather vaguely to remember. Well, the Times says it has the approval and the sanction of their Majesties. Can't think what the boy sees in her, I'm sure. Mame spoke cautiously. If that really was the girl we saw the other night. Not what I'd call a looker, anyway. No accounting for taste, said Lady Violet philosophically, and then less philosophically. But what really annoys me? Mame fetched a deep breath. Shouldn't let anything annoy you, honey, if I were you. 'Tisn't worth getting worried over anything. Not this time on earth. Well, I am annoyed, and it's simply no use pretending. This new firm of ours, Mame et Salamine, called Cleo for short, has just missed the biggest scoop of its young life. I don't get you. Mame's frown was portentous. She was doing her best, all the same, in a quiet fashion, to adjust her agile mind to the rather unexpected turn the conversation was taking. Don't you see, my child, if we hadn't been so frightfully conscientious, we should have been a clear fortnight ahead of everybody. Think what a reputation we should have had in New York on the strength of it. If only we had kept that rumor in, and damned the consequences of there being nothing in it. Now that it is officially confirmed, we should be on velvet with every editor from New York City to Tombstone, Texas. Whose fault was that, honey? Mame's voice was very soft and beguiling. Not yours, my dear. Lady Violet was ruefully candid. And never again will I be so high-principled. When I am, it'll be time to quit international journalism. Yes, that's where you got off. When Mame had time to think over the situation at her leisure, one factor in it appeared to be sticking out a mile. The case was altered, at least in some degree. No trouble need be looked for now, at all events from high places. And as Lady Violet was wearing sackcloth already for her own excess of scruple, it was quite likely that, even when the full truth came out, Mame would have nothing to fear. Indeed, the whole business had now begun to look much healthier. If the packet to New York had not miscarried, certain developments of a very pleasing kind were bound to ensue. And if she played her cards adroitly with Lady Violet, her lapse might hope to be forgiven. Still, at this stage, it just didn't do to be too sure. End of Chapter 27. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 28 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 28. Mame's hope of developments began to materialize about noon the next day. At that hour, Davis appeared with a silvery tray whereon was a cablegram addressed Durrance. Cool on the surface, but with trembling fingers and beating heart, Mame tore open the envelope and read, "Make no contacts with anybody until you know what I can do. Writing this mail. Dabri." Mame smiled sweetly upon Davis. No answer. Then, still very calm on the surface, she pressed a cable into the hand of Lady Violet. Her partner and friend put down the novel she was studying for review purposes and read the communication from New York through twice. "I hope your friend, Elmer P. Dabri, isn't pulling our legs," she said perplexedly. "Shows how little you know that baby." Mame tried her best to dissemble a rising excitement. Elmer P. takes life that serious. He might be Abraham Lincoln at the age of 29. One wishes he would express himself less cryptically. "You'll be wise in time, honey," drawled Mame slowly. Wild horses were inclined to tear her, but she had a will. And a will was wanted, sure, to wait 6 long and weary days for the promised letter of Elmer P. The 6 days of waiting were not so long and weary as they might have been. To begin with, they were full of joys of anticipation. The anticipation, moreover, took more forms than one. And if to show how little Miss Durrance and her sponsor had to fear in the way of displeasure in high places, there came by post, within an hour of the cable from New York, a real gilt-edged command to the Second Royal Garden Party, to be held at Buckingham Palace on the 5th of July. The command tried the democratic spirit of Miss Durrance severely. Even in the most vaulting moments of her optimism, she had not seen herself moving in royal circles quite so soon as all that. She was nearly betrayed into a whoop of elation. Cuckoo, yes, but somehow it expressed her oddly democratic feeling. However, she was able to pull herself up just in time. What were kings and queens, anyway? Still, she could not help giving her amused friend a tentative hug. "Please don't put that bear-cat act over on me," expostulated Lady Violet, who had devoted a good deal of the last 4 weeks to a study of Mame's idiom. "It's a long way to the 5th of July, any old how," said Mame with stern self-control. "And I'll bet our new ambassadress don't invite me to the carol singing and the fireworks on the 4th at the embassy. Even if good Queen Mary ain't scared of me, she'll be, I guess. It ought to be easy to wangle a card for an American citizeness. How much will you bet?" "I don't approve betting." Mame had too much respect for her friend's astonishing powers of wangling. "But if you can get me an invite for the 4th, among all the doughnuts and the high flyers and the 100%, I'll be that set up. I'll not know where to hide my simple face." Lady Violet promised modestly to see if anything could be done in the matter. One way and another, Mame contrived to get through those intervening days pretty well. Yet it seemed that the eagerly awaited letter from New York would never arrive. Her imagination could not help playing around it. The cable had excited great hopes. In such a world as the present, however, things seldom pan out as they should. Mame had visions of a contract that would astonish Fleet Street, but Elmer's offer, when it came, was considerably less than she expected. But in Lady Violet's opinion, it was distinctly good. However, Lady Violet did not know the precise circumstances in which the offer had been made. She was still in the dark as to the brilliant coup Mame had illicitly brought off. Therefore, Mame had no hesitation in turning it down. "No, honey, we are out for something bigger. I think I'll cable Elmer our rock-bottom terms. Pray, what do you consider that ought to be?" We must have a 2-year contract to cable 6 columns every Friday at $600 a week. Lady Violet was frankly astonished. Surely we can't hope to get that. Oh, we'll get it, or I should worry. Mame sounded wonderfully cheerful. I'll go right along now and send that cable. But suppose we kill the nice goose that is going to lay the golden eggs? Mame was prepared to risk that. We are worth every dime of the money, and they know it just as well as we do. Her friend did a sum in her head. Do you realize that you are demanding $30,000 a year? So much as all that? Laughed Mame. But she was not to be dissuaded. Audacity, audacity, always audacity, had been among the mottos of the office calendar. Besides, had they not exclusive news to offer, and had not New York just had dramatic evidence of its value? That, of course, was the crux of the whole matter, and it was a point upon which Lady Violet was very much in the dark. In Mame's judgment, the time had not yet come to enlighten her. She would have to know presently, but this was not the moment for a certain rather awkward disclosure. End of Chapter 28. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 29 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 29. Salamine prophesied disaster when the enterprising partner showed her the cable she proposed to send. "Leave this to me, honey." Mame sounded absurdly full of confidence. "I know New York better than you. If New York wants a thing, it wants it. And if it thinks a thing worthwhile, it don't mind what it pays. But are we so worthwhile as all that?" Mame appeared to have not the least doubt on the point. She clapped on her hat, sallied forth, and sent the cable. In 24 hours, less 45 minutes, came the answer. $400 a week were offered with a contract for 1 year. Mame was triumphant. "What did I tell you, honey? They sure want us bad." Lady Violet marveled. "Let us make haste and accept it before they change their minds," was her advice. But Mame did not agree. "These boobs are going up. They know we are the goods, else they wouldn't have been so free with their cables at the outset." "But," persisted Lady Violet. Mame took paper and pen. She spent the tense 5 minutes on a piece of careful, if rather syncopated prose. Original terms, rock bottom. Sorrow, Du Rance. Lady Violet was constrained to laugh rather wryly over the fruit of her labors. "Ours, I fancy, will be the sorrow." The undefeated little go-getter laughed too, but for a different reason. Once more she rose and crammed on her hat. Again she sallied forth to the convenient post office round the corner in Dover Street, while her friend was left wondering how she dared. End of Chapter 29. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 30 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 30. Mame had hardly committed half a dozen pregnant words to the efficient care of the ladylike girl at the post office when suddenly she came to an important decision. Let her regularize the situation then and now. She would go straight home and clear up Lady Violet's perplexities. Success had amply crowned her audacity, but there was still the uncomfortable feeling that she had played not quite fair. An explanation was overdue. Now was the time to make it. The job was not easy to tackle. If it were done at all, it must be done quickly, and so immediately she got back from her errand, she plunged right in. Briefly and lightly as possible, she made the confession. "Do I understand you reopened the packet and put in what we had decided to leave out?" Lady Violet's eyes grew wide and round. The change of tone was perceptible. "I sure did, and there's no call to be sorry." Perhaps not, but there might have been. Lady Violet's slow voice deepened rather ominously while it made that comment. We took our chance, and here we are. Mame's air of triumph was a shade uneasy. It sounded a trifle forced. Now we're in solid with New York. We've pulled the big stuff. You can tell the world. Lady Violet could not resist a laugh, but at the back of everything she was not laughing at all. She was rather sore, and she was rather angry. No use disguising it. There the feeling was. They had brought off a scoop of which they had every right to be proud, but somehow the whole thing was against her code. One could not help liking and admiring this girl, but the line would have to be drawn somewhere. She looked at her ingenious partner with narrowing eyes. The note in her voice disconcerted Mame considerably when she said, I don't quite think I can be in this. Mame had a pang, sharp and odd. She did not like the sound of that voice, much less did she like the sound of the words. Lady Violet was absolutely indispensable to her now. Without her loyal help, the contract could never be put through. And if she should cut loose and decide to turn her out of doors, as a girl with that look on her face conceivably might, the entire house of cards would collapse. Miss Durrance was not yet established in anything. She would lose all she had gained. Society, at one word from Lady Violet, would fire her. Even her syndicate work would be lost. She would be back where she began. Alarmed by that tone and that look, Mame felt the cold touch of panic. She had made a hideous blunder. By a foolish miscalculation of human nature, it seemed as if she had just spoiled everything. In a flush of success, she had been overconfident. She ought to have remembered that high-grade folks differed in certain ways from the common run. Yes, she had been a little fool. End of Chapter 30. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 31 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 31. They went to the club round the corner for luncheon. But as they walked towards it together, for the first time since they had come to know one another, they found themselves at a loss for words. For Mame it was a new experience and a decidedly bitter one. Lady Violet was now coldly polite. The touch of ice was an omen. Her companion did not like this new aspect at all. Everything had changed since Mame had tripped along to the post office half an hour ago. The sky was different, or what London is pleased to call the sky, the sound of traffic, the look of the passers-by, the shadows cast by the houses and by the trees across the road, all were different. A severe attack of cold feet had overtaken Miss Durrance. She felt like throwing herself under a bus. Her vein of fatalism mockingly assured her that such luck as she had had could not possibly last. There was bound to be a break. The dream was too good to be true. Yet it was maddening to feel that she had held every card in the game less than half an hour ago, and that by an act of sheer folly she had simply cast them to the winds. This was a bad moment. Back swung the pendulum. Her mood reacted from triumph to despair. After crabbing such luck as no girl of her sort ever had, she might find herself curled up on a county council bench among the poor stiffs who slept nightly on the Thames embankment. Instead of having the ball at her feet, she had now a vision of ending up in the river. In the course of a miserable luncheon, these horrid thoughts tormented her. She couldn't go back to poverty and inferior people, but all that she had depended on the coldly polite girl opposite, and if, as now seemed almost certain, she was forced to cancel the contract she had just made with New York, Elmer Dobro would be furious. He, too, would never forgive her for being made to look a fool. Big interest stood behind him in this scheme, and if by her default he failed to put it through, his own position would be jeopardized. He might even lose his new job. "Excuse me, honey, Mame glanced at her friend across the private table. "I don't want food just now. I think I'll get out into the air." "Aren't you well?" The detached tone was like a knife to Mame. "No," she gasped. "I'm feeling pretty low. I... Not trusting herself to say more, she got up abruptly and quitted the dining room. End of Chapter 31. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 32 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Foodless and miserable, Mame left the precincts of the Ladies' Imperium and crossed over to the Green Park. The sun had a real touch of warmth in it. Flowers, bird music, the gentle breath of spring were all around. But Mame subsided in the first seat she came to beyond the railings and had desperately to fight a threat of tears. What a mess she had made of things! In one brief hour she had been cast down from the heights. She felt that all was lost. Yes, all, including honor. There was no excuse for what she had done. She had been tempted, and she had fallen. For about 20 minutes she sat there in despair, and then a diversion came. It was the sort of diversion that in this dark hour she would have given much to avoid. But it seemed there was no escape. It had to be met. Right in the midst of her painful reflections, her eye was caught by a tall, free-striding, oncoming figure. Moreover, the recognition was mutual, and it was simultaneous. Bill had seen her in the very moment that she had seen him. He had a bulldog on a lead, a large, ugly, yet most amiable beast. Both Bill and his dog seemed on very good terms with life. Bill, in particular, looked pleased with his luck in finding Little Miss Chicago sitting alone on a seat in the Green Park at 1:35 in the afternoon. He as good as said so. Mame was not much given to tears. Her life had always been too hard for luxuries of that kind, but seldom had she been near shedding them. Bill, however, must not guess that anything was wrong. Yet, for all her powers of dissimulation, which were not inconsiderable, he was not wholly deceived. "You want some lunch," he said in the casual manner that belonged to his sister, and yet with a half-humorous directness peculiarly his own. Mame liked that directness exceedingly, and never more than now. There was something very masculine about it, something genuine, something protective. It was not the least of the penalties she had incurred that she would have to forego the society of Bill, and of the likes of Bill. "Well, what about it?" he broke in upon the distinct pause that had followed his statement. "Let's nip across to the Berkeley and have a bite. Or the Ritz, if you prefer it?" Mame did not feel like the Berkeley, nor yet like the Ritz. "I'm not hungry," she said with a lack of nuance, for which she despised herself. "Well, I am. About this hour I often get like that. Come and have a small lobster. It'll do you good, I'm sure." The invitation was declined. Conversationally, he could not knock any sparks out of the pretty and clever little American, whom he liked as much as any girl he had come across lately. Bill was concerned. She looked as if she would be all the better for a good cry. Something had happened, something pretty serious, but there was no means of knowing what. And such a pretty little puss! There was a touching look about her. Bill was a chivalrous young man, and at that moment he felt he could ask nothing better than to stand between this attractive little girl and the rubs of a hard world. Notwithstanding an honest need of luncheon, Bill could not deny any solace it might be his to afford. He took a seat by the side of Miss Durrance and prattled charmingly on. "You're going, of course, to that dance on the 2nd at Clamborough House?" Miss Durrance said rather miserably that she didn't know. "Don't know?" Consternation was in the tone. "I understood from Vi that you were going with her." Mame shivered slightly in her thin spring suit. But the winds of Britain cannot be trusted right up till the end of June. "It'll be the best rag of the season. All the folks will be there. You must come. You simply must. Best floor in London. Capital supper. Rippin' band. Uncle J and Aunt E always do things top hole. Jolly sitting-out place in the small library downstairs. Everybody don't know it, though, which makes it so much the jollier." But Miss Durrance did not respond. There was something seriously wrong with the girl. "I was hoping you'd dance 2 or 3 times with me. I know I'm a hod carrier, but you'll own that I've improved quite a bit since you took me in hand." Miss Durrance did own that, but there was certainly room for improvement in Bill's form on the parquet, even if she was too kind to say so. Besides, she really liked the boy. There was that about him no girl could help liking. He was so open, so genuine, so manly. If you're not there, it'll be most disappointing. "There'll be Miss Childwick to console you," jumped to the tip of Mame's tongue. Happily, she was able to keep it from slipping off. The abrupt and sharp thought of Miss Three-Ply Flannelette, of the glorious yet supercilious eyes, somehow gave Mame a jolt. And that was exactly what she needed. It lent her a punch. The memory of Miss Three-Ply Flannelette pulled her together as nothing else could have done. Even if she had just had a heavy blow, she must not think of giving in. All was not lost yet, whatever line Lady Violet might adopt towards her. There was something about Bill's manner that had set her agile and enterprising mind to work. A week or so ago Lady Violet had been good enough to throw out a sort of gentle hint that little cats were not allowed to look at a certain canary. There were other nice birds in the aviary. In fact, at this season of the year, the place was swarming with them, good and plenty. The little puss in question could take her pick, always provided she was clever enough to catch one. But let her please remember that a certain canary was not on the menu. Yes, that was all very well, but circumstances have a knack of altering cases. The heart of Puss began to harden at the thought. Such a simple, harmless, pretty bird! And actually perching, mark you, on one of her velvet forepaws. The clocks at the neighborhood chimed 2. "How time does fly!" Bill observed. "You don't say," remarked the little puss. The old quaint note at which the young Marquis invariably chuckled. Such an original, this girl. Everybody was beginning to say so, quite apart from her money. And Papa's hogs had kept poor old Europe for years. Bill reluctantly rose. Yes, 2 o'clock, by gad! He really must see about a small lobster. At 3 he had to meet a girl at Hurlingham and watch the polo. The Yanks, I fear, have got us beat to a frazzle. Shouldn't wonder at all. The little puss began circumspectly to lick her sly lips. And then, with seeming carelessness, "Do I know the lady?" "A Miss Childwick. You've barged into her once or twice at the dance club." "You mean she has barged into me." "That's exactly what I do mean," said Bill with candor. "Nice girl, but you can't begin to move in the way that you do. You might be a professional." "Thank you," said Miss Durrance coldly. It was a 2-edged compliment. "What I mean to say is, Gwendolen, her name's Gwendolen, and I am not exactly thistledown when we float around, while you are just as light as a feather. And if you don't show up on the 2nd, it'll knock the bottom out of the jolliest dance of the year. You get after that lobster, or you'll be late for the good old wallopin' America's going to give you." "Sure you won't come and share a humble crust at the Berkeley?" Miss Chicago was quite sure. "Well, so long. But if you don't show up on the 2nd, it'll be real mean." With every appearance of reluctance, Bill and his dog moved slowly away in a northwesterly direction. The eyes of Miss Durrance followed them wistfully until they passed from view. Then she got up and took the opposite path, which led, among other places, to the Army and Navy stores. Already a new fire had been kindled in her strong young heart. End of Chapter 32. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 4, 2024.
Chapter 33 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 33. It was rather late in the afternoon when Mame returned to Half Moon Street. She had pallor up and down a bit. had had a cup of tea at the stores, and had given some time to examining various novelties with an eye to Celamine's weekly letter. But she was still feeling decidedly miserable. Lady Violet was out. She generally was at this hour of the day. Mame took off her hat and then sat doggedly down at the typewriter. There was plenty of work to be done, and she decided to go on doing it, just as if nothing had happened. It was not easy, however, to fix her mind on her job. Something had told her that she was going to be fired, and probably quite soon. She was really more occupied with what could be saved from the wreck than with the task in hand. But however she looked at the matter, there was no escaping the fact that it was in Lady Violet's power to ruin her socially, unless it was also in Lady Violet's power to ruin her professionally, unless Elmer P. was willing to forgive her for making him look like a fool. In any case, she would have earned the reputation of being a regular fly up the creek. And she knew enough of her calling by this time to be aware that such a name was about the worst possible for a newspaper girl. While Mame was wrestling with these unhappy thoughts, Lady Violet came into the room. She hardly ventured to look at the face of her friend. Somehow she was afraid to read her doom, which in her present mood was going to be more than she could bear. Lady Violet gazed upon the rather woe-begone little figure, seated before a piece of mechanism, which she herself profoundly disliked. Hard at it. The tone was cheery, but it was non-committal. It was impossible for Mame to tell what her feelings were, or what the decision was to which she had come. Mame had very little hope, but although she was careful not to betray it, she had a certain amount of defiance. As she bent over the machine, she felt the eyes of Lady Violet upon her. After all, why should this girl sit in judgment? So far, she had only had to play at life. She had never had to wonder where the next crust was coming from. She had never had to drudge at things she hated. She had never really known what it was to be tempted. Boredom, squalor, misery, what did this high flyer know of these? Mame was feeling sore, and there was a kind of savage pride in her which forbade the showing of her heart. She would ask no concession. How could she without lowering herself in her own eyes? If the sentence was ruined, she would accept it. She must find the strength to pack her traps and walk out of that alluring house just as if nothing had happened. All the same, these thoughts hurt her so much that her eyes began to fill with tears. They were the first which had gathered there since the weary days of childhood that now seemed very far away. Suddenly, quite a large one dripped onto the machine. Mame fiercely brushed it off with her handkerchief. But it was too late. The mischief was done. There was a pause. It was rather strained and rather odd. And then she woke to the fact that Lady Violet was speaking. Moreover, she was speaking in the gay and whimsical voice that Mame had grown to love. "Little puss, I've been thinking about things. I'm more to blame than you. One had no right to tempt you like that." This aspect of the case had not occurred to Mame. It was a generous interpretation of the matter. It was also a diplomatic one, which skillfully opened a short way out. "No, you just hadn't," said Mame. "But don't think I excuse myself. I expect," she added wistfully, "you'll never be able to trust me again." That was precisely the thought which was now troubling Lady Violet. But she had not the heart to be really hard. There was something brave and big about the child, a gameness, a never-say-die-ness, which appealed to one's sporting instincts. She was immensely worth helping, but to go into partnership with her, that was a thorny question. One had to be able to trust blindly in such a case. "No, I'll say not." Mame read her thoughts. "And after this, I have kind of a hunch that I can't trust myself." Lady Violet looked shrewdly at Mame. She recognized, at any rate, her own weakness. And to that extent, there was hope for her. Besides, the particular circumstances need not arise a second time. The next bonanza that came along, if she had the least doubt about giving it publicly, let her have the good sense to keep it to herself. It was hardly fair to put temptation in the way of one whose genius for news made her so susceptible. Reflection convinced Lady Violet that this was a case for broad views. A woman who really knows the world does not ask too much of human nature. To be forewarned is to be forearmed, and the childish air of penitence was so appealing that Lady Violet was tempted to put the best face she could on the matter. Mame, after all, was not fired. Good sense and goodwill on one side, repentance on the other, did much to heal the breach. The friendship continued. They were able to work together as of yore. In some ways, their respect for each other deepened. The business pact into which they now entered was almost ideal. Mame's head, from the mundane aspect of dollars, was by far the shrewder of the two. Money meant so much more to her than it did to Lady Violet. She had learned a sharp lesson. Also, she was clever as she could stick, and a splendid worker. From a business point of view, she was undoubtedly a treasure. Mame, for her part, was quick to perceive that the partner pulled her weight in the boat. Celimene was strongest wherein she lacked. Taste, style, charm, discretion were worthwhile things in high-grade newspaper work. Lady Violet had all these. And, still better, she had access to sources of information which the ordinary journalist could seldom tap. She was asked everywhere, known everywhere, not in her capacity of Celimene of the London Courier, or Cleo of the New York Monitor, but as the daughter of her late father, a distinguished man, of her much-respected mother, and by virtue of many high-placed connections. Apart from her skill with a pen, she was a most accomplished diner-out, one of the few real conversationalists of either sex left in London. Witty, informed, she repeated her father's popularity 20 years before. Powerful friends who remembered and admired him were glad to open their doors and their hearts to her. There was every reason why the new firm should prosper, and it did. Even if New York was paying big money on the strength of the scoop in the matter of the royal engagement, there was reason to think it would not have to regret its enterprise. "We've now to see that we deliver the goods," said Mame. "Our London letters got to be the best on the market." Mame went all out. Little Miss Chicago was to be seen everywhere. She, too, was careful not to associate herself with the London Courier or the New York Monitor. By now, she was established more or less as the richest thing that ever happened. The cunning phrase had come to her by a side wind. Even if secretly it wounded her pride, she had a shrewd perception of its value. That two-edged phrase was her open sesame, as family was the open sesame of Lady Violet. The world in which she was now beginning to move with some freedom was willing to forgive much for the sake of pop. Yet absolutely nothing was known at the embassy about the mysterious Mr. Du Rance. Certain countrywomen of Little Miss Chicago were indefatigable in their inquiries, but in the end all boiled down to the plain fact that Du Rance père was a homely farmer of hogs, who, no doubt, had come into his kingdom rather late in life. Meanwhile, his daughter got about. Even the dance at Clamborough House on the evening of the 2nd of June was graced by her presence. Dear Emily, who, as all the world knew, was apt to fuss over the invitations to share her well-considered hospitality, actually sent a card to the naive little thing, when people like the so-and-sos, who had been established 3 years in Park Lane, had to go wanting. One thing must be said for Miss Thingamy. She really was an excellent dancer. Anyhow, dear Violet's brother, that nice young man in the pinks, seemed to take as many turns with her as that charming girl, Gwendolen Childwick. She, too, was a parti, but of course, rather heavy cake. So that towards the end of a most enjoyable evening, dear Emily's evenings were always so enjoyable, rumors began to arise of jealous riding. From the purely dancing point of view, Miss What-was-her-name could put poor Gwendolen to bed any old time, could fairly tuck her up, as it were, in her little cot. Really no comparison between the two. Trade, of course, both. But who minds trade these days? Besides, celebrated three-ply flanette is so much more distinguished than hogs. That fearful accent, my dear, quite the wrong kind of American. What a pity, since the war there has been such a lowering of European standards. Don't you remember, my dear, when you and I first came over, what enormous trouble our parents took that we should do and say nothing to disgrace them? And even then, it wasn't altogether easy, was it? Sad, my dear, to see how things have changed. But as I took the opportunity of saying privately to dear Emily, if that type of American does really get off with an old marquisate, there is bound to be a slump in the more respectable English titles. End of chapter 33. Read by Kimberly Bonin.
Section 34 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. Little Puss, of course you will not touch the canary, but there are other birds on the bough. Lady Violet did not use these exact words, but that was Mame's astute interpretation of the light in her eye and the smile on her face. What she did say was, "Your dancing last night with my brother was admired. People were asking who you were." But more, far more, was implied by the point and the humor with which she made those statements. It was the morning after the Clanborough House ball. Mame, at ease in an armchair after a late breakfast, had a pleasant feeling of success. She had passed a fairly stiff examination with flying colors. Her sponsor was proud of her. She had looked well, carried herself well, danced beautifully. Even Aunt Emily, who was so critical, had spoken of her as an unaffected little thing. It is just on the cards that she may invite you to Scotland for a fortnight at the end of August. There's great fun at Dunkelby every year, and any amount of competition to get there. But in the meantime, if one may offer a hint, you'll see that nobody spikes your guns. Some of your American friends are out on the warpath. No friends of mine, spiteful cats, mainly, and I don't seem to mind letting some of them know it. Well, I don't think I would if I were you. They can do you more harm than you can do them. Mame saw the truth of that. But they don't love me, these birds, and I'd just like to shoot them all on sight. Lady Violet laughed at the fierceness, but she well understood her feelings. Certain distinguished members of the American colony were giving trouble. Durrance was a name unknown in Chicago. It was unknown in Washington. It was unknown in New York. Make hay while the sun shines, my dear. That was the sum of Lady Violet's wisdom. It was a great stroke of luck being in with Aunt Emily. She was one of the few people who still really counted. But pressure was being brought to bear. Miss Durrance had not been presented. Her credentials had not been verified. Doubt had even been cast upon the wealth of Papa. The woman of the world let fall a hint that several parties were about, who in their way were not unattractive. You kind of think I ought to put myself in solid. Mame had a touch of that crude force, which some people found so engaging and other people didn't. No saying when the luck may change. One can never quite depend on Aunt Emily. She might be got at. Our friend, Mrs. Creeber Newsom, is out for blood. I don't know what you've done to that lady, but from what one hears, she's got quite an edge on her tomahawk. "That old squaw?" said contemptuous Mame. "I'm not afraid of her." Lady Violet was inclined to reprove. Her experience was that it never did to underrate one's foes. If people were not well disposed towards one, it paid, as a rule, to be afraid of them. Mame, nevertheless, was not afraid of Mrs. Creeber Newsom. She carries weight now her husband has got his diplomatic leg up, and she's in with the Childwicks. "Who are the Childwicks, any old way?" asked Mame injudiciously. She realized her break the instant she had been guilty of it. The Childwicks were all right. Lady Violet made that statement with a perceptible change of voice. "Gwendolen Childwick is as good as engaged to Bill, you know. Strictly between ourselves, Mother is a bit surprised the announcement hasn't been made already." "A regular mother's boy, is he?" Mame audaciously observed. "What Mother says goes, with Bill, and he knows that she quite approves of Gwendolen." "Don't he approve of her?" Mame was still more audacious. Bill's sister laughed coolly. "Dear Gwendolen is very nice, and she is an heiress. And Pop and Mommer Childwick were well known at Washington long before they came over here. The right kind of American, I guess." Mame's naivete met with further reproof. "One only speaks, my child, of the wrong kind of American. The right kind is left to speak for itself, and the moment it speaks for itself, it becomes the wrong kind. If I make myself clear?" "You do and you don't," said the candid Mame. "But to come down to cases, I've got to keep my eyes skinned for the Childwick push. Among others, they are not your friends exactly. I don't know why, and they have the ears of Aunt Emily, who, please don't forget, as far as the funny old English village of Mayfair is concerned, is the nearest card you hold at the moment to the ace of trumps. You may pick up others later, but my advice is to hold on at present with both paws to Aunt Emily." Mame saw the force of that. "Do you think I ought to get a new dress for this party next month?" "The heliotrope will do quite well. Grimpy has made it beautifully, and only charged half price, as we are giving her that write-up, so I can blow myself off to another if you think I ought to have one." That was not at all necessary. It would be hard to improve on the heliotrope. But one further word of caution. Mame must be wise about Gwendolen. As far as Clamber House was concerned, she had it in her to be dangerous. "So, as I say," the mentor concluded, "I hope you'll be wise about her." "I will," Mame faithfully promised. "And don't forget there are others." The face of the mentor was full of mystic meaning. "I won't," promised Mame. End of section 34, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 19, 2024. Section 35 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. Mame had received a sort of hint that one or two nice plums were in the matrimonial basket. For some weeks to come, she had every opportunity of judging how nice the plums in the basket really were. No matter where the ripe fruit clustered, there to be seen was la belle Américaine. Not that, strictly speaking, she took rank as a looker. Really and truly, she did not pretend to beauty, but she had a way with her. She had the charm of one not afraid to be herself. And that, as much as anything, was what people liked about her. She was not afraid to be herself. So many of her sophisticated compatriots were shy of giving nature a chance. Perhaps they hardly realized that what passes for aristocracy in England is essentially barbarous. It counts freedom and frankness and don't care a damnness as second only to dollars. Mame had her share of the first, and was reputed to have more than her share of the second. Thus, to the annoyance of a coterie among her countrywomen, who were blessed with girls of their own, she was likely to cut rather more ice than their privately tutored and governess-trained to the minute offspring. She was such an original, while they conformed to a type. Where they were all prunes and prisms, little Miss Chicago was forcible and unexpected. By the time Miss Durrance had been seen at the embassy on the evening of the 4th of July, and she had been seen again in the grounds of Buckingham Palace on the afternoon of the 5th, the coterie began to get the wind up. Was it really a fact that dear Emily had invited Miss Thingamy to Dunkeld for the last week in August and the first week in September? If so, it was almost a scandal. Polly Childwick certainly thought so. Likewise Marcella Creber Newsome. Moreover, they both agreed that it would be doing dear, simple-hearted Emily an act of Christian kindness to say so, and the more forcibly it was said, the more kind and the more Christian the act would be. Dunkeld hung in the balance. If Mame could bring off that, it would be a coup. Such was Lady Violet's considered opinion, and she knew every blade of grass on the course. Still, the remnant of the prehistoric 400, a sort of Praetorian old guard, was mustering every ounce that it possessed in the way of influence. Dunkeld would be a bit too much, when people like those really nice Perkinses, with a villa on the Lido, and their eldest boy in the Blues, were still out in the cold. Dear Emily was so conservative in some ways, and yet in others, like ordinary mortals, so apt to be taken in. It was that wicked Violet who was really to blame. She had an atrocious and ill-bred habit of pulling legs. One never quite knew how one stood with her. She seemed to have a down on certain people who were considerably richer than herself. She was very unconventional, and quite uncomfortably clever. Why she was running this Miss Durrance nobody knew, but the opinion was growing that at the back of the mind of the freakish Violet was a desire to make Clanborough House look foolish. Somebody ought to warn dear Emily. It was a Christian duty. Besides, if persons like Miss Durrance were given the run of the garden, what was the use of trying to remain exclusive? With the whole world topsy-turvy, people in the position of dear Emily could not be too careful. Lady Violet had shrewdly diagnosed the state of the case. The colony was arming itself. The Pilgrim daughters were going out on the warpath. They could not afford to let this dangerous little feline have things all her own way. Even her dollars could not condone her, and the best and latest information was unable to say where and what those dollars were. The puss, it was clear, had nothing to give away. Let her bear in mind that she still had to walk delicately. Many vigilant hands were simply itching to cut her claws and to trim her fur. The odd thing was she did not appear to amuse her compatriots at all, whereas the natives of the island seemed to find her great fun. It was her dollars, of course, but then those who hail from the land where dollars grow are apt to be so much less charmed by them than the poor and rather mercenary British. Mame continued to get around. The main reason, no doubt, was that her work made it necessary, but soon a certain ambition took root in her. According to the office calendar, there is a tide. While she was about it, she would be wise to neglect no opportunity of putting herself in solid. Experience had taught her already that if you don't take the chances that offer, your luck has a nasty trick of backfiring. Yes, if opportunity arose, it would be well to be in solid. Henley was fun. So was Ascot. So was Hurlingham. So was Lord's. Perhaps Henley was the best fun of all. Somehow, honest Thames water seemed to take a bit of starch out of folks. Then there were several jolly dances, and other functions rather more formal, but still in their way pleasant. Week by week Mame met the same crowd under slightly differing conditions, and even her sponsor owned that it was wonderful how she adjusted herself to circumstances. Under expert guidance, she was now developing a sure instinct of her own. It soon began to make a real difference to her personality. Happily, it didn't take out the pep. She was astonishingly quick at picking up ideas, and she was not content merely to pick them up. She had a faculty for putting them to new and entertaining uses. Lady Violet, for all her experience of 2 continents, had never seen anyone like her. She was a unique combination of demureness and daring. The things she said and the way she said them were beyond the compass of ordinary mortals. If you admired her dollars, they went. If you didn't admire her dollars, these gems of thought rather got the bird. But dollars are fascinating things. In England, a mere rumor of them appears to have glamour. Since the war, they have been getting so scarce, except among the wrong people. Miss Durrance might be in that inclusive category, but then she was so adaptable. Her nationality and her youth were immensely in her favor. Dear Percy and dear Algernon, of course, would have to marry somebody. There did not seem to be enough British money to go round. It was a bore, her not having been presented, but no doubt she could be on her marriage. And even if she had no friends in America, that was more than offset by being in with Clanborough House. Lady Violet, in the meantime, scented the breeze and enjoyed her wicked self hugely. Like her father, that charming and distinguished man, she had a rather unconventional view of life. Certain pomposities and pretensions gave her an impish desire to prick them. She knew that when it came down to bedrock, they were rooted in mere lucre. In spite of its airs and graces, so cleverly used as a screen for the vulgar truth, the British aristocracy, What was left of it was the most mercenary institution on the face of the earth. She did not blame it in the least. Being a woman of the world, she did not blame anything for anything just now. It was one hell of a scramble with the devil, hanging on to the hindmost. But if one had a sense of humor, and kept one's eyes open, it was wonderful what fun was to be got out of the charming piggy-wiggies one saw in the dear old style. The canary was sacred, of course. Dear mother had kept up her end so bravely, and Gwendolen was a good and sensible girl, though a little dull. But the minor dicky birds, the Percys and the Algernons, were fair games for an early rising puss who had had its little tail twisted pretty severely at one time or another. As good as gold she was, too, but without a sou, except what she earned by her own wits. Meanwhile the battle raged. Lady Violet resolved that Mame should be invited to Scotland for the deer stalking. It would crown her success. Such pluck deserved recognition. Lady Violet had a strong dash of sportsmanship in her. She was all for the underdog, and the uncalled-for attitude of certain people had rather got her goat. Live and let live was an excellent motto. In fact, it so happened that it was a motto of the Trehernes. She enjoyed nothing better than to salt the tails of the Marcella Creeber Newsomes of the earth and their British prototypes. Mame was doing harm to nobody, yet New York-on-Thames was determined to down her. However, they would see. It was true that Aunt Emily seemed to be wavering. Eaton v. Harlow was through. People were packing up and clearing off to Goodwood and then to Cowes for the yachting. Lady Violet obtained an invitation for her little friend aboard the Excelsior, with those comic people, the Dunnings. Glorious beer! But in Britain these days there was great competition even for that. It was one of the key industries that had done very well in the war. She herself was going to spend 5 days aboard the Excelsior, if she was able to survive them. No doubt she would. New people were so much more amusing than the old. But she had rather made it a condition that she should be accompanied by her little friend. Still, Cowes and the Dunnings were a mere sideshow. Scotland at the end of next month would be the joy wheel, and Aunt Emily seemed to be wavering. To Céline's chagrin, Mame had not been included in the invitation she herself had already received. If it went foot, it would be one up to the other side. A proper score for Mrs. Creeper Newsome if Miss Durrance was left out. Her friend and partner, chivalrously, felt that she must be up and doing. In some ways, it would suit the firm better for Mame to stay in town, gathering news, while Céline was sunning herself on the moors, but that hardly seemed fair. Besides, their job could be carried on anywhere within reach of a telegraph office, and in that respect, Dunkeld was very well off. Honest work and real grit had earned the reward of a jolly fortnight. Céline was fully determined that Mame should have it. She was beginning to take a personal pride in the success against odds of this clever child. Besides, if lullabious Chicago was left out in the cold, there would be smiles. The thing hung fire so long that it began to look as if the day was going against them. Mame herself inclined to think so. The colony was very active. It was always trying to call her bluff. All through the summer she had managed to keep her chin above water, but she could not expect to go on like that forever. Soon or late, something was bound to happen. There were several reasons why Mame's heart was set on an invitation to Dunkeld, but one must not look for everything in this world. All the same, it was a defeat, and the moral of it was, no doubt, that at last the tide had begun to turn. End of section 35, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 27, 2024.
Chapter 36 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacy M. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Cowes was very enjoyable. The Excelsior was a comfortable yacht. Its hospitality was lavish. Dunning père was perhaps inclined to set a value on himself. The same applied to Dunning Mere. But Sidney Dunning, heir to 500,000 6% debentures, was well-mannered and attentive. On the slightest provocation, he showed a decided tendency to come along. For some reason, Lady Violet did not seem to warm to the Dunnings, although she managed to take money off them at bridge, a game in which Miss Durrance had been recently initiated, and for which she showed quite an aptitude. But in the matter of Sidney Dunning, the sponsor was inclined to think Mame might do worse. New money, of course. Still, que voulez-vous? They lived in times when all money was new. The Bolsheviks of the earth, by no means confined to Russia, had seen to that. Sidney Dunning was really not so bad. Eton and Christ Church, a little comically. So, dear lad, but if Miss Durrance was giving her mind to such matters, there could be no harm in Sidney Dunning. A mayor, of course, was bent on a title. Still, in Salamine's opinion, it was rather up to Mame. Sidney Dunning would be an insurance anyway. He was not the only dabchick on the water. There were others good and plenty, but his plumage was more richly feathered than theirs, and in the circumstances he would perhaps be safer. 500,000 6% high-class brewery debentures are nice things to have locked up in your husband's strong box when you have no money of your own. Still, a little impertinent, all this of Salamine, was not it? Not at all. Kind of Salamine to be so interested, but Mame felt she must take time to think over the matter. Some of the other birds on the water were such sweet ducks that it seemed a pity to grab at the nearest, merely because of its geographical situation. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Chapter 37. At the last moment, almost, came the much-desired invitation to Dunkeldy. Lady Violet, having heard that Mabel, her recently married sister, had decided not to go north this year, although expected to do so as usual, took the news in person to the ducal yacht as soon as it entered the harbor. As the astute Violet foresaw, Aunt Emily felt herself to be in rather a hat. It was a bit late in the day. Whoever filled the vacancy would do so now as an obvious substitute. Nobody likes to be that, as her niece was careful to point out. But her clever little American friend, who was seeing as much of Britain as she could in the shortest possible time, was likely to have no feelings of that kind. And everybody found her such fun. It was always Aunt Emily's instinct to take the line of least resistance, particularly where the enterprising Violet was concerned. Dear Violet had her peculiarities, but she was a general favorite. She was so vivacious, so modern, so good-natured. You couldn't help liking Violet. On this occasion, Violet did not disdain a tactical coup. While Aunt Emily wavered, she presented a kind of ultimatum. She had taken it so much for granted that Miss Durrance would be included in the invitation to Dunkeldy that she was afraid she could not go north without her little friend. This rather put it up to Aunt Emily. But as the clever niece surmised, her own position with the Clamborough house was strong enough to try it on. Aunt Emily really had no very strong feelings in the matter, even if some of her friends appeared to have. There was no harm in the little American, beyond the fact, as one of the most influential of her countrywomen had quaintly expressed it, she was as common as pig tracks. But as the unconventional Violet pointed out, it all came down to whether one cared for a little garlic in the salad. Most people nowadays liked a dash of pungency. Even the most fastidious were in favor of a touch of spice in the social dish. There was no harm in Miss Durrance. Her only crime, even in the eyes of her critics, was that she was so very amusing. She would certainly add to the gaiety of Dunkeldy, and that was all that mattered. Face to face with dear Violet, Aunt Emily did not take long to yield. Of late years, this clever niece had been the life and soul of the party. Her absence would now make a gap that nothing could fill. Besides, in some ways, Miss Durrance was the obvious solution. If she really didn't mind being asked on such short notice, she would be made very welcome at Dunkeldy. The invitation was really obtained by force majeure, but nonetheless it came in its way as a triumph. Yet it was not so much a triumph for Miss Durrance as for her friend and sponsor. Mame was still rather unsophisticated. Certain social nuances meant less to her than to Celimene. One set of the folks was much like the other. So long as she could keep getting about to this function and that, she would not worry. But Lady Violet had made her protégée's cause so much her own that she felt she could hardly afford to have her publicly slighted. Odd, was it not, that dear Violet should be so determined to run the funny little American? But Violet was like that. She was always running someone. As a rule, the someone was more or less impossible. One year it was a Russian dancer, another a Cubist painter, or a Polish musician. She seemed to take up queer people and develop a passion for them, as others did for peaks, or bulldogs, or chows, or angoras. Dear Violet's trouble was too many brains. Her vein of freakishness sought expression in the freakishness of the world at large. Dunkeldy, as usual, was a huge success. The weather was perfect, the sport excellent. But the sport hardly mattered so much, even if it were hearsay to say so, as in less attractive places. It was the people who gathered there who counted most. Year by year they came to Dunkeldy to have a good time. Along with some of the finest shots in the kingdom were others who, if they did not add to the prowess of the field, were highly accomplished in the arts and the graces of life. For Mame, this was a fresh phase of existence. Her few days at Cowes, aboard the Excelsior, had done something to prepare her for the freedom of the moors. But Dunkeldy itself, gorgeously set in the lee of the Grampians, was something new. Dunkeldy was beyond her dreams. On the August evening, she motored with Lady Violet from the train at Inverochy, which was 15 miles away and the nearest railway station, and saw the great house of stone nestling against a background of mountains and forest, and the heather billowing around it. She gave a little gasp. In rich and mysterious beauty, it was a place of fairy. She had read of such homes. She had seen them pictured on the screen, but even in her most fanciful moments, she hardly expected to find them in her life, good and real. When they wound uphill, in rather precipitous half-circles, that last astonishing mile to the proud keep of Dunkeldy, and drew up in the golden light before the low lintel of the main entrance to the castle, the first person to welcome them was Bill. He stood in the doorway looking superbly handsome, in a sporran and kilt. The place itself was a thing of sheer beauty, and somehow Bill matched it. At the sight of him, Mame's heart began to dance. He sent a loud woo-whoop, echoing among the angles of the stone walls, and again danced her heart. And when he flung open the door of their car, before the deuce footman could get down from his box, or another of his like could spring out from the portico, her blood thrilled. There seemed to be magic in the air. From the very hour of her arrival, this feeling of magic in the air was upon Mame. And all the wonderful days she was at Dunkeldy, it never left her. The house itself was an embodied tradition. Its glamour was haunted by the spirit of the place. That ancient roof tree held strange secrets, and nothing so far in Mame's life had quite prepared her for them. The train had reached Inverochy an hour and a quarter late, as the trains in that part of the world had a way of doing. Dinner was due in 20 minutes. Therefore, it was a bit of a scurry to change. Bill's only accomplishment, at least to which he owned, although other people rated him a pretty useful shot and a fairly straight rider to hounds, was that he could dress in 10 minutes. But neither his sister nor Miss Durrance, even with Davis to help them, was quite up to that. Still, in a quarter of an hour, Celimene was looking her gay and cool and distinguished self in an old and plain black gown. It took Mame longer than that to don a frock, rather more pictorial. But with Davis to do her up, she was looking presentable, if not quite as chic as she would have desired by the time dinner was announced. The guests, to the number of around 20, assembled in the armory, a sort of large hall whose ancient usage had been agreeably softened by modern comfort. It sounded dull, dismal, draughty, dour. As a fact, it was quite cozy, and it had the advantage of being cool in summer, warm in winter. This evening, at the end of August, its temperature was a happy medium. Whatever chill there was in it, due to the lengthening of the shadows around the mullioned windows, was merged in a general atmosphere of cheery goodwill. Even Uncle John and Aunt Emily, whose long suit was not exactly cheeriness, at any rate of a wildly festive kind, made a heroic effort this evening to assume that virtue. Nothing could have exceeded the kindness of their welcome. If they did not pretend to intellectual brilliance, and they had to be on their guard lest a sense of dignity was a little overdone, they were very sensible, well-meaning people, and if you were invited to their board, they laid themselves out to see that you had a good time. Mame soon felt at home. The day's journey had been long and tedious, but with the resiliency of youth, she was able to thoroughly enjoy her dinner. Bill sat one side of her, and a very distinguished politician who knew America and had a keen appreciation of all things American sat the other. Conversation flowed. Good stories crossed the dinner table. A piper came skirling round the chairs of the guests. Wine, wit, and good fellowship circulated freely. Mame surrendered to the feeling that this was life. She took her sponsor's advice and went to bed early, and in that wonderful Highland air slept as never before, unless it was in the early days on the farm, after many hours of drudgery. It was a dreamless and renewing sleep, and was only terminated when a Swansea lassie set some tea and bread and butter by the side of her bed, unbolted the large shutters, and let in the sun. 5 minutes later, when Mame sprang out of bed and gazed through the window upon the glory of the scene, the first object to catch her eye was a young man on the fair green below. He was diligently coaxing a small ball into an invisible hole by means of an odd piece of iron. Mame's education as yet had not included the game of golf, but she knew it when she saw it. And as she stood watching this player, she felt the time had come to develop her knowledge of a science particularly Scottish. The player was Bill. There was no escaping him. Early and late, he seemed to always be in the center of the picture. But why should one wish to escape him? Who could be fairer to look upon? A sight for sair een, as these quaint Scots said, this tall, brown, upstanding young fellow. By the time Mame was through the business of dressing, she had made up her mind to repair one more gap in her education. She must learn to play golf, and Bill it should be to give her a first lesson. A believer in the definite object and a mark to aim at in the life of each day, she was as confirmed a go-getter in the Scottish Highlands as on Broadway or in the Strand. Quickly, she swallowed her porridge and bacon and sought the diligent Bill. He was still putting. In his way, he was also a go-getter. For the time being, at any rate, he was the slave of ambition. 12 was his present handicap. Yet he saw no reason why concentration on the short game should not soon reduce it to a more seemly 9. With a genial forthcomingness that Mame considered to be not the least of Bill's merits, he made his ambition known to her as soon as she came upon the scene. And she, with the engaging frankness which in his eyes was so attractive, promptly confided her own resolve. "No hour like the present," declared Bill. The stalkers would not seek the hills before noon. Plenty of time for a lesson. "I'll borrow a club off Gwendolen Childwick. Mine are a bit heavy for you." Then I'll show you the swing. In this game, the swing is everything, and it's jolly difficult." Mame was sure that it was. With a merry eye, she watched Simplicitas stroll away in quest of Gwendolen Childwick's bag. Gwendolen was a scratch player. Her bag was simply bulging with drivers and brassies, not to mention irons and spoons. If Bill was not, broadly speaking, one of nature's most solid chunks of wisdom, that is to say, he was a most deliciously tactless young man, he was yet brimming over with other qualities, and these greatly commended themselves to Mame. She broke into a low carol of pure joy when the sweet boob returned in about 5 minutes with Miss Childwick's second-best driver. Didn't seem very keen on lending it for some reason. He proceeded to lock Mame's fingers round the leather in the Varden grip. Worst of these classic gophers is that they are so fearfully particular about their clubs. But we can't possibly do this one any harm, can we? Mame was sure they could not. They spent a profitable hour. This pretty and clever Miss Durrance was a very apt pupil. Bill was convinced the root of the matter was in her. These Americans had a wonderful faculty for picking up games, and their minds were so fresh and so cute. Most amusing child he had met in a month of Sundays. The things she said and the way she said them, yet learning, mark you, to swing that bally old club better and better all the time. "You'll make a player," was Bill's pronouncement at the end of the lesson. "If you stick to it," rejoined little Miss Chicago. "I'll stick to it like a sick kitten to a warm brick. Once I take a thing up, I just hold on by my teeth. Do you think you can give me another lesson tomorrow? At the same time? And the same place?" "I'll be delighted." And Simplicitas looked as if he meant it. End of chapter 37. Read by Kimberly Bonin.
Chapter 38 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. The next morning, Mame received her second lesson in the art of golf. On this occasion, the reluctant Gwendolen's mashie was commandeered. As the amount of pretty at the edge of the putting green was strictly limited, the whole thing was no part of a bona fide course, but a makeshift affair. Bill thought, dear fellow, that Miss Durrance had better start with the serious business of the short approach. Her faculty for the short approach was marvelous. Physical power was not required. Mental concentration it was that did the trick. You kept your eye on the ball, you sort of coaxed it right up to the hole, then you took a putter, and there you were. Just as easy as falling off the monument, as Miss Durrance drolly remarked. Bill took so much interest in the development of her latent skill that a morning lesson of at least 1 hour became a permanent daily feature. In 7 days she had 7 lessons. And she was such a sport, and so keen to learn, and Bill took such a pride in her progress, and she was altogether so jolly, that before half the period was through, he was calling her Mame. This course of lessons was quite the most thriving study he had ever undertaken. Little Miss Chicago's success was not confined to golf. After dinner, there was generally music of one kind or another. Sometimes, if the day's sport had not been too strenuous, there was dancing for the younger guests. Mame's intelligence and lightness of foot made her an admirable pupil for several gentlemen, wise in the native arts. Sometimes there were foxtrots to the strains of the Victrola. In these, Miss Durrance needed no instruction. Nay, she was in a position to impart it, and there was competition to receive the same. When the day's stalk on the Purple Hills had been too fatiguing, as was sometimes the case, for even the junior sportsmen to take the floor after dinner, a piano was brought into use and comic songs were sung. Natural comedians were of the party. Bill was one. He could imitate certain music-hall stars to the life. Then there was a young chap in the Foreign Office who was so giftedly impecunious that he was seriously considering the question of exchanging a career in diplomacy, which means so little in the way of lucre, for a contract with an Anglo-American syndicate to do a single on the big time. He could conjure and sing and play the fool like old Boots, and he was so popular in consequence that he was asked to half the great houses in the kingdom. After all was said and done, however, the biggest success in this kind was reserved for little Miss Chicago. That was the name she went by with everybody. Somehow the title seemed to fit her. Even stately Uncle John and statelier Aunt Emily, striving always for a sense of humor, that one real asset of which they had nothing to spare, alluded to her as Little Miss Chicago. It was she who made the biggest hit of all. As Lady Violet said, it was when the minx sat down to the piano that she really got away with it. Her great song, which she had heard in one of the few successful New York revues that had not yet reached London, was called "I'm the Beautest Little Cutie in the Burg of Baltimore," and she sang it with such conviction and spirit and drollery that the folks seemed never to tire of listening. The music was topping, and the words had a swing, while Miss Durrance's rendering of this gem of humor was such that, had it not been for Pop's dollars, his reputed heiress might have turned to the halls as a means of livelihood. Indeed, Mame had the conviction of that within her in the Cowbarn days. She had quite a reputation at the homely parties and sing-songs of that small town, and when Elmer P. had crystallized the local feeling in the words, "Mame Durrance is a kind of natural droll," that lady had spent a whole fortnight gravely considering whether she could not make good in vaudeville. It was gratifying to know that the early Cowbarn success could be repeated in the Highlands of Scotland. To be sure, the audience was much more easily pleased. It appeared to consider even her lightest word funny. Even her way of just sitting down to the piano and picking out the notes with one finger seemed to give some of them fits. Strange to say, however, among an audience which was so sympathetic were one or two who seemed to be left quite cold by the Beautest Little Cutie and that other Broadway gem, which became only slightly less popular, How's Tricks? These critics belonged, oddly enough, to Miss Durrance's own sex, and still more oddly, considering the great and deserved reputation for humor of the American people, they belonged, or had once belonged, at least their forebears had, to that up-and-coming nation. For instance, there was that Miss Childwick. Gwendolen she was called. If ever there was one, that was a hard girl. She seemed to have no use at all for the clever and lively Miss Durrance. Indeed, Mame, whose power of ear was so acute, overheard her saying to a sister compatriot, Mrs. Prance Horton, a social leader, who had been recently imported from over the water, that privately she considered that style of singing rather vulgar, and Mrs. Prance Horton, whose hometown was Boston, quite agreed with her. It was not so much what Miss Childwick said, it was the way she said it. She was always trying to put one over on Mame, or what came to the same thing, Mame thought she was. There was a certain amount of provocation, no doubt. All the world knew it was only a question of time for the fair Gwendolen's engagement to Bill to be announced. Why it had not yet been made public, and the day fixed, even Bill's sister, who was so informed upon every subject, was at a loss to understand. Towards the end of the first week, Miss Childwick's attitude to the little American, as though she were not American herself, dear soul, grew so marked in Mame's sight that she felt it would not take much for her to begin seeing red. The airs of Miss Three-Ply Flannelette grew so insufferable that Mame was inclined seriously to ask herself the question whether she ought to take them lying down. Cet animal est très méchant. Quand on attaque, il se défend. Having regard to what happened, the problem arises. Was it really necessary for Miss Durrance to defend herself in the way that she did? Opinions may differ, yet few will deny that only a little fool would have missed such a chance. It was after a week of Highland magic that Mame felt the fierce impact of poetry and romance. Hitherto in her 22 years of existence, precious little of those elements had come her way. But life at Dunkeld was so different from any she had known. This was a new kingdom, and in the heart of it was the queer thing that makes some guys ramp and rage with rapture, and those more worldly shrug and smile and shake their poles. End of section 38, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, July 2, 2024. Chapter 39 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. Things went from bad to worse between Mame and Miss Childwick. The three-ply lady had a clever and spiteful tongue under a proud reserve of manners, a discovery made by Miss Durrance when, quite by accident, she overheard her small self being dissected by certain members of the house party. Violet will soon tire of her. Tire of whom? That was the question for Mame, as those significant words stole on her keen ears. This conversation followed an enjoyable al fresco luncheon on the hillside. The guns had gone on while the ladies rested a little from the heat of the day. Mame had got her back to a shady fir which concealed her effectively, and was composing herself for a siesta, when she caught those words proceeding from the bole of an adjacent tree. "She reminds me of an opossum." It was the aristocratic voice of Mrs. Prance Horton, whose first name was Gloria. "Don't you know, one of those queer little animals who live in the gum trees of the South. They can be taught all sorts of monkey tricks, but are never really tame. It seems to me that dear Violet is teaching this opossum all sorts of tricks, but I don't think she'll be amused with her long." "Why don't you?" That was the voice of Miss Childwick. It sounded interested and alert. "A little too dangerous, my dear. Besides, dear Violet soon tires of her toys. Don't you remember the young cubist she ran, and the Russian pianist, and the Carmanian princess who turned out to be a well-known impropriety? She gives all her toys their heads, for a time, then she drops them and they are never heard of again. But as this girl is so rich—" "That is the point. Is she so rich?" "Nobody has heard of her father. Marcella Newsman doubts whether she has any money at all. Violet says she is the richest thing that ever happened, and knowing our Violet, that may mean one thing or it may mean another. But I am none the less convinced that if this Miss Thingamy, whoever she may be, is half as cute as she looks, she'll lose no time in feathering her little nest. Well, I do think it is high time that Violet shed her." "I quite agree, and from what one gathers, Violet herself is beginning to think so too. She is afraid the little monkey may get up to some mischief." "That would not be at all surprising." Very dry sounded the voice of Gwendolen Childwick, as she got up with her friend and moved on. Mame stayed where she was. Grave reflections mingled now with the desire for a gentle siesta. The conversation she had overheard was wounding, and it was disquieting. In the last few days a suspicion had begun to dawn upon her of a change in Lady Violet's attitude. Her friend was not quite so cordial or so light-hearted as she had been. Lady Violet was known to be capricious. She had proved so, in the first place, by taking up, on sight, a nameless little American newspaper girl. And if she smelt danger, as no doubt she did, Mame Durrance might wake one morning and find herself in the discard. As Mame tramped slowly back through the heather with the other ladies towards the proud keep of Dunkeld, her mind was working with the vigor of a small dynamo. She must come down to cases. There was a tide. By hook or by crook, these women meant to down her. Moreover, they looked like doing it. The stalkers made a day of it. Early to bed was the order. Even Bill was tired out, but the morrow was spent in the less strenuous pursuit of a few stray grouse. And after dinner, the younger sportsmen, being game for a hop, the whole party, except one or two of the seniors who were incorrigible bridge players, adjourned to the ballroom. The Victrola was brought into use, and after Mame had danced twice with Bill, who had certainly improved since their first essay at the Orient Dance Club, she suddenly began to realize that the time was now. For one thing, It was an evening of warm splendor. The harvester's moon was near its zenith, when, in the middle of the dance, the massive windows of the ballroom were thrown open. The fair scene beyond of woodland, lake, and fell looked gloriously inviting. As Mame stood resting from her labours, with Bill by her side, and with the wary eyes of at least one other lady upon them, she sighed with a certain wistfulness. "That water with the moon on it looks good to me." "It is good." In the last week or two Bill had grown rather quicker in the uptake. "I wish I could row as well as you can." Mame was still wistful. Bill was a wet bob, and already he had demonstrated to Miss Durrance the worth of his early training. Any fool can. Yet he must have known that any fool could not. "Such a night as it is," sighed Mame. "I never saw a moon that size." Bill, poor loon, had never seen a moon that size either. "Just dandy how those beams strike the water. Who was the guy in the office calendar who got away with 'The stag at eve had drunk his fill, where danced the moon on Monan's rill'? Old man Burns, wasn't it? Or was it old man Scott?" Under the magic spell of the moon on the water, Mame moved a little nearer. "Say, Beau," she whispered in the tone that always amused him, yet with a little shiver of feeling in it that, in the tranced ear of Bill, was something more than merely amusing. "That little rill out there does look good to me." The mobility of Bill's mind was still nothing remarkable, but it sufficed. "If you'll put on a cloak or something, we might go and see if we can find that boat we had the other day." "That'll be bully," sighed Mame softly to the moon. End of Chapter 39, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, July 12, 2024. Chapter 40 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by Jessie Snaith. She went and got her cloak. Bill was waiting for her below in the hall. They passed out through a side door of the castle, across the putting green, along a little side path to a wicket. Just beyond the wicket was the lake, and by its marge was moored a sort of coracle. The moon was so much their friend that they had no difficulty in finding the skiff. Getting aboard, however, was not quite such a simple business. She was but a cockle-shell of a craft, which had to be nicely trimmed to accommodate two. But Mame, sure-footed as a cat, instinctively disposed herself in the right spot. Bill untied the boat and took the oars, and then began their odyssey. In the center of the lake, which, although deep in places, was not very wide, was a tiny isle. There was room for Miranda and Ferdinand upon it, for a few birds and a few rushes and a few trees, and for not much else. But in the moonlight it shone with the pale magic of fairy. Here, sure, was the local habitation of romance. The lure of that shadow and tide haunted spot was irresistible. Bill began to witch the night with oarsmanship, and in 5 minutes or less the coracle had touched at Prospero's enchanted island. As they floated gently through the veil of the trees, while the water lapped musically and one startled bird rose eerily with a loud whir, Mame had the happy illusion that she was a classic heroine. This is how those romantic Janes must have felt in old days, when their poetic guides wrote sonnets to their eyebrows. Plying the oars with uncommon skill, this guy appeared too much of a man to be a poetry addict. He was a regular fellow of the 20th century, a practical modern with all the latest improvements. There was nothing highfalutin about him, yet even he, as seen by the light of that wonderful moon, had rather the air of a venturer in strange places. "Say, listen, Beau, this seems pretty good to me." Hardly more than a whisper those half-comic words, yet full of feeling, full of comradeship, full of whimsicality. Bill chuckled softly. The charming minx had expressed his own idea of the subject. Yes, it was pretty good. There was magic in the water, in the trees, in the very air and texture of this wonderful night. He had never lived such moments. This highland country, with the power of the moon upon it, sort of carried one beyond oneself. What a topping little girl! So different from the others. Not that they were not good and jolly in their way. In the sight of Bill, all girls were good and jolly. But some, of course, had more vim and sparkle, more originality, more zip. Yes, a good girl. The way that old moon picked out the curve of her chin, and the way the blue-green water was reflected in her rather queer but alluring eyes, gave one a corking feeling of living the big, glad life. Bill's ambition, at that moment, was to take her in his arms and kiss her. But an unwary movement must overturn them sure. He must wait until he could beach the skiff and dispose of the oars. Coasting around, they entered a small, shallow cove, where the tree-laden banks came down gently to the water's edge. This was the spot. Bill ran the boat onto a tiny strand. Yet by occult means, the dark purpose in the mind of Ferdinand was already communicated to the heart of Miranda. Just as he was about to lay aside his oars, she rose like a bird and flew ashore. It was now a case of come and find me. Heedless of her slippers, she sprang up a dry, grassy knoll, with Bill in quick pursuit. She flitted behind a tree, and then another, and then another. The pursuit was hot, but she was agile. Through heather and ferns she flew. As she passed from tree to tree, a moonlit wraith in her white cloak, she was like a naiad, an incarnation of elfin laughter and mirth. Bill was a good trier, but this woodland sprite took a lot of catching. He was one of those hefty fellows whom nature had not designed for mobility. Something better, however, than mere speed was his. He was a stayer. Even if not fleet of foot, he took a lot of shaking off once he had hit the trail. She darted like a squirrel from tree to tree, but Bill the Relentless was always there. Presently she would tire, but no tiring for him this side the rising of the sun. Already she was slowing down. Yard by yard he was gaining. There was only one tree between them now. There was less than a tree. There was less than half a tree. Now, you nymph! She was as slender in his arms as a young willow, but her motions were very wild and quick. The bright red life was tingling in every electric inch of her. It was wonderful what force and liveliness she had. This was a girl. A sweet little mouth. She fought a bit. She kicked him on the shin, but it was not the sort of kick that meant anything. Blown and tossed, yet hooting with a laughter that shocked the island's other inhabitants, they came presently to earth on the dry bank above the Pellucid water. But Ferdinand held Miranda close. Not a chance for her to slip from his arms and elude him again. The witch seemed to have no especial desire for more feats of the kind. That strong and manly arm was far too good to have around one, and there was such a slender hope of getting free. One half-hearted attempt was the sum of all her struggles. What was that plopping in the water? A fish? Some funny old bird? Was that a coney? What a moon it was! How weird and yet how grand it made the castle look. To think that pile of stones had stood just so in the time of Robert the Bruce. Had Bill read any of the romances of Old Man Scott? Yes, he seemed to remember having read Robinson Crusoe. That was mainly about an island, wasn't it? Then there was Don Quixote. Those were the only works he had read of Sir Walter Scott. Personally, he always felt that real life was so much better than simply reading about it. She had a most kissable mouth. "Tell me, Puss, do you think you could stick me for always?" The Simplicitas question seemed to jump so abruptly upon her that Mame was caught unawares. It was not that she hadn't seen it coming. Sooner or later it was bound to arise. But she hadn't expected the boob to take off quite so soon. Here he was fairly plopping into her pocket, without giving her a chance of making adequate preparation to receive him. Even at Cowbarn, Iowa, where the roughneck abounds, Bill's form would have been rated a trifle crude. The question had been half invited, yet certainly she would like to have had a little more in the way of notice. Still, there it was. No parrying, no parleying, no evading. Excited she was, but she must pull her full self together. She must bring her wits into play. This was a matter for now. Never had she felt so near complete happiness. A big moment. The romance of the circumstances made her feel a wee bit delirious. The pressure of life in her veins was terrific. A spell was in the trees and the mountains, on the heather, on the keep of Dunkeld, on the moon-haunted lake. Magic had got into her blood. She must take a pull on herself. She must look around. This was a powerful question. There were many implications. But why bother her head about them, even if, at this moment, she was capable of doing so, which beyond a doubt she was not. Sorry to rush my fences like this. The voice, deep and level, was very close to her ear. But we are just made for one another, and I mean to have you. Don't be too sure of that, honey. That was the answer she meant to give. Had she not been carried so completely away by the enchantments of that old and wicked moon, it would have been given beyond a doubt. But just now she was not able to do as she liked. That was to say, being half off your balance simply reft you of the power of doing what you didn't like. It would go to her heart to throw away this golden chance. Empire over oneself would be needed for that. Besides, the trees of the island whispered to her, Mame Durrance, what a fool puss you'll sure be if you do. End of chapter 40, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, July 14, 2024. Chapter 41 of There Is a Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There Is a Tide by J.C. Snaith. The best of times come to an end, and they have a trick of coming to an end abruptly. Such was Mame's thought when, on the morning of the 13th day of Dunkeld, or, to be a little more precise, on the morning after the visit to Prospero's magic island, there came a knock on her bedroom door while she was sewing lace on a camisole. Lady Violet entered. She was a bearer of ill tidings. "We must pack up tomorrow." Mame's countenance fell. She had been cherishing a hope that her clever friend would be able to wangle at least 1 week more. It was the good life. Everything was going swimmingly. This was the first suggestion that it was about to end so soon. "Won't your Aunt Emily stand for us a bit longer?" Mame was inclined to question the fates. "It isn't altogether that. Aunt Emily would like us to stay on, but there's bread and butter to consider, you know." Ruefully, Mame supposed there was. Still, the firm seemed to be carrying on pretty well at Dunkeld, and their locum tenens, one Gertie Smith, was diligent and trustworthy. "But aren't we rather taking chances? There's New York to think of now. It won't do to be too much behind with our information." "We're not so behind as all that. There's nothing much doing in London, and what there is Gertie Smith can attend to. Seems to me an extra 7 days here isn't going to matter." Disappointment was in Mame's tone, and there was no attempt to conceal it. She had counted on another magic week, but Célimène was adamant. "There's that new play on Monday at the St. James, also one on Tuesday at the Shaftesbury. Gertie can fix those. Unfortunately, they are both American pieces, and New York won't like it if we don't give of our best." "Shucks!" protested Mame. "Gertie can mug up a notice as slick as we can. If you tell her just what to say beforehand, uproarious welcome, speeches before the curtain, and all the rest of the dope, New York'll never know the difference." "I don't quite agree." Célimène's voice had grown particularly calm and quiet. Once before, and once only, had Mame heard that voice. On that occasion, it was the prelude to trouble. She looked shrewdly at her mentor, and what she saw gave her pause. The gay and laughing eyes had hardened. They were still gay and laughing, but behind them was an elusive something Mame did not like. Her keen perception had noted, for some days past, a subtle change in the manner of Bill's sister. The thought had already crossed Mame's mind that those prize cats had been getting at the friend to whom she owed so much. "Davis will give you a hand with your packing." The tone, light and gentle as it was, sounded absolutely final. "Tomorrow morning we must catch the 10 o'clock from Inverochy." There was nothing to be done. Short of open defiance, to which Mame was sorely tempted, and yet was wise enough not to yield. No alternative was left. Bill was bitterly disappointed when he heard the bad news. He had taken it for granted that Mame was staying on, but in his way he was a philosopher. "I'll be in London about 10 days from now, and then we'll roll along to Cartier's and choose a ring." Mame's eyes shone. It was the tangible evidence of her triumph and of her happiness. Yes, there was magic in the air of Dunkeld. Life might be a long round of daily disappointment, but back of everything was always the big stuff, if only one had the luck and the pluck to be able to pull it. "Have you told Violet?" She was able to ask that serious question in spite of a tumultuous heart. There was reason to suppose that he had. "Not yet. I'll tell my mother first, if you don't mind. No need to set tongues wagging too soon. You can tell Vi when you like, of course. But people, when they get publicly engaged, look and feel such fools, don't they?" Mame supposed they did, and her triumph would keep. The announcement, when it came, would be rather like exploding a bomb in the new world she had entered. Gwendolen Childwick would be furious. So would the other furry ones, and Violet certainly was not going to like it. How could she? Mame did not disguise from herself that she was worried by the thought of the friend to whom she owed so much. An uncomfortable feeling overtook her. To have caught this much-cherished bird was perilously akin to ingratitude. Disappointing as it was to cut short the time of one's life at Dunkeld, out of regard for another's caprice, London, on Mame's return, did not seem so bad. She had found it a funny old burg, and in some respects an overrated one. Yet it is the sort of place to which most people don't mind going back once in a while. There is usually something doing in London in the early fall. To begin with, there was the question of daily bread, and Mame's heart was really in her job. She had made good in the Highlands. Yet, one glamorous hour, no matter how crowded and glorious, cannot undo the mental habits of a lifetime. She was now the bride-elect of a marquis, but first and foremost she remained a go-getter. It gave her a wonderful thrill to receive every morning a rather illiterate-looking letter with a Scotch postmark, but it was still her nature to be up and coming. She liked the true London and New York sort of feeling of being a busy young bee, of doing the work of the hive. There was a sense of power in gathering news firsthand, of putting it in tabloid form, of sending it over the wires of diverse oceans and continents. She had lived magic hours, but wise folks don't put their trust in magic. London and the daily round were a useful antidote. Life had suddenly grown big and rich and beautiful. All the same, it was not without its peril. Mame had a keen desire to confide the great secret to her housemate and partner, yet her courage was not equal to the task. She could not help thinking, from her friend's perceptible change of attitude, that she must know what was in the air. Arid silence upon the subject of Bill lent color to this theory. Once or twice, greatly daring, Mame had broached it stealthily in the hope of finding out how the land lay, but on each occasion Lady Violet hastened to talk of something else. The friendship, which to Mame had always been delightful, seemed to wear quite thin in the fortnight which elapsed before Bill, true to his promise, was again in London. An ever-growing coolness was discernible in his sister. Conscience may have played its part in the matter, yet there was no disguising that icicles were around. Mame was not unheedful. She could not forget the recent past. She could not forget how much she owed to a true friend. Bill was Bill. He was just lovely, but without the sanction of his family, it might be difficult for their happiness to be really complete. The young man had not been home 10 hours from Scotland when he rang up Mame in Half Moon Street. She must be at the Berkeley or the Ritz, whichever she preferred, at 1:15. They would have a bit of lunch and then toddle round into Bond Street and choose the ring. How good to hear that gay voice on the phone. What a rare power he had of keying one up. He was so responsive. Everything one said, the most commonplace remarks, seemed to tickle his sense of humor. The Ritz, 1:15, honey. I'll be around. At 12, Mame down tools. I've got to go out to lunch, she announced casually, so I guess I'll go and doll up a bit. Right-o. Celamine was curt. She had already said that she was lunching out. For that matter, she had only lunched once at the Ladies' Imperium since her return from Scotland, so that the old friendly habit of the partnership of reserving a table near the window with a view of the Green Park no longer held. Did Violet know what was in the wind? She was marvelous at reading signs. With all her casualness and her rather aristocratic viewpoint, which was such a handicap to getting money, she was just as clever as she could stick. Anyhow, she would have to be told soon, and there sure would be a dandy fuss. Each time Mame ventured a glance at Celamine, the less she fancied the cut of her distinguished jib. End of Chapter 41, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, July 23, 2024.